Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the second half of the RCI 12 Hours of Bathurst. My name is Ryan Gill, and I'm joined by George Smith to bring you the next 3 hours of the 12 Hours of Bathurst. Of course, we had the first 6 hours over on the Part 1 stream, and now we've switched over to Part 2. For quite a few of you guys are maybe a bit confused about why we've had to do that. YouTube doesn't really like streams that go over 12 hours long, and as such, we've had to split the race into 2 separate streams to make sure that the VODs save properly, and to make sure that you guys can access this VOD in the future at any time you'd like. And it also just makes it a bit easier for us to archive the footage as well. So that's why we've had to do a bit of a complicated switch, and we hope that as many of you as possible will move on over here for Part 2. So, George, it's been exciting so far. 6 hours and 7 minutes down, 5 hours 53 remaining, and I mean, since we clocked off for about 3 hours, a lot has happened over the course of the race. But I think one of the biggest, things that we need to focus on right now is that it's been 3 hours, and the 126 still leads the way.
So good to be back, and what a job being done out by our American team. They really did see some things out, and of course Josh Deashan joining in there, so not quite the All-American dream team that we thought would be the broadcasting sort of party early on, but great to have Josh jumping in. I haven't done comms with him in a while, and good to hear his voice back on the stream as we ride on board with Dedicek as he feels the pressure from Schumacher here. Of course, not a battle in class, but down into Hull's corner, they're going to send it. And right now, it's all about just trying to hold on for those 10s. Hendrickson, who once was a race leader, then sneaks by on the inside too. And down the mountain straight, they drag it out. So good to be back again for the second 3-hour stint that we've got. And then, of course, the other broadcasting team will be rounding out the race. But for the next 3 hours, we've got that sort of midday time period, 11 a.m. on the clock, or 11:17 in the morning, 36 degrees on the track as that sun starts to rise up, and on board with Martin Schumacher as he makes his way up the mountain.
Yeah, so the next 3 hours, or well, to be a bit more specific, the next 2 hours and 52 minutes will be brought to you by myself and George Smith. We've got Stewie back in the box as well, doing the broadcasting as we're on the split cam of the lovely Aston Martin V12. And you can actually see right in front, it's the Nissan GTR of none other than Jimmy Broadbent, the Mintzilla car, which, I mean, George, we have to mention this car. I mean, there was an interview with Jardia in the 3 hours that we were off, and Jesse asked him a load of questions, even tried to confirm if he is actually human, and well, the answer to that is apparently yes, and I'm not entirely sure if I believe that quite yet, but they've done a phenomenal job, haven't they? I mean, they started, what was it, 44th, 43rd on the grid, all the way up into the top 10 right now, and I mean, there's still 5 hours and 50 minutes left of the race, but this is the kind of dream, comeback that you would expect from such an incredible duo like Jimmy Broadbent and Jaroslav Honzik.
It's definitely part of the parcel that comes along with them as drivers. They go in and really do dominate the events that they take part in, and of course, between the two of them, having won quite a few of online sim racing events, I'm not quite sure how many they together have amassed, but it's good to see that they show that racecraft that is required out on the circuits. And right now, that chase, as you alluded to, coming down to try and make some positions up just behind, Broadbent is gonna be a little bit of a cork in the bottle as the back markers behind him starting to put on some pressure. Of course, different tire sets being run by the entire field, so some drivers will have maximum grip as they're coming out, and other drivers will be towards the end of their tire life too. So all of that goes to play a factor in the lap times as well as the grip levels out at the mountain here. And as you make your way up towards the top of that plateau, before you take a little breath, and you throw the car back in and make your way down towards Skyline, where everything drops away and you make your way back down the descent. And I'll never get sick of the onboard views that we get here, especially getting to track along at the different light stages that we've had. Of course, Ryan, when we were here for the very start of this race, it was almost completely dark. I mean, it was completely dark.
Yeah, it was, and beautiful sunshine that we have out now here at Mount Panorama, as you watch Jimmy Broadbent come down the Conrod Straight towards the chase. And yeah, it's I mean, it's been as it's been, I mean, 6 hours of racing so far, as I think we're watching the number 3 Audi of Clifford Roberts make his way past Herven, and I think this is in the 93. Yeah, and just getting past him nice and clean. So I think he was putting another lap on the 93 car. But yeah, I mean, we started so early on, as there's a Bentley stranded in the middle towards McPhillamy Park. But if I could finally get my words out, yeah, it was completely dark, and well, now it's beautiful sunshine, and it's not even midday, is it, George Smith? I mean, 20 past 11 in the morning, and we've already had 6 hours of racing. These guys are going to be finishing this race come 5 o'clock in the evening, and we'll probably be able to get some nice sunset pictures around this place as well. But it's been absolutely phenomenal to watch the transition from the dark that we had right at the beginning all the way up to the sunrise, and of course now the beautiful sunlight and hot track conditions that we have out here at the moment. 36 degrees track temp, and it's only going to get hotter.
Indeed it is, and look at this little three-way battle for position. This will be Jason Absmeyer, Stock, and Esser all getting into a position where they might lose a position on track. Absmeyer leads away in that Bentley, the 888, and of course then Christian Stock, who we follow along with our camera crew in that 557 NSX. He's got Zahir Esser putting pressure in from the Infinity Esports team in that green and black Ferrari down into Hull's corner. He will throw it, and clean they go out the exit. Side by side they still stay, and Esser backs a little bit to the left of the track to give plenty of room out to that NSX. Look at the legs on that Honda go down the mountain stretch, and Zahir Esser not even able to hold on to any of that slipstream through. So as they make their way out through Griffin's Bend and up the start of the ascent, it is just going to be holding on, and that Ferrari has been looking so agile on the climb through. So Esser going to be wanting to just keep that distance behind the back of Stock's car within a shot in the dark. If he can get it there down the next straight, hopefully he can be in the slip to maybe get later onto the brakes. But so difficult to make up positions in 5 hours and 46 minutes of racing, and positions 15 to 17 just separated by a couple of seconds, as this kind of has brought Jason Absmeyer a bit of that breathing room. Stock and Esser battling it out, making their way down through the dipper, the S's, and then of course down into Forest's Elbow. On the brakes we see that Ferrari rearing in, and some lovely camera work being done here by Stewie to bring us this on-track action. Ryan, down the Conrad Straight they go.
Yep, down the Conrod Straight, and there's the Bentley of the 888, Jason Absmeyer, and the Honda is going to be firmly past the Bentley, and I think that was the Bentley that we saw stranded up towards McPhillamy Park, and definitely some damage on the front end of that Continental. Not what the White Rabbit Gaming boys will have been looking for, and as we see that, Zahir Esser pulls off into the pit lane, so I imagine he's probably going to be handing over to one of his teammates, either Bashir Jadwat or Raymond Mooney, for the next stint of the race. Meanwhile, Christian Stock in the 557 Butler Powell Motorsport car will continue on his way, and like you said, the Honda doing incredibly well here, and we are kind of a bit saddened to report that the THR Esports car, number 1000, has apparently been forced to retire from the race due to a driver swap issue. So that is a massive shame for a team that were running so well inside the top 4.
Martin Schumacher here, starting to see the front end of William Hendrickson's number 11 AMG, that graphics engineering black and gold beast, looking to find some positions down the order. We see Jimmy Broadbent in shot as well in that, down the inside, a big send space again being given. Not a lot of times you see drivers go through hulls and come out to tell the tale, and Hendrickson has to wrestle with the result of that, and that's going to cost him a little bit of time because Dedicek behind in that Bentley, that red and blue monster, is looking to capitalize on the battle up ahead. So again, we talk about this. Look at that train of GT3 cars as we get to watch from the cutting as they make their way again up the mountain. I love the climb. I think this is, contact with the wall from that white and red Ferrari up ahead. Not sure that that's a car for position. He is being waved blue flags, I believe, and definitely not a place that you can easily get out, Ryan. We talked about it earlier. Sometimes you just have to stick it through here and then move out of the way after you get out of the hill. But these drivers behind are wanting to pass as quick as possible up through Skyline. The dance is still on as the chase continues. Schumacher holds off Hendrickson, and Dedicek tries to look towards where he can spot that opening move. And of course, the 501 P39 at the moment, so well in the way of things coming down the hill, and that's no fault. They've just been caught up by the leaders, and they'll move out of the way where they can. The flash is going to be almost predictable coming out from behind. Hasn't really yielded too much towards the leaders in front. Eventually does back off just before they get down into the chase, and this should be good enough for all three of those cars. Unpredictable move has come out there, and we'll get an action-packed replay of this. I think didn't expect that Bentley to also come through, catches some curb as well and gets sent, and I don't think there was contact with the Bentley. I think the Bentley's got out of that, but for that Ferrari, it's going to be a bit of a rebuild from there again.
Ondrej Dedicek in the 404 Bentley. Well, if he didn't see what exactly happened with that Ferrari, because visibility can be an issue sometimes in these cars, well, I'm pretty sure his teammates just had their hearts in their mouths at that point in time. So close to, potentially being accidentally taken out of the race. And, well, Ondrej Dedicek will be glad that he is still running. Kind of a shame there, though, for the 501 Forza Italia Esports Poland representing car. Their cars have had a bit of an up and down race all over the place, it seems, and one of them doing fairly well, the other one struggling, but they have found themselves involved in a fair few scary moments so far this race. And well, just for a few of the guys here that may be wondering if you've I think that's one of the old Fox cars that's just gone off at the top near McPhillamy Park. One of the Ferraris. We have two Portuguese entries, the old Fox Ferrari entries, and I think that was just one of their cars that's gone off at the top. But for a couple of people wondering why we've had to switch streams, it's just a YouTube streaming thing. It doesn't allow us to save VODs longer than 12 hours, so we've had to split the stream up. And for a couple of people asking what exactly happened with the number 1000 car, they've had to retire due to driver swap issues. Basically, one of their three drivers couldn't actually swap into the car on the driver swap, and that would mean that they'd be invalidating their maximum driver time for their other two drivers, and, well, that would cause them a race disqualification. Nothing we can do, unfortunately. It's out of our hands completely, and it's a massive shame for that THR Esports Honda that we're doing so well. But on board here with William Hendrickson, the car that sat on pole position all the way back at the start of the race, George, and my word, they've had an eventful race, should we say.
It's so it's so difficult to really sum it up in a quick couple of words, but definitely not been their ideal race. But we've seen where other drivers have started, made their way back through, and the Griffiths Engineering number 11 Mercedes still in this to try and better their position. I mean, 5 hours and 40 minutes of racing remain in the 12 hours, so plenty of time for them to get work done. And for now, they just continue that chase. You know, they've got that 614 of Schumacher ahead. They've then, of course, got Jimmy Broadbent in the number 39 GTR just up the road. He holds down P10. So, again, probably on a little bit of an older set of tires coming out, and just going to be very much wary that he doesn't need to make any mistakes. A little bit wide coming up to Skyline. But you know, it's all can change in just such a few microseconds. It's all about that management, and I think a lot of the teams and drivers here are doing just a splendid job at really showcasing what it's like to drive at a circuit like this. I think some of the viewers, the drivers that may have had an attempt at this, can kind of understand how difficult it is just doing a lap out at the mountain. I think to then go and stick it in for a 12-hour race and share the car with your teammates is a huge task. So for us as commentators, it's a bit of an easy side to doing so. We just get to broadcast the best of the best of the bunch out there, and you know, hopefully we can attract more drivers and entries into the rest of our events, because for us that's the biggest thing. The bigger the field and the you know, the more star-studded it can become, the big names in sim racing all start to factor in and race at the same place. I mean, Ryan, how many leagues are there running at the same time? We're not trying to replace or, you know, compete with any of them. We just want to do our own thing. And that was kind of where Race Club International got formed up. We just wanted to do some community racing, and all of our staff behind the scenes just putting in for all the hard work and effort, getting the arrangement set up. Of course, the Super Bowl that took place ahead of the event. So it's not just the racing that takes place here. It's all the stuff in the background, and our live stewards that are always at work throughout the entire duration of the 12-hour. Big shout out to them. They're unseen heroes that manage to control what are very aggravated beasts at times. And sim racers sometimes do need to be put in their place. But really good racing across the board so far. And a massive shout out to all our viewers, of course, coming through and joining us for the second part of this live stream. A little bit strange that we had to split things up. The first stream did tremendously well. The viewership there was great. The likes and supports and the shares, it really is heartwarming. And then the racing that we get on the track is just such a pleasure to watch. So really cool to see how our sports and hobby and side love of sim racing is growing and continues to grow in the world of you know, online gaming and sim racing, as you know, esports as a whole hasn't seen something where so many people from all over the world can compete at the same time in sizes like this. If you think of the traditional esports, you think of traditional teams, at most you used to have 10 players all going up against each other, and you know, we exceed that. 45 cars start on the grid, and most of those teams, minimum of 2 drivers up to 4 drivers being shared. So that is just a sheer number of players and people involved in creating something like this.
Yeah, I mean, it really goes to show, I mean, what a community effort it's been. And like you said, we kind of just wanted to do our own thing. And, you know, I always love the, you know, the freedom that people kind of have in this kind of day and age. I mean, it can cost stuff to get things up and running, and obviously we were very fortunate with the position we were in, where, you know, we could kind of found RCI, you know, with people willing to support us after, you know, what had happened before. And it's always great to, you know, to know all the work that goes into this. And like you said, the amount of work that goes on behind the scenes, it can never really be properly explained, can it, to people outside? I mean, I had a couple of people asking, what would it take for us to be able to broadcast the Split 1 and Split 2 races full 12-hour commentary, and kind of had to break it down in a kind of business kind of breakdown spreadsheet as to how many hours and how many people it would take to run something like that. And they were amazed. And I think that's the thing, is that a lot of people don't realize how much it takes to get everything that we do up and running and working on such a consistent basis. And it really, really is a lot of work, but we do it all for the good of the community, because we enjoy doing it. We don't gain anything from this monetary-wise. None of us are paid. We're all volunteers that go out and do our actual jobs in the time that we're not working here in the community. And I think that really does kind of sum up the word community. You know, that we do everything we can for RCI when we can, but yeah, we just try and do the most of what we have. So Christian Stock in the 557 Honda. He's made his way past Marco Ripper in the 514. Of course, Marco Ripper has replaced Martin Schumacher, I believe, in that car. And he'll be making his way round now. And of course, one of the V12s that we have running here tonight, some of the other V12s that we have running is the other GC Racing car on top of Triple R. And of course, the Kunos Racing team, of which we haven't really seen too much of here today. And as I look down the field, George, I can't actually seem to find them at first glance.
I mean, this little battle on track at the moment, the 557 and the 514, it is just matching each other's lines line for line out through Forest Elbow down the Conrad Straight. And of course, always being able to follow and sit in the slip is a great thing. But that 557 NSX is quite powerful. We know the V12 also has a nice top end as it roars and screams its way down. And then into the chase, ultra close to one another. A potential move going to be made by the V12 on the inside. Onto the brakes, gets that move done, secures the inside line to defend on the way out. And on the run down to Murray's, a very nice clean overtake being done in a very common part of the circuit. I mean, most of the work is holding on to the back of the car up through the mountain and down through the other end, and then trying to just be able to etch your way forward through the end. Now, does Stock respond down the mountain straight? The exit through Hull's going to be critical for him. And once again, he's then going to have the slip advantage. So tables are turned, and it will be up to Ripper to go defensive as Christian Stock chases down.
So Honda versus Aston Martin V12, yet again on the mountain. And the Aston Martin will hold for this moment in time. And as we have a little look down the order here, you can see the timing table on the right. A lot of the Pro-Am cars having bunched up into a train now, at least on the timing board, and a lot of the Pro cars having bunched up as well. And the only standout for that is the number 3 of Archie Clifford Roberts' team, which is sitting all the way up in second place overall. But of course, the leaders in Pro-Am, they're doing a phenomenal job. I don't really think they've been involved in any incidents, which is probably why they're so far ahead. And yeah, they are doing an absolutely incredible job. But you know, one of the guys I've got to give a shout out to is the Renwelton Coach Dave Academy Bentley. I mean, when we left the stream, George, what were they, about 10th, 11th place, somewhere around that? Now they're up into 3rd overall, 2nd in class, and they're doing an absolutely incredible job. Of course, we saw Samir do a triple stint to start the race. Then James Parker took over the car. Now Samir Ibrahimi is back in the car, and I mean, you know, Jardier is an alien, yes, but I mean, these guys as well, Samir and James Parker, they're built out of something else.
They are indeed. You know, if they ever get interviewed and Jesse Lee's there, you'll probably be probing them to check for alien like tendencies, but certainly a good drive coming out from that little collab team, and always good to see quick drivers getting paired up together in what you wouldn't expect to always see together. But I mean, Samir Ibrahimi and James Parker, 2 big names in the sim racing world, and currently holding on to 3rd place. And for them overall, that's fine. But 2nd in class, that's even better for them, as they have a fair way to catch up to the likes of Barazini. But we've seen stranger things happen in sim races, and we've seen drivers get awarded with stop-go penalties for exceeding the split restrictions in the pits. They get handed penalties from the stewards. There's just absolutely anything to play for. So Samir Ibrahimi just gonna slot in behind, of course, the Aston Martin, goes around the outside. The Aston gives him the room to get past. Back markers all seemingly behaving themselves for what we capture on the broadcast for most of the time. I'm sure there are some untowards moments too, some things that we've seen as well, but it's the nature of racing on track. Everyone looking to make up a place if they can. Shimentinsky in that number 11, and Grifax, we've talked about them many times, but they led for a long time in this race, and they now find themselves just kind of trying to keep themselves within that top 20, dropping down here to 23rd, just behind the likes of the 888 White Rabbit gaming car, of currently being driven by Jason Webb. And for the White Rabbit team, of course, who I have the fun side of acting as team principal for, it's just good to be out and racing around amongst a star-studded lineup that we've got today. So Shimentinsky going to be looking to keep the likes of back markers and front markers at bay again. Ryan, you don't want to take battles against drivers that are going to waste your precious tires, and especially as the temperatures start to get hotter. 37 degrees on the track.
Yeah, I mean, the last thing you really want to do at this stage in the race is, you know, just start wasting away your tires. I mean, this circuit is hard on tires anyway. I mean, you look at the general look of the circuit, the amount of force and stress that those tires go through, so some of these corners. And the last thing you need is another car in front of you kicking out some hot air, as we see the Audi behind Shimentinsky clatter into the wall. And they've probably picked up some damage for their treat to the wall as well. And yeah, I mean, something I was thinking about asking you though, George, as you know, Jesse's mentioned that obviously you're the team principal in a way for the White Rabbit Gaming 888 Bentley, and what's it like for you? I guess commentating on races where you have team members participating, kind of thing. Is it always nervous for you seeing, you know, your drivers, as it would be, you know, kind of going door to door, wheel to wheel with other drivers, or even each other as well, and you're kind of just thinking in the back of your mind, you know, oh, come on guys, keep it clean?
So we get gifted some beautiful sights on board with Valentin Barrier's number 72 Audi as he chases down Dedicek ahead. So to answer that question as we go down, there might be some oohs and ahs as I try and answer, because of course coming down the mountain is just one of those moments so close to the inside wall. Down through the dipper goes Barrier. It's a bit of a mixed bag. I think it's a lot of pressure for me to try and put in some time and effort to you know, be around for the sim team. I myself haven't had much seat time in a long time, so where I do manage to fit in some racing, that's always good. Barrier closing down that little gap as we ride on board with Dedicek coming down through the chase. Will he be able to go around the outside? He is certainly going to have a look to see, going to put himself on the inside coming down. Dedicek doesn't really have an answer back after the slipstream through, and without making a mistake on the exit, Barrier going to get that move done. So again, another move coming through. I try and not have too much bias in things. Of course, you know, I am human at the end of the day. So when I do get to see a team that I've obviously got some involvement in, it is always a happy moment for me. Sometimes it's soul destroying. There's been many moments in my broadcasting career where the team hasn't done fantastically well. But that's sort of the nature of it. You take your highs, you take your lows, and for me, it's sort of taught me a lot of sort of self-learning in the process and getting to deal with different people. We've had a lot of cool collabs and teams. Currently, we have Jason Webb in the car. He's a real-life drifter, and he's powered and sponsored by Monster Energy and Ford. So, I mean, he slaps around a converted Mustang as is his day-to-day. And, you know, having him driving in our car is going to be an honor and a privilege. So sim racing's opened up the doors to explore just a little bit outside of just the commentary environment, you know, from going from a driver to managing a team to doing commentary. It's all in a day's work. I think for me, I love throwing myself into this environment, and any spare second I get outside my you know, real life job is kind of related to sim racing in some way.
Well, you do a fantastic job, not just here at RCI, but you do a fantastic job for the South African sim racing community. And speaking of the South African sim racing community, we are partnered with Raceface, or more specifically, Raceface Speed Labs. So if you don't know who Raceface are, they're probably one of the biggest South African sim racing communities that's out there, and they do a lot of ACC races. They have a GT4 and a GT3 league ongoing at the moment, and more importantly for us, they have a coaching service called Speed Labs. And if you'd like to improve your sim racing game, no matter if you're a beginner or an experienced sim racer already, and you want to kind of take your game to the next level, maybe start competing in some esport competitions like the G2 esports competition that is currently going on, you can find out more information about that in the race program. Then you can book a session and get coached by the likes of Jordan Sherritt or even Bruno Cadili, who is, of course, racing in this race at the moment as part of the 888 White Rabbit Gaming Bentley. And, of course, you can use the code RCI Coaching for a discount on your next Speed Labs session. So, obviously, if you want to save some money on what is already a very, very fair price for sim racing coaching, then you can use that code as well. And obviously, big thanks to Next Level Racing, who are doing the giveaway for today's stream, ! Giveaway. If you haven't already entered, then make sure to do so. I get the feeling that we're probably going to hear the giveaway for that in the final 3 hours of the race. I will double check on that, but I'm pretty sure that's when it's going to happen. And of course, big thank you to Race Department and AK Informatica for all the hard work that they do in getting RCI up and running, and, well, running as well as it does on a consistent basis. They've helped us out a lot since the very beginning, and we couldn't have been here without them. So, 5 hours and 22 minutes remaining. We're on board with Fulvio Barazzini, who this car has, well, led the way for quite a few laps now. Of course, they had Barazzini in for an interview earlier. And it's always good to hear from the Orion race team boys. And it's interesting to know, actually, George, that they've got a lot of other drivers within that kind of team that race in different sims in ACC as well. I didn't realize it went as deep as that. And, well, I mean, if they're anywhere as quick as Fulvio Barazzini and Matthias Egger, then we need to get those guys over here on ACC.
For sure. I think for us at RCI, it's most certainly always been the focus point is the ACC side. I mean, we sort of founded around ACC from a previous community, and then came over to pretty much exclusively running events out on it. So for us, it's like the bread and butter, and to a lot of people, there's always arguments about what the better sim is. I think it's all about accessibility, what is in reach of you. And of course, with ACC going over to the console side, that's also cool. For me, Kunas is just a big developer, and I have a lot of respect for them. I personally have been an early backer of ACC since the very first available edition came out. And, with the limited couple of cars and tracks that people used to moan about, we now look at what is a very polished overall sim, with the advancements coming in and the permanent changes. I can't sing its praises. I love being able to broadcast in it. So, I mean, the circuit racing that you get and the attention to detail that goes down, I just don't feel that you get you're left waiting for too much more from an entire experience. So getting to test it out to the limits here with a 12-hour race, of course, then with our eyes set on pushing things up to doing 24-hour races as well. I think, it's all about the build-up. 3 hours are done, the 6 hours are done, a 12-hour currently going down, and then, the 24s, that's next on the cards for us to plan around.
Yeah, of course, we do want to host a 24-hour. It's kind of the big target for us to be able to do, and we kind of have a bit of a plan as to what we might be doing in terms of a 24-hour race, but we can't give away any details just yet, as we watch Kennedy have a little bit of a slip coming out of the chase, as Jimmy Broadbent's going to look to lap him. Nice and safe there from the Mintzilla 39, and Yeah, I mean, we do actually have information on the next set of endurance races we're going to be running here at RCI. Of course, we love to tease them in the race program. And the next endurance race we'll be doing is a 3 hours of Spa. That'll be happening on the 14th of the 11th, so the 14th of November. And we've even got the dates locked in for the 4 hours of Silverstone on the 12th of December. So 2 more endurance races coming up over the next 2 months. And, well, take your pick for either one of those. We should be having multi-class racing, I believe, in the 4 hours of Silverstone as well. So that's going to be super exciting. And, of course, if you're interested in anything else going on around RCI, do make sure to join the Discord, !Discord. We have an endurance championship running on Fridays at the moment, which is going to be so exciting to return to, George, after that mid-season break. We have a Night Owl championship starting soon. Porsche Cup returns on Mondays in November as well. And we've also got bi-weekly events for rookies, as well as some one-off events on Saturdays and Sundays, including the Behemoth Cup at Monza and the Jag Cup at Zolder coming up in, well, just a few weeks' time. So plenty of stuff for you guys to get involved in if you're interested here at RCI. And of course, do make sure to let us know what you think of the race so far and any of the events that you've competed in at RCI. We'd love to know what you think.
Just getting a little bit of some of the soundtrack as these drivers still continue to push it out. I mean, look at the number of laps being completed up by our leaders, 194 laps as Barazini jumps into the pits. Valentin Barrier has the likes of Kennedy just ahead of him. Matthew Kennedy in that number 93 Ferrari. And for a position in overall standings, not a position in classes, Barrier finds himself amongst a whole bunch of Pro-Am cars. Ripper from 11th down to Dedicek in 18th, all in the Pro-Am tier. And of course, then Barrier sitting in 16th, a little bit out of position there. His next car for position on track in terms of taking that in his class would be for Burrows in that number 8 Mercedes up the road. So plenty to still do for Valentin Barrier out on the circuit. And of course, it does mean navigating safely through. A lot of these drivers out, they all know that he's out of position in terms of where he should be. And Andres Dedicek, he's definitely not in the same position. He does have that 46 Aston Martin behind him out on circuit for track position as well as position in class. So 17th for Dedicek, that 15-second penalty going the way of Ziglugens. So unfortunately for them, they're going to have to serve that out. So that's going to cost them when they go into the pits. Dedicek will know this. Drivers will be aware of relative penalties being applied out to cars around them. And it's all about just managing where you are, knowing that even if that car comes past you, they've still got 15 seconds that they need to get ahead of you before that will then be a loss of position again.
So of course, these guys serving their time penalties when they come in for a pit stop. It's one of the new features to ACC applied just about a month ago, I think it was now, and we're kind of grateful to have it. It does make it a lot better when you can serve those penalties in the pit lane. Clears up the timing board a lot, and you don't have to go through an entire endurance race having to calculate every single car's position relative to an X second time penalty. So very grateful for that update from Kunos, of course. And I did say I was going to be looking into Kunos and where they are around the track, and I believe they're all the way down in 32nd. Matt Samuel in the car for them right now, the 778. So the Kunos team not really having the best of races, but they're still going, and that's the most important part in any endurance race. You have to be in it to win it, and you have to keep going. That is the most important part, because the longer you go, the higher the chance you will end up further up the grid. And, well, a team that has kind of found that quite literally so far this race is the Mintzilla car, the number 39 of Jimmy Broadbent and Jaroslav Honzik. Jaroslav Honzik back in the Mintzilla number 39 after Jimmy Broadbent's pit stop, and currently sitting in P10 at the moment, that car, and a phenomenal job. We've already mentioned it a couple of times already that they've done, but it really does show that you can have, you can qualify right near the back, you can have some incidents towards the start of the race, but if you've got the pace, you can still come back through the pack and get a really good result.
Indeed, and that driver swap coming out, Jardia getting into the car. Good stint coming out from Jimmy Broadbent. Talking about driver swaps as well, of course, the Ren Volton Coach Dave Academy Bentley, they've also had that driver swap. So James Parker out of the car, Samir Ibrahimi doing a good job up in second place in class. So I mean, after a massive stint coming out from both drivers, they've also found their way up towards the front of the order. Archie Clifford Roberts, of course, the leading Pro-Am car. I mean, they've just been flying out on the circuit, and they've then slotted themselves into third overall. Valentin Barrier driving here in that number 72 has his eyes set on Genesiu in that number 83 in front. Of course, the Audis have definitely shown up a couple of times out here. Of course, Clifford Roberts, that Pro-Am leading car, is in one of these Audis, and Valentin Barrier here, also just Audi on Audi battles is what I was kind of alluding to. Always something that I like to see is two manufacturers of similar caliber and two drivers then having to literally just put their best foot forward to see who comes out on top. And unfortunately here for Barrier, it's a slight mistake coming out through the cutting, and that's just going to make the rest of the uphill ascent a tad bit slower, and that's going to be the space coming out. So good work being put out from the drivers on track, and it's been some good racing from everybody that's showed up today. And I think for me it's been just that build up, and during the second 3 hours that we've got here, I mean, both commentary teams will have completed 6 hours combined. For me, it's quite a long stint with a smaller team, but the action has been great. I loved the previous comms team stint, all the interviews, and it really makes me miss being out there with the likes of Jesse Lee. Always good fun. So always out here to hype up our friends. And right now, Barrier trying to make that move around the outside of Ismail. He's going to put himself onto the inside line here. The cutback being looked at by that yellow and red, or should I say maroon, Audi in the backdrop. But Valentin Barrier in the TX3 colors getting the work done as we look back at Matthew Kennedy in that number 93 Tempesta Racing Ferrari.
So Matthew Kennedy in the beautiful livery of that Sky Tempesta Ferrari, having Ondrej Dedicek closing on the inside line, and he's going to let Dedicek go as well. Feels that he doesn't really have the pace to race the 404 Bentley, and thinks better of it to just let him go, get on with his race, and not compromise each other. And I can definitely respect that decision, and I think you yourself, George Smith, you're a big fan of that decision as well. When you know for a fact someone will be finishing ahead of you, they're going to get past you anyway. The best thing to do is to not slow yourself down and them, and just let them get on with it, really.
It's a frustrating place to be in, I think, for both drivers, unnecessarily holding somebody up. And I'm sure, a lot of people also disagree and say that, racing is racing. You have to race for those positions. But at this part of the race, I think that's just unnecessary waiting for the worst to come. Just let the guy get past, get back into your rhythm, and look to attack a little bit later on. It's all about what you can do when you get into the rhythm. And in these tin tops around here, there's just not a lot of overtaking opportunities. So it's all that build and that setup. It's not really the destination. It's about the journey around Bathurst, and making it to that checkered flag means maintaining that car away from the barriers if you want to finish up in a relatively competitive spot. So drivers out here are again just in that stage of the race. I mean, 5 hours for them to still put these cars around the circuit. It's only just gone midday. It's only going to get a little bit hotter out there. 37 degrees on the track. Jardier catching up to some traffic and getting onto the flashes to just let him know that, hey, coming out through Forest Elbow, I would like to maybe have a look to pass you on the Conrad Straight. So I feel that the back markers don't always get enough love in streams and broadcasts because they don't always get featured up there. But it takes a lot to make the racing safe out in the field, and having that respectful mindset and understanding what you need to do to not put people at risk and danger is all what it's about. As Jaroslav Honzik makes his way nice and safely through that situation, and just around him, back markers and people in different positions, of course, Zero in that V12 Aston Martin behind him in P22. So the Minzilla number 39 just looking to get away from some of this traffic as well, and just focus on keeping this P10 and perhaps pushing things up towards maybe a little bit more up the order. Both drivers completely capable of doing it.
Yeah, they definitely are. And Marco Ripper chasing on to the back of Jimmy. Actually, no, that's not Marco Ripper, is it? It's Stefan Zero in the other GC Racing Aston V12.
Indeed.
So Marco Ripper is behind Jaroslav Honzik, but he's a bit further back, and the timing board not entirely showing us that on face value. But you know what? I think George, you know, we're at the stage of the race now where a lot of these guys I mean, they're more fighting the track than they are each other, and you can kind of see that by a lot of the intervals that we have here between drivers. I mean, there is a couple of drivers that have about a second or two between each other, but a lot of these guys are more fighting the track at this moment in time than they are other drivers on track. And I mean, you know, if there are people at home that maybe don't really understand what it's like to drive in an endurance race, you know, they've never done an endurance race before, they're not entirely sure what the mindset that you have to have going into it is, just kind of, if you could give people an idea of how focused you do have to be in a race like this to essentially kind of go into a hot lap mode for hours on end in some of these longer races, and just how difficult it is to kind of keep that focus.
Yeah, I think, you know, whilst you've got other cars on track and you're battling for position, I think it kind of makes time disappear a little bit more. When you do find that emptiness that a lot of these drivers find themselves in now, it's very difficult to keep all kinds of thoughts out your head. You know, how are my tires doing? How are other people's times doing? You know, you may have other personal things that are going on at the same time that, again, you know, given this freedom of space and the time period that you're doing it for, you can just find yourself wondering. And a wandering mind is definitely not a benefit of Bathurst. And a small slip up can put you out into the wall. You know, even just missing those braking points or making mistakes up towards any sector just puts you off that rhythm. And without that flow, you just become uncompetitive. And it's so difficult to summarize, I suppose. But we do have a little bit of battle brewing here between Heilmann Hart and Sherman Titsky in that number 11 and 557 respectively. Not for class position, but it is an overall battle, and both drivers not going to be wanting to just jump out of the way immediately. But at this stage of the race, you know, they will be looking to not compete against one another or impact one another's races, as Sherman Tinsky has the run down the Conrad Straight, pulls out early out of the slip. The drag race out between the Honda and the Mercedes, doesn't have the power to stay out of the slip there and has to tuck back in. It just goes to show that Honda doesn't get picked very often, but really does have a nice top end. Onto the inside, again, the Grifax engineering team this time round going to be making one of those moves out through the chase. I don't think that that Mercedes is in this for a battle, but I do see some blue flags being waved out. So, of course,
Yeah, it's
drivers,
the 899 of Joe McCauley, I think it is.
in fourth place, correct.
Yeah,
that's
so
it.
the nearly on pace car coming through, and they've had a bit of an up and down race, haven't they, George? I mean, we've seen them as high as second place at the start of the race, and we've seen them as low as I think about 12th or 13th at one point in time as well. So, you know, they've been a bit all over in terms of positions, around the top 10 and just outside the top 10, in fact, but back into the top 4, and most importantly, podium in class. And I tell you what, Mikael Sundström is one of the staff here at RCI who races in the nearly on pace team, and he's actually racing here as well. He will be absolutely thrilled with a podium here at the 12 Hours of Bathurst, and he's got all my support in the world, because what the guy does is phenomenal. He does amazing work. Doesn't really get recognised, the amount of the work he does on the back end, but he does definitely do a lot of work, and we do appreciate him. And we've I'm kind of hoping they do really get a good finish here today, because they deserve it.
They do deserve it indeed, and an unsung unsung hero of the back end, and helping make a whole bunch of things that people don't know possible come to life. You know, it's kind of a visionary. So I agree with you on that, and getting behind a fellow RCI staff member and having a good run out there. Raymond Mooney into the 777 out from Scotland. Joining the other two South Africans, of course, here Essa and Bashir Jadwat, and currently find themselves in 15th place. So the Infinity Esports team, trying to make their way up through the order, currently find themselves behind the likes of Matthew Kennedy, and that will be a position on track overall. But the 777 again, one of those drivers just kind of caught out amongst some of the other Pro-Am cars. A whole bunch of pro cars down the order from here to make position up if mistakes are made. So following from that splitter cam from Kennedy as we make our way down through Skyline and then drop down through the Dipper, and the whole track just disappears. You cannot see that board at the top of Skyline anymore. It's disappeared behind the mountain, through the S's, and then down through Forest Elbow. That Ferrari does look agile coming down through the windy section of the S's, and 3 Ferraris in shot. A good advert out for the Italian favorites. Ryan's not favorite Italian car. He's a Lambo man, but you know, for now, Friedrich in the 195 Lambo up the road from the battle here will like the fact that the Ferraris are keeping themselves busy. So Kennedy in that 93 still leads on that 777 piloted by Mooney.
Yeah, I mean, we only one Lamborghini on the grid, unfortunately, which is the 195 car currently driven by Friedrich, and it saddens me to only see one Lambo on the grid, knowing that it is a very good car around here, and it's a bit of a handful. I'll be honest with that. It is a handful, but it is a good car around here if you have a solid setup for it. And it's a bit of a shame to only see one of them on the grid, but I will take satisfaction in them being the highest placed Italian car on the grid. So still feels good for the Raging Bull representative, and for any other Lamborghini fans in the chat, I see you out there, and know that you guys are the real heroes. And anyway, looking on, Matthew Kennedy with Mooney right behind him, and the 777 car. I mean, George, this is obviously a car that you know some of the drivers in here quite well. Obviously, Zahir Essa was driving in this car earlier. Bashir Jadwat, who's a driver that I've had the pleasure of racing against. Well, not really against. He'd lapped me more than he did race against me. and Raymond Mini as well, who's competed in quite a few RCI events. So these are some guys that we're pretty familiar with now. But you know, you seem to have quite a good relationship with Zahir Essa in particular, from what I've seen of some of your conversations between each other. So, you know, if you don't mind, what kind of is the relationship between you two? Is it just kind of acquaintances in sim racing, or is it a bit further than that?
I'd like to think we've got a good friendship going on. I think for a lot of the people involved in our smaller community here, we try and keep things as tight-knit as possible. You know, beef is unnecessary, I feel, in a community that's trying to, you know, just grow and establish as a potential place for sponsors to come on board. So the quicker that we can unite and just show them what it's all about, I think that goes to grow things. So myself and Z are definitely close. I've supported him for a long time, and for me as a person, I again get you know, good kicks out of seeing people I know succeed. So yeah, I think the relationship's very much more than just acquaintances. I think I've got a mad respect for what he does, as I do for his teammate Bashir Jadwad. You know, those two names there, and Raymond Mooney, relatively new to being introduced to me by Zahir Essa. So again, it's all about connections and seeing where people go. Frederick here having a nice little follow down on the back of Marco Ripper as they make their way down through Conrad. But yeah, Ryan, for me, it's a bigger family than just you know, one single person or anything out there. It's all about the community side, and everybody out here in the chats. You guys all play a massive role too, supporting us and showing love out. All our sponsors that have partnered up, you know, come out and see all of the positivity that comes through. It really is so cool to see where sim racing has put itself. So thanks everybody for leaving a like where you can. The viewership has been absolutely mad. A big shout out to all of our drivers that are out there streaming their POVs, entertaining their own viewers, and of course sending their viewers over here to see what we do on the commentary side. We absolutely appreciate it. Fredericks Dayglow Lamborghini on the chase still. Just cannot find a way around this Aston Martin of Marco Ripper.
Yeah, that Aston Martin has pace in a straight line, and that's saying something against a Lamborghini, which is a car pretty much designed for straight lines by the general shape of the car and how aggressive it is aerodynamically. But the Aston V12s, well, they can pull their weight here at Mount Panorama, as another one of the old Fox Ferraris is a bit sideways coming out of the cutting, and I think they have got that car going again, so no major incidents there. And I mean, knock on wood that this doesn't happen at any point again during the race, George, but I think you know, but bar that one moment where we saw, I think, was it Mikhail Moros's Mercedes turned around, you know, kind of sideways, blocking the track. We haven't really had as many scary track blocking moments as I was probably expecting, and like I said, knock on wood that I haven't just completely jinxed that, but it's been fairly clean in terms of people making mistakes, you know, and when I say clean in terms of making mistakes, I mean, there hasn't really been many people making a mistake on their own and taking loads of people out in the process.
I think percentage-wise, compared to the number of entrants out here, here's the run potentially for the Lamborghini onto the inside of the V12. Is the cutback there? Going to try and find his way through. Goes round the longer way round. A little tap coming through is going to force that V12 to find another way back onto the racing circuit. And that's not what Ripper would have wanted in that fight coming out. There wasn't a lot of space for him to go around the outside. And Frederick then sticks one through. Ripper continues the chase down at the pace to hold the Lambo off for a while. Now we see how the Aston Martin will do in the slipstream as these two drivers battle it out in that Pro-Am class. Of course, this is a battle on the podium, second and third respectively, and Ripper now being demoted onto that lower tier of the podium. Not going to be his favorite flavor of the day, and going to be looking to see if he can better it a bit more.
And seeing as we watch Marco Ripper try to get back past David Frederich, just seeing a few people in the chat mentioning that obviously they're interested in getting involved in racing at some point, in endurance racing and stuff, and that's fantastic to hear. Like we said, we'll... Ooh, this Marco Ripper just goes off a bit after turn 10. The track guide talking about McPhillamy Park being a challenge for some is definitely holding true to its word, and like I said, we do have some endurance races coming up over the next couple of months. We try to host one endurance race per month. We kind of have a couple of short ones and then a big one. Kind of works in that sort of sense. So we have the 3-hour next month, and then we've got the 4-hour in December. And of course, you can find out more about those by joining the Discord, !Discord. Look, Shani's already got it up and running. Absolutely fantastic job that Shani's doing, our social media guru. And yeah, you can thank her for keeping you up to date with all the commands and stuff. And TurtleLeaf64 wants to say, please tell the cameraman that he's doing an amazing job. So that's one for Stewie, who, let's be honest, George, he is doing an amazing job. I mean, he's sat here in silence for hours, basically just playing around with cameras. And, I mean, it sounds easy in principle, but you've got to do a lot of work to make sure that you're keeping up with everything going in and around the circuit and make sure you're monitoring the battles as they unfold. And a lot of the time, he catches them before we do.
You know, that's the real art of being able to do some good broadcasting, is finding the action on track for us to follow along with the entire time. And you know what? It's not easy. With so many cars on circuit, the timing splits don't always reflect as easily as people would think they would. With cars being on different laps and getting into proximity, it really is about picking specific battles where people are, you know, of interest out on circuit. So great job being done by Stu. Couldn't agree more. And Ryan, as far as I believe, we are about to get ourselves into one of our little 5-minute immersion breaks to go and get rehydrated and follow along with a car. Could I ask, are we able to take a vote for a car number that the viewers want to see? They just have to hashtag the car number and we do a little on board with them. Or are you going to overrule my decision and just give me a car to follow with?
You know what, George? I think that's a fantastic idea. Okay, then, guys, we're going to go for a short interval here. And obviously, we're just going to go grab a refreshment from the bar behind us. And, of course, George Smith does like his drinks. I can't pull him away from the bar. It's quite difficult. And
I mean, sparkling water is my poison of the day, if we're going to be fully honest. So I can't get enough of that bubble water.
Oh dear. All right then. So, which car would you guys like to go on board with then? And we'll let you guys go on board for a little bit of a sound experience. And we'll be taking our break in just a minute. So let's see who have we got coming in here. We've got 39. We got a few for 888. Yeah, triple. We got one for the number 10, the number 3. Was a lot.
Ryan, I must be honest with you. We know that, of course, our two big YouTubers are out here in this Mintzilla car. I mean, we've been looking at it on stream for a little bit. We've seen some support coming out from a couple of different car numbers there as well. Some repeats as well. I like people that spam. It definitely makes things harder for us to pick. But I feel like an on board with the Mintzilla, of course, Jaroslav Hanzik, also known as Jardier, and Jimmy Broadbent Jimmer, old Shed Boy. Also, Mountain Boy at this stage around the track. I think for those two, having given so much back in sim racing, a little 5-minute break on board with this GTR, very limited in field as he makes his way down through the Conrad Straits. We'll be jumping to that 5-minute break, and we'll see you guys shortly.
So we have returned from the bar. Refreshments have been sourced, and we do hope you
To
did
be honest,
enjoy.
I had to pull Ryan away from the tequila shots. To be
Oh,
honest, and
don't get started. Don't
I had
get
to,
started.
I had to pull him away. We still got 4 hours before he's allowed to celebrate, and I had to drag us back in here to follow along with the Infinity Esports 777.
Unbelievable. Calling me out like this for the drinks, unbelievable. But yeah, we do hope you enjoyed the onboard that you got with the number 39, Jaroslav Honzik. Absolute monster behind that car, and well, if you might have learnt something as well, actually, by watching an onboard, the way he controls that Nissan around here. Definitely one of the most impressive drivers on this roster. Anyway, like George said, looking back from the number 83, we can see the 777 of Raymond Mooney, Infinity Esports car. And yet again, this little chain of Ferraris, the 93 and the 777 Ferrari, from my knowledge, George, they've kind of been tied to each other for most of the race, haven't they?
Really does feel that way indeed, and they definitely haven't given each other too much breathing room. But Mooney, a little bit ahead of Kennedy at this stage, and it's all out on track for them to fight out for, and you just gotta try and manage it as best as you can. Such a long stint ahead, and there's anything that can happen. Obviously, you're pushing the limits of driver abilities. I know that they only have 75-minute stints that they will serve, but it's 75 minutes of pure concentration. And a lot of teams also just double stinting those driver stints. So some drivers having committed quite a few hours into the race themselves, and then other teams splitting it up amongst themselves. So it's all that strategy. It's always good to see how people do it. And, some drivers can just go out and do, a solid 3 hours and stay consistent without getting that drop off. Other drivers need to go back in, get a little bit more refreshed, and it's all about that communication level out in the cars. We see Mooney really starting to make some pace changes up here and starting to find some speed coming through up into what will be 13th place into Griffins. What a move up on the inside coming through. Again, that will not be a position for class, but we did say that he has to make his way through a whole field of Pro-Am drivers before he finds himself battling again against the relative drivers in his pro division. His next driver that he'll face up against will be, of course, Jaroslav Honzik in that Mintzilla GTR that we had that on board with. So, just a couple of hours, maybe we see things change up, maybe a couple of minutes, but for now, quite a distance down the road, and still a couple of cars to navigate through.
Yeah, and speaking of cars to navigate through, the 404 Connection Lost Bentley now has Stefan Zero in the GC Racing 1 V12 Vantage in front of him. And of course, William Stephenson having taken over from the likes of Ondrej Dedicek. I believe Bart Matcher and Martin Lawrence are also sharing that car with them. And what a strong lineup that is, George. I mean, think about that for a moment. Martin Lawrence, Bart Matcher, and Ondrej Dedicek. Obviously, that's not even including William Stephenson, who's just got in the car now. I mean, that is a pretty incredible lineup that that they've got on there. I mean, if you think about it, Bart Matcher is in contention for the McLaren Masters Cup Pro Championship on Mondays. And then, of course, Ondrej Dedicek is teamed up with James Parker for the Friday Endurance Championship. And obviously, speaking of that, Martin Lawrence is teamed up with Bart Matcher for that championship as well. And they're not doing too bad themselves. So, this is a pretty stacked lineup that they've got here for the Pro-Am class. And they're a bit further down the field than they probably like, and a bit further down than where they were earlier on in the race, but still going strong.
So, Ryan, I mean, chasing down onto the likes of Zero, we saw Zero having a big body slam at the top of the mountain. So it will be interesting to see if the 614 V12 has any impact coming out. Pointing things out to our YouTube chat, the cheeky Fabian Schmidberger, of course, doing things in the steward's box, has got himself a little bit of a break and joined things over in the chat box. He wants to know, Ryan, in the hashtag Ask the Box, how many drivers did you curse today? And I mean,
Whoa.
it's a bit of a cheeky shots fired out there at the famed old commentator's curse, but I feel a small handful might be seeking the pitchforks in the residential addresses. But lucky for me, I'm quite far away from most of the Europeans down here in what is a very warm South Africa. So you might be a little bit more at risk with your comms curses, Ryan, out there in Europe.
I'll have you know, Mr. Fabian Schmidberger, or as Jesse called him, Fabian Schumacher, the other stream for the Endurance Championship by accident. I haven't cursed anyone today. In fact, I'm not entirely sure if Jesse Lee has cursed anyone. I did have to dip out.
That was a little bit too arrogant. It was the tequila shots maybe talking in, because there's 4 hours and 40 minutes of racing, and you need to be on the humble side of, you know, just.
Oh, here we go.
I'm just saying, we don't want our comms box to get the curse, and like you're getting the curse talk coming out as Lebrec makes his way up the top of the mountain, the 333 Triple R, currently in 22nd place, and hoping not to bring any comms curses out. It's so narrow.
May I remind you?
Yes.
May I remind you that Jesse Lee once had a reputation for every driver he predicted to win a race crashed out on the first couple of laps.
I mean, I don't not remember it, but I also don't want to bring bad juju to us by highlighting these things. I mean, you just, since I called you out for the tequila shot, seem to be wanting to throw everybody under the bus as well.
Well, there have been no curses from my side or George's so far today, and knock on wood that continues, as if I don't say that, I think George Smith is going to probably press the server mute button on my name, and we're looking at through the chat, just seeing what a few people are saying. I've got some blame Brian Gills in the chat. How dare you? I see all of you. I'm going to go back through the chat later on, read all of that, and everyone with hashtag blame Ryan Gill is getting a firm word to them in private messages. And to
be honest, he's probably going to seek you out and follow you on Twitter. So just I mean,
I will probably do that. I will
blame
probably
Ryan Gill. The mid phase of the race is past us, down to 4 hours remaining, and Ryan Gill and I into full nonsense talk. But out on track, Jason Webb starting to put that pressure on to Sherman Tininsky as the Grifax Racing, or the Grifax Engineering under 11 starts to feel some of the heat from the Bentley behind. Of course, Jason Webb, one of the drivers that managed to hook me up with my supply of some energy drinks this evening. He's powered by Monster Energy, and he managed to get all of our WRG drivers some energy drinks out there, and of course for myself doing the comms out here. So massive shout out to them and Monster South Africa. Always good to be able to group up with some cool people. Sherman, too much Monster Energy for me, I suppose. Can you attempt the surname here, because I think you're always a little bit better at surnames.
Is that Shermatinsky?
I mean, I hate it when you come in so effortlessly and destroy everything that I've struggled to get my mouth around to. I've added syllables and all sorts to his nickname, or his surname. So at the end of the stream, I expect some firm words coming through.
I mean, to be fair, George, I think even you and I could definitely never forget the one surname that defeated all of us in the commentary box at one point in time, and I don't think that driver is actually here today for the Pro-Am or Pro split. I think they're in the Silver split, if memory serves correctly. But a big shout out to Samuel Chumley, if he is by chance listening, or one of his teammates listening, for having the the most confusing name we've ever encountered in commentary, and I mean, I don't mean that in a bad way. I mean, there were many good talks between the two of us, George, as to how badly we butchered his surname.
It's confusing sometimes. I mean, the way that it's spelt out almost phonetically, almost said Sholmandili, right? And it was just it was weeks of us making mistakes until eventually a lot of his viewers were out there almost ridiculing his surname, and they gave us the correct pronunciation. It was an awkward moment indeed, and it's happened more than once, and it's kind of the joys of getting to experience so many drivers and so many nationalities, not limited out to being one. I often like to just say that I only really speak one language, which is English, and I don't even speak that one too well. So sometimes words do hurt, I get caught up on them, but the racing nonetheless is always so good. On board with Matthias Egger in that Orion race team Mercedes, the number 126, just doing phenomenal up towards the front of the order, just to keep the focus out on track. Again, we've said it's difficult to chase up to people, it's difficult to make overtakes, it's also difficult to lead races, and right now Matthias Egger just doing such a good job at the moment for Orion race team. And you know, when they go in and make their driver swaps, they've not been making the mistakes that we've seen some of the other leaders of past make, picking up you know, stop go penalties. Those are all their errors. So to be at this phase of the race, you just have to realize how much has gone 100% the right way, and maybe not 100%, maybe you know, there's a small margin for error that comes through there, but majority of the things for this team have had to go the right way for them to be leading things away. And again, a well-deserved position for them to be in. I mean, we've seen Orion race team out before. We know that they've got the drivers and the pace levels to potentially take championships out there, and looking in a good spot at the moment to settle themselves in for a good result at this. So with a long time on the clock, I don't want to tempt fate, but they have led for a long portion of the race, and it would be mistakes from them to cost them those good progressions.
Yeah, they've done a phenomenal job so far, and I mean, Barazini was quite humble, wasn't he, when he joined for his interview earlier, not wanting to tempt fate in any way. And of course, those guys, they are quite chill, aren't they? And they're always so grateful to participate in the RCI endurance races. And of course, we do thank them for joining. And the more guys that they can get involved from the Orion race team, the better, because you know, we all love competitiveness, and we mean that in every sense of the word, and we mean that for every single split and class as well, because of course we do have a silver and AM race going on as well. There's another 12-hour happening that is not being broadcast for the drivers in the silver and AM split. So if you find yourself, you know, maybe not being as quick as the pro or pro-am drivers, don't worry, we can find races for you. We do have multiple splits on offer for our championships and our leagues. And of course, we do have events and leagues open for rookies as well to get involved. So if you're new to ACC or sim racing in general, we have something for you. And of course, we have a wonderful pace chart and form that calculates your class depending on how your performance is at each individual circuit within ACC. And you can go and fill that out to find out where you should probably be putting yourself into for certain events and leagues. And of course, you can find all of that information in the Discord, ! Discord, to find the link to that. Shani's already posted it. Absolutely amazing job, Shani. And we continue onwards. Yosef Varga in the Multi-21 racing car. Lubomir Zeman was in this car earlier on. And they really haven't had an easy race, have they, George? I mean, we saw them getting tangled up in an incident with the number 39 Mintzilla Nissan earlier on. And there was there were a couple of incidents with this car later on down the line. So they haven't had the easiest time out there. In 29th place, but you know, they're still going, and that's the most important part.
It's all about sticking it out, even though adversity puts itself in the road in front. You gotta just realize that you know, when you commit yourself to a race like this, you don't want to just drop out. And you know, just because the race has gone a little bit bad, you want to see it to the end. And I think it goes a long way in just showing driver progression, in being able to pick yourself up and, you know, dust it off, to be able to put that car back on track. It's not always the easiest thing to do. Patrick Perchia in the 500 on board with him. He's just behind the likes of Matt Samuel, the UK drifter and drift champion, as far as I understand. And Matt Samuel been involved in the sim racing side as well for a fair amount of time. Got introduced to him getting involved in events out during the massive lockdown period. I mean, things have seemingly eased up throughout the you know, the times as it's progressed, and a lot of countries have gone back into things, so it's different situationally. But during the main original breakout and lockdown, Matt Samuel definitely entered onto the arena and my radar as a drift fan. So always good to see some real life drivers coming out, and, you know, maybe not their discipline at nature, you know, Jason Webb and Matt Samuel coming out from the drift side to come and do some grit racing. And Perchia doing a good job here to close down those couple of car links, corner by corner, apexing nice and clean. Good exit coming out through Hull's corner and down through the mountain chase. Going to have some slipstream advantage and looking to get himself up into that P30 that Samuel holds.
And I think this is one of the really incredible things about these endurance races, George, is that, you know, we are, what, about 7.5 hours into this race. I had to double check that, actually, as I was reading the timer. So about 7.5 hours into this race. And we have a battle for, was it 30th place here? With the 778 and the 500. And I think this is one of the great things about endurance races. You can be so far into this race, so many hours in, and there are still battles going out on track. There are still cars separated by tenths of a second. Not laps, not seconds, tenths of seconds. And there's nothing we love to see more than a battle that has developed over the course of so many hours. And, well, the last two endurance races that we've done here at RCI, the 2 or 3 leading cars have all been on the same lap. And in fact, it was the 6 hours of Barcelona, remember, George, where the leader and second place were separated by only 3 seconds at the end of the race. And, well, I don't really know how likely that is today, with Matthias Egger and Clifford Roberts doing a fantastic job up front for their represented classes. But 4 hours and 28 minutes remaining, anything can still happen.
It really can, and you know, you don't want to see that happening to any teams, but it is something to always bear in mind. That is the nature of endurance racing. It's the reason why we hang out and, you know, spend our time putting effort into these kind of races. Is the fact that it is all about who can push it to the line at the end of the line and get it over the checkered flag ahead of someone else. So the fact that you've done 200 plus races and can find yourself in a position where you're racing for a position on track is a thing in itself, and also just goes to show that the field is pretty well split up. You know, having the pro and pro-am split cars up here. Of course, those pace charts and things go a long way, Ryan, that you've gone out to prepare for new entries coming through. And hopefully we can continue to expand and find more drivers who want to get interested in participating in these kind of leagues. Mikhail Sandstrom, of course, from the nearly on pace 899, is being chased down by Killian Ryan Meenan in that 211. And again, we find ourselves in a little position where we see a little stack up of manufacturers. That top 10 looking a little bit different again. Mercedes up front with Eger, Clifford Roberts in that Audi in second place. Then we've got 2 Bentleys for Ebriami and Macri. And we've got 3 Mercedes coming out from Sundstrom, Ryan Meenan, and Darren King. Franke in the front-running Porsche. I believe that's also the 2018 variant of the Porsche, which is honestly just a murder machine. I think it's the 123 that is the 2018 variant.
It is.
But I mean, Ryan, that for me is as a big Porsche lover, Porsche for me goes a long way back. Having driven that car in the early phases, knowing where it doesn't love me, and taking that out here to Bathurst just feels like playing life on hard mode, to be honest. But Frankie currently in that car, they've got themselves into the top 10, and then Mercedes and a lone Nissan round out the top 10. So good mix of manufacturers up there. The Ferraris and Lamborghinis, the Italians, sort of lacking down in getting there, but they are within the top 20, as is a Honda NSX there as well. So again, if you expand the horizons out, you start to see a little difference in the field.
Yeah, it is good to see all these different manufacturers here, and it was something that was mentioned earlier on, wasn't it? That it does get a bit boring when you see too many of the same car up at the front of the field or across an entire race. And you know, you said that you do like seeing those kind of out there picks, like the Nissan for Jaroslav Honzik and Jimmy Broadbent. Of course, there's the Lamborghini for the Rhineland team in the 195, and of course Andre Franke's team going for the old Porsche. Of course, out here at Mount Panorama, and you know, it really does add to everything to see some of these, you know, not so common picks, you know, make their appearance here, and we definitely need to see more of it, because you know, some of these cars in ACC don't get the love that they deserve, and some of them are really, really cool. They have their quirks, they have their cons and stuff, but if you can look around those and you can just enjoy them for what they are, that some of them are a joy to drive.
It's good to experience a little bit of variety out there for sure, as we follow along with Justin Hartkemper. And there are just so many cool nuances of the different cars in ACC, different soundtracks to all of them, and those engine notes just so refined to come out. So if you are a fan of sim racing and you have not picked up a copy of ACC, I can thoroughly recommend it, because for us over here at Racing Club International, it has definitely encapsulated our viewing experience and bringing you guys the action on track. Of course, my name George Smith, all the way from South Africa, Ryan Gill from the UK, and we've got Stewie doing all our camera work on track, bringing you these lovely splitter cams, little trackside action, and finding the battles throughout the field. It's been an absolute pleasure to come through again and start off our second stint. Of course, we'll be handing over to our second commentary team, who will round out the race. And what's cool for the viewers out there, that's when the announcement comes out from Next Level Racing. We see who's won that rig giveaway. So if you haven't entered that and you are in the stream, definitely go and enter into that. Give yourself the chance to win a rig. Maybe come and join us out at Racing Club International for any of our weekly series, and of course some of the special events like this 12-hour of Bathurst. Massive thanks over to Raceface Speed Labs. Gonna head over there and get yourself some driver coaching. I can definitely let you know, as a South African, the fact that we the Raceface Speed Labs project comes out from South Africa. It's very much in the favor of a lot of the Europeans and Americans and guys with stronger currencies to come out and get a good deal on coaching. You know, it's a local service out here. It's no secret that we have a slightly weaker currency out compared to the other nations. So coming out using the RCI special coupon code gives you a discount on that. And then, of course, Race Department and AK Informatica also partnering up, empowering what we do out here. So we're really thankful for everyone that makes this possible. Thankful for you guys out in the chat. Our like goal again for the second stint would be 200 likes. It got absolutely smashed in the first part. You guys destroyed it. We had some nice raids coming in from our streamers, coming and supporting out. We've had so many new followers out to the channel. Ryan, I mean, you were telling me we've exceeded over 1,000 followers now. We started things off, we're on 800 or so.
Yeah, I think we were. We're about 870, I think, for subscribers at this point in time. When we first started the stream, we first booted it up, and I think we're now just short of 1,100. So guys, the growth of the channel for this race has been absolutely incredible, and we cannot thank you enough. And a lot of people don't really understand. Do the subs, do the likes, do the comments? How far do they go? Do they really matter? I can tell you from myself and from all the other guys here at RCI, they do matter. We see people liking the stream. The more likes the stream gets, the more we know that people are enjoying it. So if people are enjoying it, we're going to do more of it. And of course, if people are subscribing, then that means that what we've done has encouraged them to follow us for what we're going to be doing in the future. And of course, that motivates us so much to keep doing what we're doing. And like George said, we're so grateful for all the support that we've been given during the course of this stream. And we do hope that a lot of you guys will continue to support us in the future as well for our other races. Remember, we do have a couple of league races going on during the week. Monday night and Friday night, we have live streams of our respective championships running. In fact, we have the season finale of the Monday McLaren Masters Cup coming up this Monday, and that's going to be super exciting, George. I'm not sure if you've had the chance to watch any of those races yet, but
I often use my Monday nights to either participate in the local Monday night racing scene that I've got here, or to watch your McLaren Masters Cup at Samuel, and that attack from Perchia in that number 500. It has not ceased to slow down for these two, and they continue to fight it out. I've also got a cool stream coming up on Monday for the Racing Line Motorsport guys. Of course, their Race for Fun race coming up, and they've asked us from RCI to get involved with that. So I'll be doing comms over for them. So very cool to be involved in as many communities as I can. And sim racing definitely finding a little special place for me in times that have been very difficult during the lockdown period. So I extend my thoughts out to everybody that has been affected by it and hasn't always been in the right space. It's not an easy time out there. So massive thoughts with everybody, because I too know what it's like going through all of this. And sim racing for me, bit of a family. The support has been out there, and without them, I don't think I'd quite be in the same space. So Ryan, that extends out to you. Thanks for always being there and joining out. It's an absolute pleasure to be here at Bathurst.
Yeah, and I mean, couldn't have said it better myself, George. So, with just over an hour left on our commentary for this race, we thought we'd have a little bit of a driver interview for this race. Of course, they've been going quite well in the race so far today, and well, they'd like to come in for an interview. So I believe that we have Alexander Googlia from the nearly on pace 899 car. Am I correct?
Yes, that is correct. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can, loud and clear. So thank you for joining us, Alex. And
yeah, well, thank you for having me. First of all, I wanted to quote my teammate Mikkel Sandström, who said, "Alex, go do an interview, otherwise you're fired." So that I mean, I love to do an interview with you guys, but he really forced me to do that. So no, I'm just kidding.
Oh, that's all right, dude. And you guys have had a good race so far. I mean, you started on the front row of the grid, of course, and it was looking very good in the first stint. You've had a couple of issues come your way over the course of the race, but you're sitting fourth at the moment, third in class. And what have you made so far of the race?
Yeah. Looking very good so far, I have to say. I mean, we had our few ups and downs, just like everybody else. Had a few unfortunate encounters with back markers, and I had an unfortunate encounter with a wall. But otherwise, it's going great. These guys are absolutely flying. The field is super competitive. Teammates are doing a great job. So yeah, and still more than 4 hours to go. So anything can happen still. So, yeah. But
Yeah, for sure. It's pretty crazy. I mean, we've been talking all race about the names involved in this field, and
yeah,
kind of a question for you guys, I guess, is that I mean, I know that you have Joachim Svensson and Mikael Sundstrom, your usual teammates for this
yes.
race, and obviously Joachim Svensson isn't here, and instead you've got Joe McCauley in the car. So, just if you can you give us a bit of insight as to how Joe McCauley came about racing for your car today?
Well, actually, I'm not too sure, to be honest, because I think it was Mikael who sort of recruited him. But I mean, the only reason I can think of is that uh, he's seen us racing in the McLaren Monday Championship, us three, Mikael, Joachim, and me, and he was obviously like, okay, yes, those guys are superb. I need to join this team. And I don't know. That's probably one of the reasons why he joined. But other than that, I'm not too sure. You'll have to ask Mikhail that.
I'll bug him for the information later. Actually.
Yeah,
Uh,
yeah,
I mean, talking about the McLaren Masters Cup, actually,
yes,
a series that you've been heavily involved in on Monday
yeah,
nights.
yeah,
I mean, we've just been talking to a lot of people about what some of the races are like here at RCI, and how competitive this field is, and how we want to make the fields in our regular leagues a lot more competitive as well. I mean, you're racing in the GT4 570S for the
exactly.
McLaren Masters Cup, and I mean, what has it been like for you in the McLaren Masters Cup, knowing how close the GT4 field has been all race long, and that kind of thing? What's it like, kind of from your perspective, coming over from something like that, and then racing here at Bathurst, completely different cars, and
Yeah,
you've got to go into the mindset of you have a race on Monday,
mhm.
and you have a championship you could win on Monday as well.
Yeah. So it's obviously quite a big difference driving a GT3 car around Bathurst as opposed to a GT4 car on Monza, I think it is, on Monday. Yeah, I mean, the McLaren Masters Cup, I have to say the racing so far has been absolutely amazing, especially in the GT4 class. It's been so close between me and the other guys, and they've done a fantastic job and really clean racing for the most part. I've obviously been not the luckiest in some races, but overall pretty happy with my performance so far, and we'll see what happens on Monday. And I've got a race to do on Sunday with Mikael as well. So 3 days of racing in a row. Monday is going to be pretty tough, I think, but yeah, after a 12-hour race on Bathurst, I think anything's possible.
Well, you guys, absolute machines. I mean, look at this guy's doing a 12-hour race, then he's got a race to do tomorrow, and then on Monday night as well. I mean,
Yeah.
you guys are made of something else. I definitely couldn't do that, and big props to you. As we just see Stefan Key being chased down by Valentin Barrier, and I mean, so kind of just to close out here,
Yeah.
I guess, Alex, you're sitting third in class at the moment. Obviously, after starting on the front row of the grid, do you have any hopes that in the next 4 hours you can close the gap to the likes of Samir Ibrahimi, or are you just trying to focus more on locking down this third in class at the moment?
I mean, obviously the most important part is that we stay clear of incidents. And I mean, obviously it would be fantastic to finish on the podium. But to be honest, we're not even starting to think about that because the race is still very long. It's still more than 4 hours to go. So I think we all just need to keep our head down and stay focused, and because the night's going to be very, very tough. And yeah, we'll see what happens from there, and that's all we can hope for, I think.
Well, you guys are doing a fantastic job, and I
Thank you so
wish
much.
you the best for the rest of the race. And
Thank you so much.
I hope the race really does go well for you guys, because you've done a phenomenal job. If there's anything you'd like to say to all the guys out in chat, then feel free to say it now. But thank you for coming in for an interview, dude.
Yeah, thank you so much, and also thank you so much for the organization. This whole event has been massive success so far. I think you all agree. The stewards, the commentary, cameraman, so many people working behind the scenes, and it's been absolutely fantastic. And as a driver, I have to say, definitely already one of my favorite races I've done so far. So cheers to you guys.
All right. Well, thank you very much, Alex. And that has been Alexander Googlia from the 899 nearly on pace Mercedes. Of course, they're running third in class at the moment. And they'll be obviously looking to stay out of trouble, try and lock down that third place that they have in class at the moment.
Very nice to always hear from some of the drivers out and getting some insight into what's happening in the team. A little bit of background information. I think that adds to some of the flavor. And what a great bit of visuals we've been tracking along with. I mean, our two race leaders, Ega and Iriami, have been just lap after lap chasing each other's pace down. Of course, they separated out by a lap, so Ega does have a little edge on that. But if these two drivers were out on the same lap, they would be fighting for that first and second slot. So Matthias Ega will have this in his mind, can't just leave the likes of the 449 team behind him, and the Ren Volton Coach Dave Academy coming in, proving just how strong they can be as a force. Of course, a two-man team, James Parker and the man driving that car, Samir Ibrahimi, currently just doing big work to keep themselves up towards the front. Matthias Ega will go into the pits and make that driver swap out. What a stint coming out for the Orion race team, and all to play for out here at the 12 hours of Bathurst. 4 hours 9 minutes to go on the clock as we look for battles throughout the field. Ross and Schumacher within 2/10 of one another, chasing themselves down the mountain straight, making their way up towards Griffin's Bend. Ross, of course, has the edge over the likes of Schumacher, not battling out for a class position. Pro and Pro-Am drivers here, but overall in class, they are fighting out. Schumacher making his way up the order towards the likes of Corne Strauss in that 888. And again, a little bit of padding between the likes of Strauss and Schumacher for position, but that could end shortly if he gets his way through and gets a bit of clean air. Schumacher looking quite quick and competitive, but not yet managing to find a place where he's going to make that move. We've seen so many of those position changes being made down towards the end of Conrad straight out through the chase, because that's really where you can get big work done. But it's all about managing to get there, and that means conquering the mountain section. Both the ascent and descent can just be tremendously difficult. And whilst you're out on circuit, you're managing those tires, the temperatures keep increasing. We started this race out in the cool phases of the morning, and as the sun has risen out to 1 o'clock in the afternoon, track temperature has raised out to 39 degrees, and that is certainly outside of the optimal operating temperature for these GT3 tires, Ryan.
Yeah, it is. It's very, very hot out here at the moment, and of course, it is 1 o'clock in the afternoon, or just past 1 o'clock in the afternoon, local time for Bathurst. 39 degrees track temperature. Really is hotting up. I mean, what was it? About 23 degrees earlier at the start of the race in the dark. Still quite warm, but obviously 23 degrees is really nice conditions for, for these kind of cars. Can set some really good lap times, but up to 40 degrees temperature at the moment. And a lot of these guys are really going to be feeling that through the cars right now. And well, we can see Michael Ross with Martin Schumacher right behind him. And he is going to be... Doesn't look like he's keen on letting the Aston Martin V12 past. And of course, not racing for the same position in class, but obviously Ross doesn't feel like he needs to let the Aston Martin of Schumacher through, and he's going to keep going as he does. Just ahead of Michael Ross, in fact, is Conway Strauss in the AAA White Rabbit Gaming Bentley, so they're sitting 20th at the moment, and they'll be carrying on as they do. Ismail Lebrecq currently in the Triple R Aston Martin V12. So good to see my Lamborghini boy Ismail Lebrecq in the car and doing well. Of course, he's teamed up with Harry Conway, Billy Octane, and Brock McDood for the 12 Hours of Bathurst. And we've mentioned his name a couple of times, George, but for all the people at home that don't realise it, how cool is the name Billy Octane as a sim racer?
Yeah, I don't think you can get a better role out of that from your parents coming out and finding yourself in a sim racing community. I think it was one of our opening series. I actually questioned whether that was like a stage name coming out, but yeah, Billy Octane, definitely a name that rings a bell. And if you haven't joined our RCI Discord, you definitely need to do so. Exclamation Discord in the stream chat. Get in there, get involved, and you too can get entertained by some of the entertainers of the Discord. There's most certainly a bunch of people that put in time and effort to make the Discord an interesting place, permanently posting things and making it interesting. So good little battle on track here for position, as well as Jan Lehner is actually going to peel into the pit, so that one going to be put on ice almost immediately, and that will allow the likes of Kelly to get through.
So Jaroslav Honzik in the Mintzilla 39 Nissan continues onwards, and it'll be interesting to see which one of them finishes the race here, George, because obviously it was Jimmy Broadbent that started in this car in the dark. Questions as to whether he might be finishing the race in that car or not. Maybe they've got that plan between the two of them, but could be that they kind of just make up the strategy on the fly. There are teams that do that, and there's nothing inherently wrong with that. I mean, I tend to find that making a schedule, it's a good idea, but it can eventually become pointless if the race doesn't really go to plan, which is often the case in endurance races. But I'm sure they have some idea of when they're going to be switching out drivers. But it is, of course, Jardier in the car and still running in P10, 2.9 seconds behind Galan in the number 8. That's the Fordzilla number 8. And Galan, the Spanish driver for that team, being chased down by Jardier. And you can just to say see that good smile livery. And there is the car just behind the BMW, a rather colourful BMW rather. And the Mintzilla stalking down its prey as it powers up the mountain.
I think that's just a story to sort of tell in itself. I mean, Jardier and Jimmy Broadbent as a team together, both entertaining and talented out on track. So it will be interesting to see where they manage to get themselves up. I mean, 4 hours of racing remaining. It's plenty of time for drivers to make mistakes or change things up, as Ross has gotten past the likes of Schumacher behind him and now will be putting pressure onto Conway Strauss from the White Rabbit Gaming team. Of course, Strauss, one of the guest invites coming out here. A little bit of a tap coming out through Griffins, and unfortunately there, it is not going to be the cleanest of overtakes coming through. I think Strauss maybe closed the door just a tiny little bit out there, and Michael Ross does survive it. And it's always a dangerous place getting through at Bathurst, especially with those walls looming near the edges. And a good drive coming out, Michael Schumacher. Of course, that was going to happen.
You've done it now. You've done it now.
At some time, M. Schumacher is going to trigger some of the F1 fanboyism in me. And of course, it's Martin Schumacher that is in the car.
I try the entire race to convince people it's not Michael Schumacher or his son. And there we go. George has just ruined the entire thing. But we do actually have another driver set to come in for an interview here, George. And I tell you what, it's going to be one of your favourite drivers, George Smith. So as we pull him down in now, I think we have Mr. Harry Conway from Triple R here, if I am correct.
Yes, hello.
So Harry, how? Well, I mean, first of all, hope you're doing well, and of course, I hope your race is going to plan. Of course, sitting in 16th at the moment is Mel Lebrec in your car as we're watching Cornet Strauss going toe to toe. I think with a couple of back markers there, and well, I mean, let's kind of start off, Harry. How has the race gone for your team so far, considering where you started from?
Well, definitely not to plan, but it's just Bathurst. Our aim at the start was P3 in class, which we're pretty much on to do after my second stint, but then everything went a bit Bathurst and had a few scrapes, I'd say, and fell back quite a bit, but fine now, way back up now.
Yeah, so of course you guys are running with a team of 4 drivers, I believe, obviously with Billy Octane, yourself, Ismail Lebrec, and of course Brock McDood. And I mean, how have you found, you know, working with them? I mean, I know you've worked with Billy Octane for endurance races longer than you probably have Brock and Ismail Lebrec. But how have you found working with them for endurance races? I mean, I know a bit of the inside as to what happens in the Triple R team. You know, having been brought into that Discord myself, but what's it been like to work with people like Brock McDood and Ismail Lebrec for endurance races?
Yeah, it's definitely interesting. I mean, it's not your average team, but yeah, we like to have a lot of fun while we're driving. We don't really do things like everyone else does. It's kind of why we're in the V12, but it's been good so far. We're having a lot of fun.
Yeah, so of course Ismail in the car at the moment. I mean, how are your stints planned out at the moment? Are you going to be getting back in the car at some point later on, or is it just 1 or 2 drivers, you know, left to drive the last 4 hours of the race?
The other 3 still have stints to do, but I'm done now, so I'm just here for moral support, very much.
Well, I mean, Billy Octane probably needs someone to keep him focused,
Yeah.
make sure he doesn't look at his Twitch chat too much and wander into the wall, as I've seen him do on one occasion before at Spa-Francorchamps. You also have to kind of keep him in check, make sure he doesn't punt anyone down into turn 1. I'd know that from experience, but all in good heart. And yeah, you guys have you've had I'd say an okay race so far. I mean, 16th position. Would you guys be happy with that position, or are you kind of looking for something a bit closer to kind of top 10 overall, or are you just looking for like a top 5 in class?
Yeah, I think with the pace we had, we could have got top 10 quite easily. It's just made too many mistakes, pretty much, and it's cost us quite a lot of time. But I think top 5, maybe top 3 in class is achievable, and I think that's our goal now, pretty much.
All right. Well, obviously, it's great to have the Triple R boys here. I mean, I know there was some question marks over if your car would even start the race
Yeah.
before the race starts, but I am glad that we did get you guys in the race, and of course, your team Triple R, such a character around the ACC community, and especially here.
Ryan, I hate to jump in here, but Jardier is just having an absolute look on the inside there of Gallon, and will change things up, jump himself up. They've conquered the top 10 up into 9th. So sorry to jump in there, but that was starting to loom up from the descent from the mountain, and a good clean overtake coming out from Jardier.
Yeah, so as I was just saying, glad to have you guys here for Triple R, of course. I'm sure we'll see you guys in some of the future leagues, events, and endurance races. As I mean, I don't tend to see you guys anywhere else at the moment. So I think you guys are pretty committed to RCI, which obviously we're very thankful for, and a lot of the people in the community, they do love you guys, and obviously you do bring quite a lot of joy to a lot of people here in RCI with the memes and the shenanigans that goes on behind the scenes.
Yeah, we're definitely going to be back for more.
All right, then. Thank you very much, Harry, for joining. We'll let you get back to your team, and of course, good luck for the race. If there is anything you do want to say to anyone out here in the chat, feel free to say it now. But besides that, good luck for the rest of the race, man.
Yeah, nothing much to say. Just keep up the good work you guys have been doing. No, thanks.
All right, so Harry Conway for the Triple R team, and they're doing quite well at the moment, I think. I mean, 15th at the moment overall. I think they're, what are they, 5th in class, George? Right now, so not too bad from the Triple R boys. Like they said, they were kind of hoping for more. They kind of expected a bit more. But overall, I don't think they'll be dissatisfied with this position.
No, they're definitely doing a good job up there, and Harry sounds a little bit tired out there, a little bit of a long stint maybe coming out there. But a very interesting interview nonetheless, and to see how well they're doing. Michael Ross here under attack once again from the likes of Schumacher. Side by side, they go through the chase. And again, the inside line going to be awarded here to the AMG. They squeeze, and the inside then goes to the V12 side by side. Doesn't get better than that. Look at the track position being given by both. Inside line down into Murray's will go the way of the white and green AMG. Tries to maybe get a little bit too much position coming out, and a little contact will send that 614 back behind as they then tuck in for the exit out through Hulls. And just so much good racing out on track. And this is the battle out for, of course, 19th position. And, you know, all through the order, cars are starting to find themselves caught up on the same sort of strategies to people. Maybe caught out behind some drivers as they make their way through on some longer strategies. So a lot of drivers just caught up in some power. And just look at the V12 getting onto the back end of that AMG as they start to make their way up, out through the cutting now. And it's, you know, it's neck and neck between these two. They have been sort of sticking it out, and elbows do get extended at times, and we saw it come out, but also at the same time, a bit of respect being shown at all times, and some good racing out on the circuit.
Yeah, definitely. So incredible respect. A couple of little scrape and paint moments there between the MS Motorsport and the GC Racing entry, but nothing intentional, I bet, and of course nothing worthy of a steward's inquiry either. And look at how close these guys are, and this is exactly the kind of racing you love to see. I mean, what, we 8 hours into the race, and you know, we've got two cars here going, you know, side by side through 4 corners, you know, towards the end of the mountain. It's absolutely fantastic to see. And here comes Martin Schumacher once again, the 614, the Aston V12 in a straight line, catching its bigger engine that it has than the Mercedes. He's going to be on the inside line yet again, doesn't hit the curb on the kink, does well to just avoid that, closes in on the Mercedes. Oh, and he's touched the back of Michael Moros as well, and he's just nudged the Mercedes off, but he's going to slow down.
Oh, you love to see it. You love to see it. So a little touch coming in. Knew that it was a bit untoward, and just eases off, waits for his fellow racer to rejoin the circuit, and then we'll get back on the loud pedal to rev up that V12 once again, just down the straights. What an absolute monster, and a joy to listen to for sure. The 614 showing some excellent racecraft out there, and of course both of these drivers not fighting out for position in their classes. So again, not wanting to get too hardcore with one another. The elbow's a little bit too far out, and gonna result in them having to redo this all again. But the number 2 definitely gets caught up by that 614 Aston Martin on board now with the splitter cam coming up through the cutting, making their way up the top of the mountain. And you can just see the number 2 Mercedes not quite so confident on his way up. Has to get onto the brakes sort of mid-corner at times. Maybe caught up with the pressure in the rearview mirror. Has been touched a tiny bit. They make their way up through the plateau and out through the exit of McPhillamy Park. Then it's just Skyline, and it really does just drop away from the splitter cam above. And it's onto the brakes for as long as possible before trying to get as close to that inside wall through the dipper and S's. And this is all downhill, so again, those braking zones, you see the back end of that Mercedes trying to kick itself out. And out through Forest's elbow again, back onto the wind-up as they then chase themselves down. And we've seen the Aston Martin just showing how quick it can be in a straight line, especially when it's got some of that toe from the car in front. And Michael Morse definitely feeling that pressure, cannot shake this Aston wherever he goes. Tries to squeeze him a little bit wide around the outside, doesn't want to give up the inside line either. Good bit of driving coming out from Ross there, and doesn't allow Schumacher any sort of space to have a look. Doesn't allow him to get later onto the brakes, and knows that it's he needs to keep him a couple of car lengths back if he wants any hope at keeping him at bay at the end of Griffin's on the next lap, Ryan.
Yeah, massive respect between these two, and great sportsmanship there was earlier from Martin Schumacher to give that place back. He didn't intend to tap the back of Ross, and obviously gave up the position accordingly. And like you said, he's got it all over to do again, and the power of that V12 going up and down the mountain right now is absolutely incredible. You love to see it, and it really is one of the most popular cars on track at the moment. Loads of people cheering these cars on in and around the circuit. We have, I think, 6 of them in total across both splits, and I think we even have 4 of them just in split 1 alone. One of them being in the Pro class, which is the one we're looking at right now of Martin Schumacher, and then 3 of them in the Pro-Am class. That's the Triple R, the second GC Racing, and then of course the Kunos Racing team, all of them running the Aston V12. And well, they're all carrying the support of a lot of people here that love the sound of that engine. And I get the feeling, George, that if Martin Schumacher can pull off a move here on Michael Ross coming in to the last few corners here, the crowd are going to be on their feet for this one. Here they come, down the mountain again then. Martin Schumacher, we're on board with him on the splitter cam. He's going to be gaining. You can see that gap disappearing between himself and the number 2. Starts to close, goes to the inside line. They're going to come up towards the kink. Ross has to give him the space, does give him the space, just enough. Later on the brakes is Martin Schumacher. He's going to try and go round the outside at the chase. And what an incredible move from the V12. And Martin Schumacher, a well-deserved overtake, but Michael Ross will go into the pit lane. He's had enough. He's slightly missed the first chicane, but he will get it into the pit lane. And some phenomenal racing.
Nothing quite says upsetty spaghetti, like peeling off into the pits after the overtake. And I don't think it was really a planned pit maneuver coming out. It was a fair and square overtake coming out from Schumacher. And really good to see the whole lead up to what happened there. I mean, lap in, lap out, just following behind, trying to spot out that line, got forced onto the unideal line. And for him, that was all that was needed as we switch back here to the likes of Cornet Strauss. Struggling a little bit with some time here down the straight. It's going to be passed out around the outside from Kelly. And some inside out there, of course, with Cornet Strauss in the car. Part of the side of when you asked about managing a team, we've had some issues with Bruno Chidili's power out on his side. So that's changed up all the driver stints that come out. Strauss is one of the, I wouldn't say the weaker drivers, because he's just shown so much promise in the last couple of months growing out here. But getting an opportunity to drive up in our Pro Division car with the likes of Chidili, Absmeyer and Webb, and certainly doing a good job at just doing what he needs to do, just keeping some pace out there. The other 3 drivers are there to get the lap times in, but getting some experience out and giving some drivers a chance to shine out on circuit is what sim racing is about. So for our pro field entry, this 888 of Strauss being the driver at the moment, that's exactly what's happening at the moment. So getting some experience out there, getting to be in a field with the talent that has been sort of put together for this event. Of course, the 12 Hour of Bathurst, brought to you by the likes of Race Department, AK Informatica, Raceface, Speed Labs, and Next Level Racing. Next Level Racing giving out that giveaway to you guys, the viewers. That sim rig. If you haven't entered it already, make sure that you get in on those entries. And that will be announced over in the next commentary slot when we hand back to our second commentary team. They'll also be rounding out the race. So in about 46 minutes time, we hand over to them, and then they're in control of announcing the winner of that giveaway. So if you haven't got involved, get involved. If you haven't liked our social medias, please go and support us there. If you haven't liked and shared our stream, please do that too. If you don't like what we do out here and you want to leave a dislike, you're free to do so as well. But our first part of the race, of course, the first 6 hour had its own stream, and then we've had to split things up to come over to the second part of the stream. That means that we get to keep both parts of the broadcast live on YouTube. YouTube doesn't like us doing more than 12-hour-long streams. They get removed. So we split it up so that we keep all of that on board. So, you know, if you guys show the same support we saw out on the first part, we'd absolutely appreciate it. And we love being here, bringing you guys all of the action. You mentioned it before, Ryan, you know, from a complete volunteer basis and coming out as a team, the community, all our stewards involved. Of course, Stewie, our broadcaster, for our split of commentary, doesn't all get to be the front runners and get the highlights of being involved, but all those people bring us the action together. So Racing Club International, we're there to grow the community, and looking forward to you guys joining us for some races in the future.
Yeah, we definitely are. So, guys, just under 45 minutes until the final 3-hour stint where Comms Team 2 will be taking over for the final 3 hours. They'll be preparing themselves, I'm sure. But as for ourselves, well, we're going to be taking a short break, just 2-3 minutes, to go back and get some refreshments. My glass is empty and the bar is calling again, and George Smith can only keep me away from it for so long. So we are going to be just nipping over for a couple of minutes here, and, well, whilst we're going to nip over there, how about we jump on board with Mr. Martin Schumacher, the guy that just pulled off that amazing overtake for you guys to watch, and you can get a bit of an experience on board with the Aston Martin V12 Vantage. So we'll be back in just a couple of minutes. Well, we are back, and we will be bringing you the next 40 minutes of the race until the 3-hour mark, where Comms Team 2 will be taking over. And of course, it will be, I believe, Jesse Lee and Josh Lation coming back into the commentary box for you. Mike Jones will be doing the broadcasting, I am told. And for a lot of you guys wondering about the giveaway, exclamation mark giveaway, if you haven't seen it already, I do have some updated news about when that will be happening. So apparently it's going to be at midnight BST. So in approximately an hour and 19 minutes time is when the giveaway will be drawn. So you don't have much time left to put your name down if you haven't already. Duplicate entries are deleted, so don't try it. And we'll be selecting a winner. And someone asked in the chat, how will the rig be delivered to the winner? Next Level Racing will be taking charge of all kind of delivery for the product themselves. So basically, if there's anything wrong with the product on arrival or something, it'll all go through Next Level Racing. And I'm pretty sure that there are kind of things in place to ensure that if it does arrive damaged, you can get a free replacement for it as well. But it'll all be managed by Next Level Racing. They'll make sure to send it, and we haven't been told that there are any limitations either on countries that it can be sent to, George Smith. So that means that people, you know, in countries that are maybe a bit more out there, a bit more difficult to get things shipped to on a regular basis, are open for this giveaway as well. And I know that that'll make you happy as well, considering the fact that you told me South Africa tends to be one of these countries.
Yeah, outside on this side of the pond, we're not always able to get into giveaways and things, but you know, I can safely say that it's super cool that we get included in these kind of events. Having been a big supporter of esports and involved in the local scene here in you know, other esports before getting into sim racing, it's just such a refreshing community to be a part of. And I know that a lot of people love coming out for giveaways. I know that for them, being able to get a little bit of something out at the end of a stream is always good for them. So it's always cool to be a part of a place that can provide such tools to people. And I know that actually a South African won Barcelona, one of the wheel giveaways on that side. So, you know, it's all out there. You can't win if you don't enter. So make sure that you have done so. And what a comm split it has been, coming back for our second 3 hours. And after all of this rounds out, we'd have been here for 6 hours just talking amongst each other, and of course entertaining the stream with some of the comms. And the awesome drivers have been showcasing their skills out on the circuit, as we get a little shot here of Stephen Key in that 514. He's closing down on the likes of Bashir Jadwad up ahead. Jadwad in the Infinity Esports car, that Ferrari, almost getting themselves up into that top 10. So a good showing coming out from the Infinity Esports boys. Stephen Key, for now, will be focusing on not messing up the likes of Barazini, our race leader, who will be coming past him down the mountain stretch. Round the outside, he will go indicator on, showing that he's going to give out that space around the outside brakes a little bit earlier as well, to make sure that he does not get involved with the race leader. Does Stephen Key, and the 514 GC Racing number 2 Aston Martin makes its way back up to the climb of the mountain.
Yeah, so Stephen Key doing his best to close down on those ahead of him. And here is Dave Hardy now in the MS Motorsport. Michael Ross handing that car over to him, and he will continue on his way. A few of the drivers have swapped around now as well. Bart Matcher in the 404. Tobias Pfeffer is back in the 195. We've got Mikowski in the number 72. And Bosselet back in the 137 with Kelly in the 93. And Brock McDood has taken over the 333 as well. So driver changes going on for quite a few of these guys in and around the mountain. And as I look up further up the field as well, I can see James Parker back in the 449 Bentley. Mikhail Sundstrom in the 899 as well, and Vince Mattiazzi and Ricardo Claro back in their respective cars of the 194 and the 211 as well. So driver swaps going in and around the circuit. And George, I mean, we're at the situation, or kind of situation. We're at the point in this race where, there's about 3.5 hours left of the race, and you obviously treat everything like an endurance race. You've got to be careful. You've got to think of the long game. But when you start getting to the last few hours now, the mentality starts changing from it's an endurance race to it's a set of sprint races.
Yeah, you kind of start to separate them up into 3 big 1-hour sprint races, I suppose. And you try and push for what you can. You got to set yourself up to be in a good position in that closing hour, and hopefully you've planned it all out, that you've got the availability to be in a position that you can make those moves. It's all about the whole setup that you've got to. We said it right at the beginning. It's not the destination, it's the journey in getting there. And for yourself to cross the checkered line in a position that you want to be in, you're going to certainly have to factor in all the various situations that can come out. So I think separating it up into smaller stints of an hour apiece after you get into the closing 3 hours is a good way to kind of look at it. And it's really where you start to establish where you potentially are going to start to look. When the race starts, right at the very start, you don't always get a good look. And what a car to get a good glimpse of on the stream. Of course, Aris, one of the Kunos devs. If you do not follow him on YouTube, you have to follow Aris Drives on YouTube. I'm not sure if we have a link to his channel, but this man, this dev, and the rest of the Kunos dev team that come out and put effort into the events. So cool to see people, actually loving something enough to, spend time on something that you work with in your free time to, do something that you love, and the rewards come from there. But yeah, Aris Drives, what a channel on YouTube. I've spent countless hours just following what Aris does out there. So Aris also streaming his POV out there. So if you guys haven't gone over and left him a little bit of love, always good to show Aris some love. And one of the most friendly and helpful people out there in the community as well. Always there to answer people's questions. And quite often the devs get directed a bit of abuse out, where people are upset with things. And it's kind of come to a bit of a slow and a halt phase where people start to respect people's free time and knowing that these teams and drivers come out here to enjoy the racing just as much as anyone else. So, they're faced with the same problems that some other drivers have, and, it's just not the place to always come out and look for answers when people are out and trying to do that in their free time. So massive appreciation goes out to the Kunos devs for spending that time out here. I mean, Ryan, I couldn't imagine a world where, I could do my work that I do in my free time, my real 9-to-5 job. It just doesn't correlate over with wanting to take it home. So big ups to them as we switch over to Brock McDude in that 333 Triple R V12, screaming down the end of Conrad into the chase. And of course, the likes of Kelly behind, battle for position. Kelly with that 5-second penalty still to serve. But this is going to definitely be one to just keep an eye on for a little bit.
Yeah, it is. And to touch on what you said about Aris as well, for anyone who getting into ACC and you're kind of trying to figure out, the inside and outs, the quirks of what you can do to improve things like car setup, your driving, and all sorts of stuff. Aris does have some fantastic videos. The Too Long Didn't Watch series of videos, which he little pieces of his streams that he tries to cut down into, as he calls it, bearable sizes for people to consume, even though a couple of them are still quite long. And he does his best, though, and he really, really does bring a lot to the ACC community, and he's a fantastic guy. I had the pleasure of interviewing him alongside Fabian Schmidberger for the RLM 12 Hour of Suzuka, and it was just such a joy to talk to him. And he's so happy about everything as well, Aris. He's always got a smile on his face, and he's definitely the man to go to when you want to find out some of the insides and outs of ACC. And if you have the time to watch his Too Long Didn't to watch series, you can learn a lot of really interesting information about ACC and how it's put together and what you can do to improve yourself as a driver. And of course, he does that in his own free time for absolutely nothing as well. So you know, big up to Aris. But back to the racing action. Brock McDude holding off Kelly at the moment, just half a second separating those two right now, as the Ferrari looks to close down on the Aston V12. But we've already seen from Martin Schumacher how quick that V12 is in a straight line. Of course, the Ferrari has the luxury of the slipstream, but the Ferrari's not the greatest car in a straight line. We're starting to see that here as coming down towards the end of the straight. It's only really the braking zone at which the Ferrari closes in on the V12. But in terms of down the straight, the Ferrari doesn't really have any advantage over the Aston Martin V12, and it's mainly in the corners and over the mountain where Kelly is going to be looking to close the gap to Brock McDude.
Certainly within an opportune moment, if the pace stays up from that number 93 Ferrari. And of course, good job coming out from Brock McDude to just stay competitive and defensive even when the pressure starts to get heated on. And 6/10 behind is Kelly as per the last timing update, but you know, those are only intermittently updated when they go through sector times. And a nice apex comes out from Kelly in that Ferrari behind. The Sky Esports livery versus the it's almost polar opposites out on the circuit, the black and white dabbled number 333, and of course the Sky Esports, should I call it? I think that's what we'll go with. Should be an esports livery anyway. They're going to be chasing down from behind, and again, that battle for position. Pro-Ams have really impressed me this evening. You know, it's not just a single split that's being run this evening. Pros and Pro-Ams on the same circuit, Ryan, and for them, that's a battle in itself. You're going to come across cars on track that aren't going to be in a position that you're racing against them, but at the same time, you are kind of racing against them. That overall time is always there, and you got to make that decision whether you just want to, you know, ease off, let them pass, or push harder and get away from them. But those decisions aren't needed to be made here from McDude. He knows that Kelly in that 93 Ferrari behind his 4 position, knows that he has to stay defensive, but at the same time knows that he's also got quite an edge when it comes to top end. So if he can just keep a head down the end of Forest Sailboat, he knows that the exit's always going to benefit him out, and got to get a good run out through Hells as well. But that Ferrari definitely has proved itself quite a few times in some other teams' hands up towards the tight and twisty section of the mountain. Seems to do a good job at getting back onto the likes of the V12 in front.
And Brock McDude doing a good job at the moment, keeping this Ferrari at bay, and Kelly just going to try as much as he can to close in onto the back of that V12. Meanwhile, we'll give you a bit of an update as to what the top 10 is like at the moment. So Barazini still leads the way in the Orion Race Team Mercedes, doing a fantastic job in the Orion Race Team. But of course, well, we've seen it all go wrong for them before with time penalties in a race, and they'll be hoping that they can keep it nice and clean now. Kevin Gritchley sitting in second, and of course the lead for Pro-Am, but second overall, doing a fantastic job, that number 3 Audi. James Parker in third overall, second in class in the Bentley for Ren Welton and Coach Dave Academy partnership there, doing a fantastic job. And obviously big props to James and Samir for two-manning this race, doing an incredible job, like Fulvio Barazini and Matthias Egger. Then, of course, Spence Mattiazzi and Alexander Googlia rounding out the top 5 for the Racing Line Motorsport and nearly on pace cars. Then we've got Ricardo Claro for Randy's Pasta, Sean Arnold for the Fordzilla 38, Andre Franke for FFS Racing 123, Jaroslav Honzik in the Mintzilla 39 in 9th. And rounding out the top 10 is the Fordzilla number 8, driven by Galan, with the Good Smile Racing livery at the moment, as we see Kelly attempting to close down on the V12 of Brock McDude again. But as we come into the chase, that Ferrari is just still too far behind.
Gotta hold off. Gotta keep the pressure on if you are chasing down. And you just gotta hold your lines if you are on the defensive side of things, like Brock McDude finds himself now. Battles across the field will start to open themselves up. I mean, it's still amazing to see how many fielded cars have been out here. And the racing has just been incredible from everyone. So there are sort of the ebbs and flows of where things sort of settle down a little bit. Of course, we get to always get the privilege of just kind of finding someone that has found themselves out on track, on board with David Kelly in that Tempesta Racing Ferrari. Like a little bit of the soundtrack as he makes his way out through Griffin's Bend up towards the cutting. And it's always these onboards that really just show you how narrow it is. The Monaco of GT3, I normally call Zandvoort that, but Bathurst and Zandvoort different there. I think this is a very much more Monaco-esque type circuit coming down. David Kelly doesn't waste any time getting onto those flashes. And, you know, it gets used all around in different stages of it. And David Kelly almost loses it coming out, goes very wide onto the red and white curbing, manages to hold it down and back onto the anchors down as he makes his way through the dipper and then the S's. Very good insight into the onboards here. You can just see how Kelly is fighting at that wheel on the exits and trying to keep that Ferrari between those white lines. So narrow, no margin for error. And you're trying to potentially always push the braking points as a follow car, right, Ryan? You're trying to get later on. You're trying to get onto the accelerator earlier and try and carry speed through. And sometimes it doesn't always work out and you have to go in for a bit of a recovery.
Yeah, and it's going to be quite a challenge as well for them going on throughout the race, but Kelly just still can't seem to get one over on Brock McDude. But we're looking at Jaroslav Honzik at the moment, who's got Pfeffer right behind him in the Lamborghini. Of course, Pfeffer a couple of laps down, I think, on Giardia. So Giardia going to be doing his best to keep that Lamborghini behind. Might just let him through if he just feels that Pfeffer is quicker. And doesn't want to get too involved, and I think that might be what's happening right now. Yeah, Giardia just moves over, lets Pfeffer go. Not really going to get caught up in that. Doesn't really need to race him either. Obviously, 2 laps in front. Doesn't really have to worry about the Rhineland 195 Lamborghini at this moment in time. Of course, they're going to be chasing down Mikowski in the number 72 Virtual Carbon Audi. Just about 10 seconds up the road, or no, sorry, 8 seconds up the road. So the Lamborghini on their way.
I think it's sort of that experience in sim racing that does sometimes come out. And that's exactly what we saw come out. Tobias Pfeffer gets past, but in the slip is Jaroslav Honzik, and he might take that position back if he can. What a view you get of the front end of that Godzilla-looking GTR. And I really am a fan of the color scheme on it. The black with the green accents, the lights during the middle of the day for full visibility too. Just adds to a little bit of the angriness of it and just looks ready to pounce at any point. So Giardia just gonna hold on, and like you said, let's Tobias Pfeffer through. No reason to sit and feel the pressure behind, and gets to then follow the driver in front of him for a little bit. And if that mistake gets made from the 195, Giardia will just take it back, and you know, it's no harm, no fuss. They're not racing on the same lap, so Jaroslav Honzik just letting him through, saw the pace coming through, and they could be on different portions of their tires. You know, it's something that I've always said is, you know, there's always a little bit more insight that we could get from being able to see how long someone's run on a certain set of tires. That info isn't easily accessible, but I think as the development goes through, a lot more APIs and apps come through, and makes it possible for us to start to get this kind of information coming down. We see 2 Ferraris going side by side, down the end of the chase. Good old racing still coming out. 3 hours 20 on the clock. The last 20 minutes of our second hour of this comm slot, and then we hand back over to our other commentary team to round things up. And of course, the giveaway winner gets announced there. So a lot of people will be excited for that giveaway as we just see Jaroslav Hanzik making his way through the field of some back markers. Part and parcel of what you have to deal with at Bathurst.
Yeah, it comes with the kind of race, doesn't it? You're going to be expecting traffic, whether that's you moving over for traffic or you having to get past traffic. And it's one of those things that in endurance racing... Oh! As there's been an accident there, I think that's Jaroslav Hanzik in the Mintzilla. Caught up. What's happened here? Oh, trying to go around the outside of the Forza Italia Ferrari, and I mean, did the Ferrari give him enough space, or did Jardia cut in? I don't know. From that angle, it is a bit hard to tell. I probably need to see it again, but I don't know.
Maybe a few times over and from a different camera angle. I think the stewards are going to have a little look into that for sure. But, you know, for us out here, it's difficult to always call it. And going out through Griffins, it's very misleading corner. You kind of apex it early and then have to kind of run out wide. So it's not a place that if you have made a mistake going into the apex a little bit early on where you can, you know, understeer out a little bit. So difficult corner to make a pass around, and you don't see too much action going through there. It's always good to see guys going side by side as they make their way up, but quite quickly after that you then settle back into single formats, and Griffins is kind of almost the start of where that begins to happen. So always unfortunate to see that happen. I don't know if Gallon is going to be able to benefit too much off of that. It did look like Charlie managed to get that number 39 Nissan pointing the right way, but McDude and Kelly still continue to just keep each other honest out here and push each other as well. I mean, I'm not quite sure that McDude has had to go too defensive. Looks like both of them are just able to push it still to the limits that they're at, and the sheer top end power of that 333 is just holding that Ferrari back at bay, not able to do too much through the Titan twisties. And the 333 then gets a really good exit out through Forest. A couple of car links back to that number 93 of Kelly.
Yeah, there's going to be some slight damage on the rear end of Jaroslav Hanzik's Nissan. Don't think it's going to be anything significant though, as they did hit the soft barrier, the rather nice tyre barrier that they've got up at Griffins, and didn't really hit it that hard either, kind of just a bit of a reverse into it. So that car will have some damage on it that they'll probably repair at the next pit stop, but I don't really think it will matter too much in terms of their overall position in the race, like you said, George. And yeah, it's looking pretty good right now for Brock McDude in the Aston Martin V12 for the Triple R team. He's been keeping Kelly at bay for quite a few laps now, and the Ferrari just seems to get closer and closer and closer to the V12, but never close enough to get past. And it's a big testament to Brock McDude's driving at the moment. He's doing well defensively to keep that car behind, and he's doing well overall to set in these incredibly quick laps to just keep that car out of reach from that Ferrari 488.
It's really frustrating, Kelly. I mean, Kelly at any opportune moment seems to be getting onto the flashes. And I know that that's not always an insight to someone getting upset, but you know, sometimes if you have time to always get onto the flashes, you have to wonder if you're not really feeling a little bit of the frustration coming out and trying to force your opponent into potentially making a mistake, catch him off guard, looking into the mirrors and missing a braking point. Always love the view coming down through the dipper and the S's. It's always a treat being thrown onto the rear-facing splitter cam as well. A little bit lower down than the top-mounted GoPro that looks out from the top of the car out towards the back wing. So always get to see what these stance cars look like from the front. And I really love the camera angles that we get to get, the soundtrack that comes through to the exhaust notes of the cars. And of course, the weather variation that we haven't seen too much of today. I mean, it's been a mostly sunny day. A lot of drivers and teams will be happy about that. Under the Liquid Moly Bridge, so much pressure coming out from Kelly. Does he have a look on the inside down into Murray's? Not going to be anywhere alongside to have that. So Brock McDude going to get a better exit out. Down the start, finish straight they go. And it will be down to Hulls again. But it's that top end of the V12 that really outshines here. Look at that exit, though, from David Kelly. Potentially here, might be able to have a look, but he is going to be forced to go around the outside. That 333 going to hold the inside line. David Kelly is going to take an attempt here. He's going to pull out early. He's not going to have the slip. Will he have the legs to do so? Going to be forced to go out wide. Does he have any ability to cut back? He doesn't. That wider line and exit out through Griffins doesn't play any dividends, and he'll be having to see where he can cash that next check.
Yeah, Brock McDude doing a phenomenal job right now, and I'm sure Billy Octane, Harry Conway, and Ismail Lebrec are absolutely loving this at the moment. And of course, we all love to see overtakes here at RCI on the broadcast, but I'm pretty sure all the guys at home cheering for the V12, and it's all gone wrong for Brock McDude at McPhillamy Park. And he's gone off onto the gravel and then come back on, lost the car. Oh, such a shame. And it was all going so well for the Triple R V12, but just shows you how easy it is to lose it across here at Mount Panorama. Everything can be going smooth, everything can be looking perfect, but one small mistake at the wrong corner at the wrong time and your car can easily end up in the wall with damage on. So Brock McDude, who was doing a fantastic job, unfortunately now with some damage on that car, and we'll have to see how bad that damage is. Is he going to come into the pit lane straight away? We'll have to see. His lights flashing a bit coming down into the braking zone. Is he going to pull off into the pit lane straight away? Yes, he is. So going to pit to repair that damage as soon as possible, it looks.
Oh, what a battle it was brewing to be, and Bathurst claims the victim, stepping out wide on the grass, catching the back end coming round and unable to save the spin. A little contact with the wall, as well as a contact with another car on the circuit. Never something that you want to see out there, but does manage to get it back into the box, and we'll be able to fix up that damage. Hopefully not a lot of damage done out to their car, but Jimmy Broadbent back in the car for Mintzilla. Jardia out, and they still find themselves in that top 10 position. Currently, they are 13.7 seconds at last Delta update from Tengo van der Velde in the number 8 ahead if they want to get back into that 9th position spot. But again, a lot of pit stop strategies still to play out, and the final 3 hours is going to be an interesting one to watch. And Ryan, I think we're quite lucky in that, as we get to sit back after this and enjoy the closing phase of the race.
George, I can't keep a straight face right now. I've just received a DM from Andy Howard, one of the admins at CHSR, Chris Hayes Sim Racing Community. And he's just sent me a message saying, I saw the V12 accident. You guys are the commentator's curse. And I have no reply to that. So I'm gonna leave that there and carry on with my day, as there's yellow flags coming down here. And is there a car off? There is a car off, George.
Oh, there is a car off indeed. An Audi has parked it up towards the runoff zone at the end of Skyline, and it looks like Lubomir Zeman in that number 21. That is not a place for a car to be out. If there was a full course yellow coming out, and I believe that's our race leader that's actually come into contact with the 21. That car looks badly damaged, almost needs to be towed back to the pit box, has to wait before getting back out there. But not what they would have wanted, and a very, very sad looking Audi cannot even keep it straight down the line. Oh, that is a bit of disaster coming out. Ryan, just to address your commentator's curse, I just want to highlight the fact that I think you teased the viewers earlier on with the fact that you had boasted that you don't have the commentator's curse, you haven't killed a car, and I can do this in the most sarcastic voice I can because, I said to you, Ryan, don't do this, don't do this to our squad.
Harry
did
was blaming me as well, so I'll take the
you
L.
brought the commentators. You said you weren't going to have, you said you weren't going to get it, and you hadn't got it, and you're flexing it, and it came to bite our comms team in the butt, and we just have to kind of accept that fate. So the DMs that come our way, please direct it to our management, which is Rai's DMs. Myself, I don't deserve them. Rai handles all of those things. So commentators curse.
I'll direct you to my
Gill.
agent, which is George Smith. He deals with all of my DMs himself.
You can almost tell that it is time for us to pretty much sign out of this and hand things back over to the American Dream Team. Joined in, of course, by Josh Leishon from the UK. He's a surprise edit into that because of some of the broadcasting changes we've had to make. It was going to be an all-American broadcast squad, but Josh will be joining them out there. 9 minutes to go until that little handover takes place. And that final 3 hours also where the stream giveaway gets announced for you lovely viewers. You get your hands on that next level sim rig. And of course, that's eligible as far as we know to anywhere in the world. So if you haven't entered up to that, definitely get into that. Stefan Zero in that 614 currently has the likes of Nico Baslet in the Porsche behind him at 137, second down the road. And currently not too much for Zero to worry about.
Well, Jesse Lee is in the chat now, and he's absolutely loving this. And I'm not surprised he's loving this, but I will say, you're going to have Jesse Lee coming back into the commentary box, and he's got a bigger reputation than me for cursing people. So I'm just going to leave that there, and I'll take this L as it comes. But yeah, not too long until we switch over to Comms Team 2. And of course, we do thank you guys so much for joining us here today. It was Noor Hendricks was just saying, we'll miss you guys. Great job on commentating as always, you two. Keep it up. And well, thank you very much, guys. And Turtle Leaf 64 as well. Great commentary, guys. And Shani as well. GG for Comms Team 1. So thank you very much for all the love, guys. We do this because we love it. We do it because you guys enjoy it. And it is great to see you guys enjoying it out here, and we're so glad that you've all chosen to spend your Saturday evening or early Sunday morning, I'm sure it is for a couple of you guys, and we're just so glad that you've decided to spend that watching this amazing 12-hour race that is continuing to unfold and will continue to do so over the next 3 hours. And of course, Jesse Lee and Josh Leishon will be taking you through the last 3 hours of the race, and they'll also be doing the giveaway that is coming up. Just about 45 minutes until the giveaway is done. And well, this is your last chance, I think, if you want to put your name down for the giveaway. And you can do that by ! giveaway. Check it out and make sure you sign yourself up. I think we've had over 400 people sign up for the giveaway, George. Absolutely amazing. And I think that's not even counting the drivers.
Incredible to see all the support coming out, and it really has been a pleasure to be in the box here. All the love in the chat coming out for our commentary. Thank you guys. It's been an absolute pleasure. And coming out to the final 6 minutes here, looking along at Matthias Egger, has been our race leader since we started our 3-hour stint and has maintained that out here, is the Orion race team number 126. This Mercedes has looked dominant from relatively, I'd like to say earlier on, but it wasn't always early on. Hendrickson was the first Mercedes that we had our eye on, but once the 126 stepped into those shoes, really has filled them incredibly well and gone to walk the distance at the end of the day. 3 hours still to trek themselves through. But so far, it has been a great race coming out for the white and blue Orion Race Team 126. James Parker is at the wheel of the 449 Bentley. Of course, the Ren Volton Coach Dave Academy collab team, piloted by James Parker and Samir Ibrahimi. Have done so well. James at the wheel again, so it will be interesting to see if they can make some progress up. We saw Ibrahimi sitting on the back of the 126 earlier on, even though they were a lap apart, but pretty much matching each other time for time. So it will be interesting to see where they can get themselves up in the closing phases of the race.
Yep, and as we come into our final few minutes, I think we're going to be signing off for the night in not too long. And, well, George, I think for you and I think it's probably time for us to reflect, because by the time this race is over, you and I will be firmly tucked up in bed and looking forward to the next day and finding out what the results are for the race the next morning. And, well, I mean, I'll kind of, I'll throw it to you then, whilst we do wait for the clock to tick down here. What has been the most enjoyable moment for you so far in the 6 hours of commentary you've done here today for the RCI 12 Hours of Bathurst?
I think I would like to group up all of the overtakes that we've seen. I think some of the side-by-side action at a circuit that doesn't really yield to that being out here has definitely highlighted some of the potentials out there. I do like the fact that the Ren Volton and Coach Dave Academy team also has changed up the way that they've come through. I mean, they've had some tremendous progress through the order. And for them to potentially be fighting up for first and second in the closing phases, I think, yeah, the overtakes and the good pace up towards the front of the order, I think are my takeaways from everything.
Yeah, it has been incredible. Some amazing overtakes over the course of this race. We're looking on the rear wing of Majernik. And you can just see the Orion Race Team Mercedes there. The current leader of the race, Matthias Egger, in that car at the moment. And they've done a phenomenal job so far in the Orion Race Team. And they'll be hoping to close out this race with a race win, knock on wood for their sake. And we will be ready to switch over in just a moment. And as I have just received the message that Comms Team 2 is ready to take over for the race. So thank you very much for joining us here with Comms Team 1. We're going to be signing off for this evening, and it will be, this time, I'm being told, it will be the American Dynasty of Jesse Lee and Mike Jones to bring you the commentary with Nick Setnik doing the camera work. So big thank you to them for taking over for the last 3 hours. And, well, we do hope you enjoy the rest of this race. And of course, as always, do make sure to check out the Discord for everything else going on in and around RCI. Leave a like and subscribe if you haven't already, if you feel like we deserve it. Because we honestly, you know, we put a lot of work into this, and all of your likes and that are definitely appreciated. And besides that, from George, myself, and Stewie behind the cameras here tonight, we will be signing off for tonight. So we'll be handing over to Comms Team 2 for the final 3 hours of the race. Have a wonderful evening, guys.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the 12 Hours of Bathurst, presented by RCI. You're watching RCI TV, and I'm Jesse Lee, back with you again for the final 3 hours. And one more time, thank you very much, and congratulations to Team 1, who has finished their portion of the race. Is absolutely fantastic to have them part, and it's just great to listen to them because they're so completely different than our team. Of course, I'm Jesse Lee. I am joined again by Josh Leshon. Hey, Josh, welcome back.
Hello, yeah, it's a bit of a should I stay or should I go moment there, but I'm here. I didn't go to bed just yet. Yeah, obviously it's a bit of a shame Nick is obviously having technical issues, but fortunately that's not something we can get away from. So yeah, it looks like I'm going to be sharing the next 2 hours and 56 minutes or so with Jesse and Mike in the box. So it's good to be back.
It absolutely is. And of course, Mike Jones is the man behind the cameras again for us. What did they call us? They called us the American team. It's not so much
Dynasty or something like that.
The American Dynasty. Not so much now with Josh. We're international too, Ryan. We can be international here on Team 2. But for those of you that need to be caught up on some of the things that have happened in the race so far, well, it's been pretty darn good for this team, the 126 Orion Racing team. Matthias Egger in the car right now. They have had some hiccups in the past 3 hours or so, it must be said. For those of you that were watching, you would have saw the contact with another car out there earlier in the stint. But they still lead by, I think it was 30 seconds last I checked. It'd be interesting to see what it is at the line here. James Parker is your new number 2 in that 449 Big Bad Bentley, as I call it. They, as I documented several times, and as you heard Ryan and George talk about, that car has been on the move and it continues to be. Their last lap was a 2-minute 2-second lap. Egger's lap this time by was a 2-3, which could have either been traffic or maybe the pace of that car. So we're going to see exactly how far they are back this time through. It's been pretty good. Race, and the fact that we're so late in the race, Josh, and we are still having battles on the throughout the field, it speaks to the racing.
No, it does, and you know, to still have battles this late on, you know, after 9 hours, is quite. It's quite extraordinary, really, but yeah, just clocked the gap there. Parker, 36 seconds back. You know, it's not done and dusted for the guys in the 126 Mercedes. Egger currently in the car. Obviously, we seen earlier on the sort of the other part of the stream where he had a bit of a head-on collision with an Audi about where we are on the track now. There, so you know, it's not all in their hands. You know, things can go wrong around them as well. You know, you've got to try and stay out of trouble. They've done the hard bit now. They just need to keep it out of the walls and on the grey bits, and I'm sure they can get it done. You know, I don't think outright pace. I don't think Parker's going to catch, but you know, let's wait and see. There's a long time to go.
Yeah, 36 seconds the gap now. I got a figure of 30 earlier. I don't think the gap's expanded by that much. I think that just the numbers that I had were off. But yeah, it's 36 seconds right now, the gap first to second. Remember, it was about a lap earlier between first and second. It has come all the way down. A lot of that is by virtue of the contact the 126 had with, I think, the number 1000 car. That car has since retired. A couple other things to bring up. I was absolutely gutted to see the 39, to see Mintzilla get backed into the wall there in turn 2 earlier. That you can ask the Stewart team. I screamed bloody murder. If there was one car I didn't want to see get hit, it was the little GTR that could.
Yeah, I agree.
But yeah, speaking of that, Fabian Schmedberger just handed me a piece of paper, and on that piece of paper, it is the steward's decision for that incident. The incident involving the 500 and the 39 being Mintzilla. 15-second penalty for the 500 car causing an incident in turn 2. So the offending car given a penalty, but of course that's great, but it's still, Mintzilla got damaged, Josh, and they're going to have to repair that car. We're less than 3 hours from the end of this race. That's not what they wanted to have happen. The only good news is they're still in the top 10.
Yeah, exactly. And I literally jumped into Jardier's stream because a friend of mine hadn't heard of him before. So I jumped into the stream and said, look at this positive energy from this guy, and that happened. So I'm not taking that as a curse, but because I wasn't commentating on RCI, but they actually repaired the damage, and it was 15 seconds in the pit stop. So the car is all nice and fixed for Broadbent, and I think I picked up. He said he was only he's only doing another hour, Jimmy Broadbent. So I think Jardier might be finishing the race up for the last 2 hours. Obviously that's what they were saying. So I may have caught wrong wind of that, but that does add up. Jimmy started the race, so maybe Jardier is going to finish it. But at the moment, we've got Darren King having to fend off the 195 Lamborghini. Darren King, again, he's had a solid race. Seems like he's been in the car a lot. I think it's Sean Arnold's his teammate as well, but especially when I've been in the commentary boxes, D King definitely is in the car a lot more often, as he's catching a little bit of the gravel on the outside, which is almost a code brown. It's not very nice when that happens, but Broadbent's back in front of King now, because obviously King overtook him earlier on quite easily as well. He was seen somebody say in chat, like a snack. I don't usually like that phrase, but it was quite apt at the time. It was like a snack. He just approached him and just went straight past him. But and we could be seeing that again now, because I think King has got some right pace over Broadbent, but he's also having to defend as well. So we could have a three-way fight for P9, in the matter of 4 or 5 laps, and this is awesome. But it looks like King is going to lose the top 10 now. He's going to go to the inside here into the chase, but he's going to lose the inside line. But to be fair, he's been really, really good on the brakes there. Professor there is just sort of run a little bit deep, but he's inviting, and he's actually going to dip into the pits as well. So I did think Professor was a little bit out of position there. I did think he was a little bit far down, but you got to battle on track while you can.
Yeah, I mean, that was absolutely the right call. If you had to come in and do your pit stop and you're getting held up by the car in front of you, you're just hemorrhaging time. We talked about that in our earlier stint. If you're just out here hemorrhaging time, that's not good. That's how you get behind the 8 ball. So if you have a stop, please get into pit road. We're looking at this track. I just got told by the race director, Malinowski, right now for Randy's Pasta, this 211 car, this is the fastest car on track right now. No offense, find that hard to believe, considering this car has bounced off the wall 2 or 3 times today. But this is Tortellini, the man known as Tortellini. Malinowski, his actual name, in the car, running the quickest laps around this joint right now. We will absolutely take his car in for inspection after this race. I kid, of course, but fantastic stuff to see drivers. We're talking about a driver in 7th place. They're technically, Josh, fighting for a top 5 coming to the end of the race here.
Yeah, they are, and that's back-to-back low 202s there as well for the 211 car of Malinowski, and that is serious pace. To have that sort of pace still in you at this late on is quite impressive. So yeah, if he can keep that up, he's currently running around sort of 1.8 faster than the guys ahead, which I think is Andre Franke. I think, yeah, he's the guy in front. So it's all still to play for. Like I say, they could see themselves going for a top 5. Once all the pit stops have balanced themselves out. It could be a lot closer than we think at this current time. That's what's you don't really see until the very end where people are, because that then is normally the final stretch. Everyone's done their strategies and they're sort of just pushing in, to make to the end of the race, and that's where you see, where everybody is on the track. But we don't have a lot going on at the moment, but this is how endurance racing goes. It'll all come to fruition very soon. Darren King's catching Jimmy Broadbent as well. So we'll have to just wait and see the next sort of 3-4 laps. Hopefully something comes to us on the track.
Yeah, absolutely true. You just got to wait for it to come to you. Everybody here, like we're watching Darren King right now on the 38 Fordzilla team, not to be confused with Mintzilla, who is directly in front of him. But the thing is, a lot of these guys, including the 39 and the 38, who are not teammates as far as I could tell. Fordzilla with Darren King's been a team for as long as I can remember. The point is that these guys have had an up and down day. If you saw that little line of their position by lap, it would be going up and down like a roller coaster. That's the way it's been. And that's what we love about the mountain. That's what we love about this kind of racing, is that stuff happens all the time with these teams. You can't keep a good team down. And here we are, 2 hours, 40 some minutes to the finish. And look at all of these names in the top 10. Egger, Parker, Clifford Roberts, Googlia, Macri, Franca, Malinowski, Vandervelde, Broadbent, and King. That is a list, and we're not even talking. I mean, there's names that are missing from that I'm used to seeing up there. You know, Zaire Essa, Barrier, Zero, Wheels back there. One of the Wheels is back there in 21st place. That just shows you how stout this competition is so far, or has been today. The winner of this race, it might be the 126, but Josh, I think James Parker is catching him.
Yeah, he definitely is catching him. That's again some more great pace. You know, he's doing 202 solid. It's only about a tenth in it last lap, but he's definitely catching him. I think it was 36 when we first came into the stream. You know, it's 34.1 now. You know, it is coming down. And you think about it, if you're a second a lap faster for a full stint's around 30, just under 30 laps. Oh no, it is about 30 laps. So you think you're a second a lap faster? That's 30 seconds. I'm not saying he's going to be second a lap faster, but if he's half a second a lap faster, we've got 2 hours and 45 left.
Are you telling me to get my calculator out?
You get your calculator out. And you know those AWS graphics they do on the Formula 1 broadcast that are absolutely terrible? We'll have a striking distance from Jesse in a moment. He's gonna figure it out.
I have a special calculator I use for this.
Yes.
But I just want to take a moment to remind everybody that this race is brought to you by our sponsor, Next Level Racing, who has provided a raffle prize for us today. If you type in chat !giveaway, it will give you the form you need to fill out to be a part of the raffle. That's happening in about, 45-ish minutes from now. We'll do the raffle live on the stream. So go ahead. You still have time to enter that raffle. Of course, that prize is a sim rig setup, just the rig, of course, and that is presented by Next Level Racing. We'd also like to thank our other partners, Race Department, AK Informatica, and Raceface, for everything that they do for us to keep the cars on the track, so to speak. We appreciate all of you guys and everybody in chat as well for being with us all day long. Some of you have been here. I recognized you from pre-race and you're still in chat. Kudos to you guys. Absolute madmen and women out here in the chat. One other thing, Josh, I noticed too, Critchley's wife was in chat cheering on her husband earlier tonight. That's beautiful. I like that. I need to find a woman like that.
Yeah, that is awesome. You don't come across that too often, and yeah, no wonder he's doing so well. He's in P3. You know, the wife's cheering him on. Well, he's not currently in the car, but I believe he's the number 3 Audi. Otherwise, I've made myself look a right fool. But I'm pretty sure he's the number 3 Audi. Yeah, that's awesome. You know, I normally get nagged because all I do is play sim racing games, or just games as she calls them, and I'm like, it's not a game. But yeah, you know, they don't get it. But there we are. That's enough of my life. But on the screen at the moment, Darren King again. He wants Jimmy Broadbent to be a snack, as someone said. He's going for round 2 with Jimmy Broadbent now, and I think they meet each other at sort of towards the end of Jimmy's stint. I think it is. They're sort of catching him off guard. I think he's got around 30 minutes left. I've just been told there, Jimmy on his stint. So he's quite a long way into it. He's over halfway into his stint. So those tires will be not on the way out, but they won't be fresh. And I think Darren King's definitely got fresher tires on. He lapped around sort of 9/10 faster last lap. So if I'm Jimmy, I would just sort of not get out of the way, but don't fight him. You've got a you've got the bigger picture to look at. So yeah, it's going to be quite a good fight between these two, I think, towards the end to sort of round out the top 10. It's going to be interesting to see who gets it. And I think Van der Velde's team, the number 8 as well, has got another pit stop to make as well. I'm pretty sure. I think they're a pit stop behind these guys, or in front, if you will. But yeah, it's you know, it's good. We got a little bit of battles going on. Jimmy and Darren King. I think it's going to be pretty easy up into turn 2. I think he's just got so much better traction at the moment in the Mercedes, and it's so fast down the straights as well.
I think you got a point there. I think all of the leading teams will have two stops remaining, and I think some of these teams that are mixed in amongst the leading teams, they may have 3 stops remaining, but I think a lot of the leaders here will only have 2. Look at Darren King stalking his prey into the background. Nothing doing. Jimmy Broadbent coming in and slamming the door into 2, saying, no, sir, not like that. Look at this. He decides, nope. Darren King decides, I'm not going in there. And Jimmy says, well, thank you very much. I'm just going to close that door then. No need to let a draft in here. And now the unfortunate truth of that move not coming off is Darren King is stuck behind Jimmy for a whole nother lap. It's like being on an escalator now.
Yeah, and it's quite ironic actually, because that's how the number 39 car pretty much got spun around before. It looked like the Ferrari that was being lapped sort of gave up the corner, but it didn't. But you know, Darren King's racing for position, so obviously he's not giving up, shall we say? You know, he's sort of going for gold, shall we say? But I'm gonna throw this question at you in the chat here, Jesse. I know it's a question you like this question, so hashtag Ask the Box. How is the weather looking like for the race? You do a much better weather report than I do.
Well, currently in downtown Bathurst, Mount Panorama, it is 2:29 p.m. Here's your forecast coming into the afternoon and the evening. It's going to be partly cloudy with mixed in clouds. No real threat of rain. It's going to be a hot one out there. 31 degrees C, 39 degrees track temperature. The wind has calmed down, and it's out of the south today at 4 kilometers. It was as high as 8 to 10 during the morning hours. No, we're not expecting rain to end the race. It may be partly cloudy by that point and a little bit cooler, but we're not expecting any weather right now. But things can change. Back to you on the desk, Josh.
Back to me, yeah. So now time for the travel. No, I'm joking, of course. Yeah, I was disappointed you didn't mention the ISO bars sweeping in, though, Jesse. You know, I thought we were going to, you know, you could stand in front of a green screen with your little clicker and do the weather for us. I think that could be a thing. RCI weather TV.
Don't give me ideas.
Okay, fair enough. How's the calculator anyway? Have you figured it out yet?
Okay.
We'll come back to it. We'll come back to it. Yeah, no, it's all good fun. It's all good fun. Now, I think James Parker. I think in the last hour, you know, if it's gonna happen, it'll be in the last half an hour. I think. Well, on average, he's got to be, or that car, 449, not just James Parker. I believe it's Ibrahimi is his teammate. They need to be a half a second faster for the next 2 hours to catch the 126 Mercedes. So, you know, it sounds monumental, but you know, in the grand scheme of things, it's not impossible. But they just need to not let the occasion sort of overcome them. I think is the main factor, is trying to be consistent. And obviously, we don't know what stints they're on, so you know, the times that James Parker's doing now may not be representative of what that 126 Mercedes can do. So, but in the meantime, yeah, Darren King coming out of Forest Elbow there, nice and close to the wall. But yeah, Jimmy Broadbent now is not letting him go past. I thought Jimmy would have given it up, but then, come on, it's Jimmy Broadbent. He doesn't give stuff up. We know this, and that's what we all love about him. So let's see if Darren King can get it done into the chase. I don't think he's going to be close enough, but it looks like he's going to go down to the inside. No, he's just going to sweep back in and just sort of take the race in line or so. But, oh, he's almost lost it there. I don't know if that was desync there, but it looked like he lost the back end a bit there then.
Yeah, I think it's just a little bit of the camera, too.
I think so.
Sometimes these cameras are a little... Oh, my goodness, both cars going into the grass. Darren King into the wall there, coming out of the front straightaway. He tapped it. That won't be a lot of damage. That almost certainly... based on where he hit it, that won't affect him. But that it's a psychological thing at this point, because now you're stuck behind Mittzilla in Fordzilla, and you've been stuck behind him for several laps, and now you've hit the wall. I don't think Darren King's going to struggle with that, but it's a mental game now. They're playing with each other. I don't know because I'm not watching the stream, but I don't know if Jimmy is smiling or he's deadpanned right now. But he is fighting with every fiber in his being to stay in front of Darren King. And I'm being told that Mr. Jimmy Broadbent, incredibly intense, attempting to stay in front and hang on to this ninth position. To his credit, he's doing it.
Yeah, he is, and that's all you can ask, really. Like Jardier said, he goes out there and he does the job. So, but Darren King there fell victim to the old sim racing or just racing in general, where you follow the car in front. The car in front runs wide, and then you go, oh, I'll come out there as well. So, yeah, it's just one of those things. You always end up following the car so much. You get so used to following the car in front. When he makes a mistake, you can't capitalize because you've done the exact same thing. But yeah, that's the joys of it, really. But yeah, I don't think he's close enough yet. That Nissan is definitely holding its own down the straights. I got to say, it's it's definitely pulling. The Mercs have been pretty quick all day, really. But yeah, that's an interesting point just brought up there. He's not going for the slipstream. Yeah, you're right. And it's not as if Jimmy's even going like aggressive, to break the toe either. But I think Darren King's just sort of not sitting off him a bit, but he's definitely sort of dropped back a little bit. He was a lot closer 2-3 laps ago.
Yeah, I'm with you, Josh. I think that's intentional. I think that he knows he can keep up with Broadbent on motor, and he doesn't need to be in the slipstream. And perhaps the slipstream is detrimental because that makes him have to brake harder because he's going faster. And if he can just sit there, maybe wait for a mistake, maybe wait for a more opportunistic time, because he's been right up behind Broadbent several times. And Broadbent's he's not moving over. He's not letting him go. He is fighting him for this position. I'm being told that he's intently laughing. So he's doing a little bit of both of those things we assumed he might be doing. But it's a fun battle. This is why you get into racing. You get into racing so you have these battles, Titan versus Titan, going at it right here on the racetrack. And these guys, they do not care or notice that this is for ninth place. This is for the win, and then and even though there's cash money on the line here. That's what they think because they're racing drivers. Oh my goodness, how close to that wall.
Jeez.
Did
you left some of that mint
GTR
paint on the wall then, I think.
How in the world did they get away with that? Look how close Darren King is to the back of Mintzilla as they go down Skyline one more time. Darren King backs off ever so slightly to give himself breathing room, but look at the car angle and undulate on the S's coming down the back here of the mountain. Excellent pictures, an excellent look at just how close these guys are getting to the wall and just how aggressive they're being, trying to get every little bit of time. I think he might be close enough to make a move here, maybe.
Yeah, he's definitely closer than he has been, and this is turned into a no-holds-barred match now. He's Darren King's had enough. He's like, get out of my way. But he's going to go to the outside here, actually, and try and make it on the inside for the second part of the chase. But yeah, Jimmy's putting the car where it needs to be. He's really parking the GTR in the right places. He's a very experienced driver, and like Jardier was saying earlier on to us, he's done plenty of endurance. He knows what he needs to do. But it looks like Darren King's gonna have a look into the final corner there. But I think he's just trying to unsettle Jimmy a little bit. But Jimmy's having none of it. Fair play. This is a good fight. I honestly thought Darren King would be passed by now. I really did.
Well, Darren King's playing this real professional, real smart. That's exactly what I expect out of Darren. But Broadbent he's focused. He's laser focused. If I was Jimmy at this point, I would want Jardier in my ear telling me I am Michael Schumacher, I'm Lewis Hamilton, I'm the best driver in the world. That's what I want to hear from Jardier, and that might be worth, what do you think, about extra 10 horsepower? But
easy.
That move that Darren King, that lunge into turn 23, that made our race broadcaster and director Mike Jones jump out of his seat. I heard and saw it happen. Like he was out of his seat. He thought King was having him in 23, but he did not, and he's still there. But you can see that King, he'll get up next to him, but he's not going to force the move. The last thing he wants to do is touch the 39 Nissan, take him out of the race, get involved, damage his own car. He doesn't want to do any of that. He wants to make this as a clean pass, and any move, he could have maybe had him down into the chase that last time by, but he backed out of it. He doesn't want to risk it. It was too close of a call. Didn't want it. This time through, Jimmy Broadbent gets a better exit, but we all know that Mercedes is going to close up. Does he try something this lap? We're about to find out. The lights come on.
This is getting serious now. When the lights come on, that's it. You know, that's like taking the gloves off. But let's see what he's going to do. He has to go to the inside because Jimmy's got him covered this way every single time. He's going to try a bit of a switchback, but it's not going to happen. The GTR, I think, is just a little bit wide. He's got a nice bit run here now. Yeah, he sensed his opportunity last lap. He's going to go for it into the last corner, but he's going to have the outside line, so he's going to have to try and brake early, get the switchback. But Jimmy's just going to park it on the apex again. It's just, it is
He's going
great
to
driving.
Crossover move. Can he get him down into one?
Just looks like he doesn't have the speed there, unfortunately. But it's going to be close coming up to turn 2 now. Darren King wants this now. I think he knows he's being held up, because I think if King gets past, he can probably pull 6-7 tenths a lap. But you've got to be massively faster than someone around this track to get past, and that's what makes it so so exciting when the moves finally do happen. So let's wait and see if he can get him done before the mountain. It doesn't look like he's going to try and tease him a little bit, try and make Jimmy make a mistake. But yeah, Jimmy's not quite having it, and every time Jimmy goes wide, Darren King goes wide as well. It's one of those races at the moment for Darren King. He needs to try and, not take his eyes off him, but he needs to just get his perfect lap, and he can get this move done.
A lot of people like offensive driving. They like seeing people pass people. I like defensive driving. I like seeing good racers make excellent, calculated, and safe defensive moves and know where to place their car, and that's what we're seeing here. We're seeing a man that's known for his speed and his ability versus a man that can absolutely make that GTR really wide, or as the kids would say, thick with 2 C's. But this is fantastic stuff between these two. And, well, my money was on Darren King, but I don't know. Oh, my Lord. Look what's up in front here. Some lap traffic coming into play. Hopefully they do not get involved here.
King is very close this time.
I have expected Darren King, when we went to that onboard shot, to see the entire cockpit full of steam, but I can't ever tell with Darren if he's enjoying it or he really wishes he was just by him already. But going down into the chase here, can he make the move? No, he can't. Has to fall back in line. Not going to force the move, as we're going to come up to turn 23. That lap traffic might come into play in a lap or so from now. Jimmy takes the defensive line into the 23rd turn. Nothing that Darren King can do, and all even. Deuces wild here, continuing. Does he try lunge into one? No, he doesn't. That's not how Darren King wants to race. He's not going to do it, but he is going to take a peek. He's going to look. Jimmy is running enough of a perfect race at this point to keep Darren from thinking he can make the move, instantaneously or cleanly. And Darren is content just to hang out here. I wonder how much longer he will be content to hang out here, because you have to argue maybe he would have a shot on Van der Velde or maybe Jarko Torvinen or somebody in front, because we've seen him run against them earlier. But either way, a good battle happening right here. And once again, onto the mountain section of the track. And you see the GTR sort of pull away a little bit, but in every braking zone, that Mercedes climbs right back up. It's been a while since I've been in the GTR. I don't know how good the brakes are in that car, but it looks like...
I think it's coming down to tire grip, if I'm honest. I think Darren King's just got so much more drive. But he hasn't played all his cards yet. He hasn't yet made the dive to the inside early. That's what he needs to try and do here now. He's tried the same move 3 or 4 laps in a row now, so Jimmy's immediately going to try and block that. So he needs to try and get on the left-hand side of Jimmy, maybe just before the kink in the road there. But I don't know if he's going to be close enough this time, because Jimmy's, he's managing to keep the sort of the middle of the track. He needs to try and stop Jimmy doing that, get alongside him a little bit earlier, just before this kink we're coming up to now, and then he can't use that defensive line that he's going for. But let's wait and see what he can do here. I don't think he's going to be close enough, but he needs to just sit behind now, and he's got to assess his options. As they both see they both
wiggle by the GTR.
Grass. Yeah, Jimmy's slow. He's going to come down turn 23 side by side once again. We've already seen this once, but he's just going to squeeze him out there, I think. That's again nice bit of driving from the pair of
Oh,
them. But
no.
this is getting personal now. This is getting personal.
Oh, well, the lights came on from Darren King 3 laps ago, but he hasn't been flashing them, but he is now.
Yeah, this is like I say, Jimmy makes a mistake there. He going a little bit deep onto the grass, but King follows him. If he doesn't follow him there, he's going to get that move done. But it's the thing where you follow a car for so long, you do the same as them, and you'll be kicking himself. You know, if there wasn't steam in the cockpit 2 laps ago, like you mentioned, it definitely is now. Definitely is now. I think that Mercedes is running on steam now. But yeah, yeah, he needs to get the move done. Like I say, I want to see it done. I want to see him get that sort of get alongside him before the kink in the road, and I think that's where we'll see the move.
Well, just going to remind everybody watching, first of all, thank you for watching. Feel free to leave a like and subscribe for more Mintzilla Racing defensive driving content. In addition to that, it is your final chance here to get your entry in to win that next level racing sim racing cockpit using exclamation point giveaway. To get the form you have to fill out. Final call to enter that giveaway before we make the drawing live on air. We're going to try our best here, ladies and gentlemen, to let this battle wrap up at some point, providing, you know, it does wrap up.
And someone's put a Jimmy Broadbent quote in the chat from this stream. I'd love to let you buy, mate, but it's going to be a no. Is what he said on stream. So yeah,
that sounds like him.
That's
like
the Jimmy Broadbent we all know. But yeah, Darren King not quite close enough this lap. But yeah, he must be raging in there. I wonder what his teammate Sean Arnold's saying to him now. You know, do we go for it? Do we come in? Do we maybe change the stint up a bit? You know, I don't know how lenient the driver time is. I'm sure they've got enough time between them if they needed to. But he's sort of in a bit of a he's in a bit of a wedge really, and you don't want to get to a point where you have to risk something. You don't want to risk it all, especially, we've still got 2 hours and 25 minutes. That's longer than most races we have, It's just, yeah, this is epic stuff.
I think what you're seeing here, and I am not a psychologist or a psychiatrist, but I think what you're seeing here is 2 men that don't want to lose.
Yeah, and that's all it is, to be honest with you. Like you said, they don't care that it's for P9. They don't care. They just want to beat one another. That's what makes racing so good. Doesn't matter what position, because if it didn't matter, if it was only for winning, why are the guys in P35 here? No, they want to beat the car in front. You always aim to beat the car in front of you first. You can't beat the guy in first if you're in 5th. You need to beat the guy in 4th, 3rd, 2nd, and 1st. You need to make your way through, like James Parker did earlier on. From P7, he went up from P7 to like P3, but he's in P3 now as well because he has pitted as well. I've been looking at his pace. He's doing mid 202s, which again is around half a second faster than the leader. But I know they've got another stop in them as well, so we'll have to wait and see when that bolts on some new tires and maybe a new driver. The 126, the car that's been leading for plenty of hours now. I don't know how many exactly, but it's at least 5 or 6. I think they've been leading for a very long time now. I think the lead was taken over as I sort of jumped on stream earlier on, so that was a long time ago. And yeah, here's the Pro-Am class leader, Archie Clifford Roberts, and that's Kevin Critchley's car as well, I believe. The number 3 Audi, yeah, doing a stellar job in the Pro-Am class. So that's the class leader. So our class leaders are both 1st and 2nd. So let's see if Darren King's got anything else to throw at Jimmy Broadbent here.
Doesn't look like this lap.
No, it doesn't look like.
That lap traffic, though, Josh, that could come into play here real soon. One of the cars in front of them spun earlier, but these are 2 cars that are obviously on a very different lap. They're in their own race. So I'm worried that they might not lay over, which they're not really required to if they're racing one another. I don't actually know if they are. But they're not necessarily required to just get out of the way. It's not like Formula One, but sporting gentleman rules being as they are, they probably should.
Yeah, but it's more of a reminder that we are here, not rather than sort of stop and get out of the way, I think, isn't it?
Absolutely true. One more thing about Clifford Roberts for a second, why I have it on my mind. They have blitzed the Pro-Am field today. The 195 Lamborghini, I think the only Lamborghini we have in the field right now, is 2nd in that class. They're down in 13. Clifford Roberts with Critchley in tow is in 2nd place. And I told Mrs. Critchley in chat earlier, I was like, your husband's doing a great job. And she went, he's all right.
Oh. Okay. That's very kind, I guess. But yeah, God. Yeah. So Jimmy Broadbent, he wanted to get out there, casual stint. That's what he wanted. That's what he said before he got in the car. But because I know it was quite a sort of hot-headed start to the stint, obviously with the collision they had earlier on, and then obviously Jimmy jumped in and he was trying to reassure his teammate. But you know, he's done a great job. But Darren King is close this time. This could be the one. But Jimmy Broadbent is also going to get a bit of slipstream from the Mercedes back marker in front. So let's wait and see if Darren King can get close enough. But it does look like quite far actually. Maybe he didn't quite get the release out of that corner that it looked like from the replay camera. He's definitely been closer than that this stream.
Yeah, I mean, it's just like you said. I mean, they make one of them makes a tiny little bobble, the other one makes a tiny little bobble. They reset to nil, and somebody serves. You know, it's the battle that never ends, and that's pretty cool. I mean,
Oh God,
these guys
are we singing now?
It's late in the day. I got up for this thing when the sun was going up, and the sun's going down now, and we're still racing. So I'm having a ball with it. There's one of those lap cars that did indeed sort of move out of the way there on the front straightaway. That was a perfect place to catch that car, expertly driven by that gentleman in the red and gray car behind them. That's exactly what you want to see, and now this battle gets to continue.
Right, so we have been joined by Mr. Ryan Gill, the man himself. I believe he's here to talk about a giveaway.
I am indeed, Josh. Thank you for letting me come back into
prizes. Everyone wants prizes.
Yeah, yeah, they do. They do. One prize on offer here today, and of course it is the big one as you guys continue to see this amazing battle unfold that's been going on and on and on. I've been having the pleasure of watching this from multiple angles, and it's it's coming together quite nicely indeed. But yes, we're getting on to the giveaway in just a short moment. The FGT Light from Next Level Racing up for grabs. If you haven't put your name down on the list already, if you haven't responded to the form, boop, too late, because we are going to start pulling the names right now.
This is absolutely exciting. I mean, this is really cool. Of course, this provided by our title sponsor of the race, Next Level Racing. They make excellent sim racing hardware, and I have a few pieces myself. So thank them very much for sponsoring RCI, and go ahead and thank them as well for providing the prizes that Ryan is about to go ahead and get one lucky winner for the grand prize today. Ryan, what do you have for us?
Well, before we get started, Jesse, on announcing the prize, I just want to say a big thank you to everyone who has submitted for the prize. We've had a grand total, quite shocking actually, grand total of 800 plus registrations for this prize. So there's 800 people in contention for this FGT Light, which is absolutely phenomenal. But of course, only one can win it. So I think it is about time that we do pick the name for the event. Of course, it could be a driver, or it could be a viewer. We won't know. Was that just a car in the wall there that I saw for a moment on stream? I think it was. But anyway, the random number generator has picked a name. And the name that we have coming out to win the FGT Light is Robin Klaus. So Robin Klaus, who, judging by the name, I do not recognize as a driver. I think that is most likely a viewer. So Robin Klaus, you are the winner for the FGT Light from Next Level Racing. You'll be contacted by Mr. Mike Jones later this evening about, well, from your preferred communication method that you put down, email or Discord, and we will get in touch with you to get that Next Level rig shipped to you as soon as possible. So congratulations to Robin Klaus, and we really hope to see you racing here in RCI sometime soon. as well. And well, thank you guys for letting me back in here, and I'll let you guys get on with the amazing coverage.
Brian, before you leave, first of all, thank you for doing that drawing, and thank you for your absolutely brilliant commentary today. And number two, I just got to get your take on this. This battle between these two guys right here. That you said that this isn't what you expected to see today, but aren't you happy you've seen this?
Oh, I mean, for sure. I was talking to George Smith and Shani just earlier that, you know, the support on this race has been absolutely incredible. This race has come out so much better than we could have ever hoped for. And, you know, 2 hours, 16 minutes of this race left. We've got Jimmy Broadbent versus Darren King. Yeah, not really what I expected to see here today, but my word, this race has not disappointed. This is it's a fantastic battle as well, and well, I hope it'll continue on for, you know, as long as they can make it run. I know Jimmy's going to be pitting soon, so I think it will probably be coming to an end. But I know Jardier's not going to give it up easy, so he's definitely going to be racing Darren King later on if they keep things up as is.
Yep, exactly that. And it's like the battle we didn't know we needed. That's what it feels like to me. It's like, you know, we didn't know we wanted Darren King versus Jimmy Broadbent, but you know, it's been a pleasure to watch. It's been, you know, they've been going at it for, you know, a good, what, half an hour now, 25 minutes, easy. You know, this is probably at least the 10th time we've seen Darren King pretty much pushing Jimmy Broadbent down the hill. But yeah, he just can't seem to get the exit here out of Forest Elbow, but he does look pretty close this time. So let's wait and see. So the giveaway's done, so he's been waiting. He's like, let him do the giveaway first, then we'll make the move into the chase. So
I'm a bit sad,
hoping.
Josh, I'll admit.
What's wrong?
I didn't win.
Yeah, but I didn't win either, but I didn't enter, so...
I didn't either, I was joking.
Yeah, so we can't win if we don't enter, but yeah, congrats to Robin Klaus on that one.
Yeah, that's a fantastic job, and that's going to be, you're going to be contacted again by Mr. Mike Jones about that to get the necessary information to get that to you. And absolutely thank you for everybody who did take part in that and everybody that's been here today. We're in line for a grandstand finish, just over 2 hours left of this race. Anything possible, still monitoring that Egger-Parker sort of battle. Clifford Roberts is in between them, but that's by virtue of being on a different pit strategy at the moment. So we're going to pay quite a bit of attention to that. Our eyes for the past 15 or so minutes has been on Mintzilla and the car behind it, you know, Fordzilla, their team name is, and it's Bent versus Dalking, as I think it's being called. This is Pele versus Messi. This is Venus versus Serena. This, you know, it's any of those sort of things that you want. Jordan versus Kobe, for instance, and that's kind of got this feel there. That's going punch for punch here, and nobody's blinking so far. I don't know if maybe King kind of backed off just a little bit. Oh, car hard into the wall, stopped there. Everybody gets by, no harm, no foul. I don't know if, like I said, I don't know if Darren King's just sitting there sort of waiting, or if maybe he's trying to conserve a little bit in this position. I don't know. But the way that he catches Broadbent, you'd suspect that he could get by. He can't necessarily. It almost catastrophe as a lap car clips into the wall, and I believe there was contact on Darren King's car. Oh, yeah, and Broadbent nearly hits the wall.
It looked like the Mercedes that tried to get out of the way literally sort of caromed off the wall, clipped on King's car as well. This is chaos, and now he's close. Jimmy had a bad exit here. He needs to go left. He needs to go left, but he's going to go to the right. What do I know? That's why I'm sitting here, not sitting in that Mercedes. He's got a great run. He needs to try and force him out wide. So he needs to try and outbrake him here, but Jimmy is not having any of it, and he's going to block him again. It's fantastic driving. Can he get the switchback? I don't think he can. He's just parked the apex.
He's rubbing
parked it on the apex.
He's rubbing him.
Fantastic driving from Jimmy Broadbent, I've got to say.
Josh, legally now. Oh, he's going to shove it. He's going to slam it down the inside. They touch in the 23rd turn, and they go back to the way they were. We're going to see a replay of how this started. Darren King tries to shove it down the outside as they touch, and nothing comes of it but a couple of moments, and now legally, that GTR can be classified as a Mercedes because it has enough of its paint on it.
Yes, exactly. So they're a bit the sort of blue Mintzilla now, But yeah, that was crazy stuff. But all within the rules in my opinion. But obviously, if it's needed, I don't think it is. But if it's needed, the stewards will look at it. But we've got a hashtag Ask the Box question in, Jesse. So what has been your favourite moment of the race so far? And I'm going to say that dive round the outside. I thought that was great. I honestly thought he was going to try and pull it off. But yeah, so far that was this battle. This battle has to be my favourite moment so far. And it's great that I'm here and we can cast it together as well.
Yeah, I mean, that battle early in the race between the 1000 and the 126 was pretty great. As another GTR in the background very nearly got into it again. Did Darren King with another Mercedes, avoids contact again. I don't know, I'm not sure, is Darren King, what nationality is he? I've never paid attention to what nationality Docking is, but if he has a national lottery, is he British? Okay, he's British, I'm being told in my ear. He might consider getting a lottery ticket because the sheer amount of incidents this man has avoided in the pursuit of Jimmy Wankelborg is impressive.
Yeah, it's it is impressive. It's like Darren King. They seem to be like crashing around him as if he's like got some sort of jammer on the car, and it's just like everyone's just sort of shooting off in each direction, like destined to hit him or something. But yeah, he's doing well. He's staying out of trouble. He's also trying to put Jimmy Broadbent under some threat as well. But yeah, this battle and this race has just been crazy. But I've been told that Jimmy Broadbent doesn't have a great amount of time left on his stint timer, probably around about 5 minutes now. So he might be able to squeeze another 2 laps in. But I'm sure he probably wouldn't even risk it. So maybe one more lap and he'll be coming into the pits. I think he's going to do a driver swap. Obviously, I think he's quite tired. And like I say, I did hear them on the stream that Jardier was going to do the final 2 hours, and that would leave him with enough time to finish it with the stints left. So
yeah,
it should be good, and maybe this battle will resume a little bit later on with maybe 2 different drivers. So maybe Darren King's teammate Arnold, and obviously Jaroslav Honzik in the Mintilla car. That's an Audi. That's an Audi facing the wrong way there.
He did the sensible thing there, Josh, and he returned to pit road. He realized that would be a difficult place to try to get the car back, and all of a sudden, I think that was Darren King hard into the wall at the top, and yes, it was indeed. We could probably get a replay of that. He ricocheted off of that wall, as we're going to see one more time. I think we missed it. I think it was in that corner where we didn't get to see it, but I think he either hit the wall, or maybe I'm seeing things, but I'm pretty sure he nailed the wall there a little bit, unless that was lag. That could have been lag, because he is right back on Jimmy Broadbent here. What a victory for Broadbent this would be if he is able to stay in front of Docking, of all people, on his final stint and bring the car in to his teammate who has been coaching him through this entire experience, and end up in front of Docking and have the pace to pace him. So let's see if he comes in.
We'll see if he's going to pit here. It doesn't look like yet, but I'm pretty sure his stint time is going to run out anyway on the next lap. So it looks like Jim is going to do one more lap just to probably get on the nerves of Docking as much as he can. But yeah, Jimmy Broadbent's been driving defensively, but I don't think it's been in the defensive manner of he's been costing him a lot of time. He's just sort of putting in the middle of the track. He's not exactly taking a defensive line. He's not going super aggressive defensively, if that makes sense. He's not darting to the inside to block him off. He's just putting it in the middle of the track. He's done a really good job, but thankfully it's a GTR, so it's nice and wide as well. Probably the widest GTR Bathurst seen for a long time. But yeah, it's doing well, and Darren King, he's still pushing. You can see he wants it so bad. I don't know how long he's got left on his stint timer, but he needs to, once Jimmy does pit, he needs to try and push on and try and gain some of that time that he's lost being stuck behind.
Hashtag Ask the Box, best sounding GT car. That's a very simple question. It's actually the simplest question I've had today. It's got to be that GTR. GTR just makes the noise. GTR goes Bert, and I like that. Close second, though, is that Porsche. That screaming Porsche sound before they they did something to quieten it down. Before that, that thing was absolutely screaming. Love it. But right now, this GTR right here, love this sound. What about you, Josh?
Well, I can tell you who doesn't like the sound of the GTR at the moment, but I'll let you figure that one out. Well, from today's race, I think my favorite sounding car has to be the V12. Has to be the V12 Aston. It just sounds great.
Also a good choice.
It's one of those ones you just don't get bored of, and I think because we don't hear it a massive amount either. Like you don't hear it all the time. It does sound great, but I also like the Ferrari as well. I think the Ferrari off throttle with the popping and banging off of the exhaust there, that sounds pretty epic as well. As it comes off throttle, we'll just try and listen to the crackling here now. Yeah, there it is. Yeah, see, that sounds great as well. Off throttle, it sounds great. So here we go, Jimmy Broadbent and Darren King coming into the pits now. So is Darren King going to do a driver swap? We're 99.9% sure that Jimmy Broadbent is. So let's wait and see where those guys come out. But this is going to be crazy. I don't know if King had any damage from when you said you think he caught the wall. So he may come out a couple of seconds behind. But let's see if Jardier can carry this fight on with either Darren King or Sean Arnold. Let's wait and see.
Well, it only makes sense that they would pit together because at this point, the amount of time that they've spent together at this track, I'm pretty sure Dalking and Broadbent are legally married at this point, so they might as well get off the track together
as well
too.
Be. But I'm being told that it's 10 minutes left on Dalking's stint, and he's actually beaten him out of the pits as well. He's actually beaten the 39 of, well, it's going to be Jardier now, so Jardier's got to do the overtaking. Yeah, and Sean Arnold is in the 38 Mercedes, so we got the two same cars the other way around with two different drivers. So let's see how this goes. I'm sure Honzik is looking at himself going, how the hell did that happen? But let's wait and see how this one pans out. I cannot wait for this. So all it was a 1.5 seconds difference on the pit stop. So there you go. So 0.8 to the number 38 car is about right, because Jimmy obviously did go in ahead as well. So and it looks like Jardier's turned the lights on and the full beams on, so he's going to go after Sean Arnold now as well. So who do you see taking this one then, Jesse? You'd have to put your money on Jardier to get past him here.
You're just asking me which leg I like more. I like both of them, and that's sort of the way that it's going to be. I have to take Jardier based on the fact that he was running through this field earlier, and all of a sudden now he's got the car. He's got to be pumped up based on everything that he's previously just seen. I got to give it to him, but based on the job that I've seen from Jimmer keeping King behind him, now maybe Arnold can keep Jardier behind him.
Well, yeah, exactly, and I believe we're going to try and get an interview with Jardier's teammate sometime soon. Jardier's on the flashes there, just letting him know that he is there and he's going to keep coming for him. So now we are joined with Jimmy Broadbent in the number 13 Mint Zilla car, and that was some great defending there, Jimmy.
Thanks, man. I'm pretty sweaty now.
I was
I can imagine you are. We are as well.
Could you give us the approximation of how much sweat?
I mean, like, kind of, in X-Men, when like Magneto, like the new X-Men, when Magneto sort of gets the senator and then like does the weird mutant stuff on him, he just turns into water afterwards. That's sort of how I'm feeling right now.
Good Lord, mate, that was a mammoth stint. Dalking, I know you do, and you kept him behind you that entire stint. How hard? I mean, obviously you're sweating. How hard was that to put your car in a place that he just couldn't beat you out of corners?
Well, luckily, like the only good thing the CTR does is it gets off the corner well. Like that initial kick, it gets off the corner well. So the big points for him to overtake really are down, coming through the chase, and properly up Mountain Straight towards T2. And if I get a good run out of there and just sort of place the car in a somewhat annoying position, it's quite hard for him to get by. So I just sort of did that, really. And a couple of times I would just sit on the apex at Forest Elbow and let him have to get off throttle, then I would just drive away from it. And yeah, it was pretty good. It's a lot of fun. That I was expecting to be sort of just wrecked straight away. I'm glad I wasn't.
No, you definitely didn't make it easy for him. But yeah, I noticed that he was getting a good run on you through Forest Elbow, and yeah, you could just see you were backing him up. So obviously, he's having to come off the throttle. But you just kept forcing him to sort of go to the right-hand side, knowing that you could just park in the middle of the track.
Yeah, the GTR is a big girl. You know, she's hefty, so a lot of car for your money. So it's quite easy just to sort of place it somewhere, and no one can really get by you. But yeah, that was a ton of fun. I said to Jards I wanted just a nice, easy last stint, and then I had that. So
I gotta ask you, man. You started 45th in this race. You and Jardier rocketed through this field. You're fighting for top 10 spots. You're not done yet. Jardier's in the car. He's
go on,
fresh.
lad! You just got 10th.
Yes, he did. Jardier overtaking Arnold for what's that? Going to be 10th place right now. That'll end up being about 8th or 7th whenever everything shakes through on the pit stops. That's just another stop. What's this race been like for you? It's been up and down. You got spun around one time. You're involved in a couple of incidents that were not of your own making, and now you're in it again. Like, where's your emotions at?
Well, we honestly thought coming into this race that top 20 was sort of where we were. That was our goal for the entire race, because we thought we could get there. We just sort of kept it clean, because that's what Bathurst is just staying out the walls, really. So to be in top 10 and possibility, more than that after starting 45th on the grid and suffering the 18 wide crash on the first lap that you really couldn't avoid as well. Yeah, I mean, in the GTR too. It's always a fun thing picking the road less traveled. In the GTR, whilst it is beautiful and mint, it isn't the fastest car around here. But Jardier is pretending it is, and that's why it's great.
Yeah, Jardier doing Jardier things, yeah.
Yeah.
But no, we were getting a lot of love in the stream for the unorthodox car choice, and it does make it interesting because you don't see these GTRs in ACC very often, so it's nice to see someone actually being competitive with it as well.
It's always a great excuse for us that we don't do very well either. Oh, we're in the GTR, it's back.
Well, exactly. So. You've always got that to fall back on, haven't you? But no, say you've definitely flown the flag for Nissan today.
Yeah, I'll wait the check.
It's just been absolutely astonishing to see this team come up through the field, and even when you've had setbacks, you guys were able to rebound. Jardier talks the world about you, about how quickly you were able to pick this up and how quickly you were able to get on pace and get in there, and just how much from your first stint to your second stint you picked up. Apparently he's been in your ear this whole time shouting encouragement at you like Jardier does. What does it mean to you to have a teammate like that?
It's kind of nice, actually. I mean, I try not to talk about it too much because I'm just trying to race, but usually. But I tend to be quite self-critical of my own driving, and Jardier will just sort of give me the audio version of a slap around the face saying, "No, shut up, just get on with it."
Jardier has nothing of it.
Yeah, so it's nice to have that encouragement there, because it's really easy when you're out there driving, sort of getting a hold of like being frustrated, missing an apex here and there. And if you see the time to go in the other way, you just get really, really annoyed with it. So it's good to have someone like that there, and he's teaching me a lot as well. It's hard being a YouTuber and having a teammate that's faster than you, because people always give you they give you a stick for it all the time. Like, oh, why aren't you as fast as this guy? I thought, I think it's good to learn.
I think above all things, if I was going to have one person, and a YouTuber at that, be faster than me, Jardier would be the one. I had the pleasure of interviewing him for a YouTube series that Jesse and I started for a little bit. And, I mean, we all know that anybody who's tuned into Jardier's stream, he is one of the happiest, happiest go-lucky guys I have ever met in my life. It doesn't matter, lap one, you guys got hit and wrecked, right? He might have been upset, but I guarantee he still had a smile on his face. And I'm sure, having that support behind you is really what makes a big difference, especially at Bathurst for 12 hours, yeah?
Well, here we were limping around with a car, and he goes, "Oh, Jimmy, you've gained 7 places." Brilliant, it's good to have that outlook. But yeah, especially around here as well, it's just it's relentless, this circuit. You hold your breath for half of the entire lap whenever you're going over the mountain. So. But I wouldn't have it any other way. It's one of the best circuits in the world, and equally it's challenging and it's very rewarding. I love this circuit.
Is this Zolder, by the way?
It's upside down Zolder.
Oh, okay. It's upside down Zolder. That's why I didn't recognize it. It looks a little bit like Road Atlanta. So here's the thing. your teammate's weird. Your teammate sends me selfies of his face all squinched up into itself. I don't know what that's about exactly, but again, not to be outdone. Arnold trying to get back around Jardier here, nothing doing. Jardier able to hold that position. Actually drives away out of the corner there, going down to the 23rd and final corner. Excellent stuff. Of course, Jardier not done. Jimmy, are you done in this race? I heard you might be.
I'm well done at this point. I was screaming in the entire time, "Let me get out! I want to get out!"
Yeah.
And,
So, do you think your performance? How would you rate your performance today out of 10?
Ooh.
On a personal level.
I'd say like the first half of the race, like maybe like a 6. Because you think of it, I think of it in tanks of fuel. The first one was like a 4, then like a 7.
Right. Okay.
And then it goes back down again. But for the last stint, you know, like I was really happy with how I drove.
Yeah, you finished really, really strongly, which is always the nicest way to finish, I guess.
Yeah. So I'd probably give myself like a 7.5 overall.
Yeah, no, it's been a pleasure to watch that fight with Darren King. I know Jesse gets very excited and starts to shout when exciting things happen.
I might get a little excited. Yeah, I mean, that was just absolutely epic to watch. I mean, that everybody in chat, Jimmer, you should know, they're absolutely going crazy, talking about like we didn't know we were going to get this. We didn't think that this was what we were going to see today. Docking and Broadbent going at it. And oh no! I think he saved it off the wall.
He did.
Oh,
gonna catch replay.
Jardier going off track here. Yep, just gets a little sideways coming through the turn there. Saves it off the wall. Hit him with a saved. And they're still back in the race, and I can guarantee you he's just going to go chase Arnold back down and make that pass again.
That's 5 seconds. He'll be there in 10 minutes.
That is all this team does. That is Mintzilla coming at you right there. That car is, I hate to be rude, but that car is an eyesore.
Hey,
yeah.
You see it go around. You know what it is, all right?
It's
that green and black
fantastic.
Makes me feel minty fresh.
I want some ice cream is what I want. Can I just ask, Jimmer, what about your experience in ACC and long races like this? Has this been a positive experience for you, do you think?
Yeah, I think like I've had a couple of races now. I had a race at Laguna Seca recently, also with Jardier, and of course here, and they've been my 2 endurance races, the 2 drive races I've done. That's all I've done, and honestly, it's been okay so far. It's been pretty good. I mean, I think there are still it's a bit rough around the edges in some places. You know, it could do with being a little simpler to do things like driver swap instead of having to go into your menu and bind 4,000 buttons to do it. But otherwise, you know, no complaints at all. It seems to work pretty damn well.
That's absolutely incredible. I mean, it's very true. I mean, we do this, all of us, you as a content creator, us as broadcasters, commentators, we do this because we love it. And to see you out there on your stream, smiling, having fun, racing people, that's what we want to see. We want to see happy Jimmer out there doing what he wants to do. And it's nice that you are enjoying ACC as much as we are. We love having you here. And my final thing for you is, when are you going to be back with Jardier in a race in ACC?
Whenever he fancies carrying me again.
Oh, well, Jardier, you have heard it here. He will drive for food, says Jimmer at this point. But just absolutely fantastic stuff. Jimmy, you are the #1 sim racing YouTuber. That's fair enough. Where can people find you if they live under a rock?
Just YouTube. Type in my name, Jimmy Broadbent. Tend to come up. The big ugly face. Click on that, and then watch me just drive silly cars around through circuits. And then every now and then I do something serious.
And then there's the Nürburgring every now and then too.
Every other day.
Every once in a while. Yeah, Jimmy. I mean, I think for me, but you know, I said this to Jardier earlier as well, but you know, biggest thing for me is, you know, I really appreciate you guys, you know, being here to support the stream and stuff. I know you guys have been sending your guys our way and stuff, and it's awesome to see you guys in here racing. Of course, Jardier races 6, 8, 9 days a week. I don't know. I lost count. He races a couple times a week with us, so you know. And he tries to get in all the endurance races, so I'm sure that he'll probably try and talk you into joining again, as we run monthly, more or less. So hopefully, you know, if any of you guys in the chat, Jimmy's members or anything, want to come jump in, do some endurance races yourself, come on and jump in. And Jimmer, we hope you'll be back for another one at some point, because this has been. I'm going to be honest, buddy. You've gotten probably most camera time, I think, today out of anybody, just because you've been.
He's been the most interesting.
Yeah,
look at what's going on with Mintzilla. Look.
it's just constant, and so it's awesome to see that. So glad you're here, and glad even if it was exhausting and you need to go take a shower, it's been an exciting race to watch, man.
Yeah, thanks, buddy. It's been a lot of fun. Hopefully we can do some more if I can convince the judge to drive the GTR again. I think he's sick of it now.
Oh, that's the problem that you've had, Jimmy. Here's what you've done. You've shown that you can compete top 10 in a pro split against pro esports drivers. Jardy is going to want you back now.
Oh, jeez. I'll get back in the car for the last stint and I'll bin it, and then I'll have to come back. Good.
Well, next time it won't be at Bathurst. We'll give you a little bit of a wider track. Of course, 3 hours of Spa. Next month in the multi-class, we got a little info drop, GT3, GT4, and Porsche Cup actually going to be in that one. And then, of course, 4 hours of Silverstone in December, guys. So a little bit of a wider track this time. So, Jimmer, if you're around, perhaps we will see you then. But much appreciate you stopping by the stream and, all the support today. And good luck for the rest of the race. I'm sure Jardier is going to go hunting. Get you back for some encouragement for him.
Yeah, appreciate it, guys. I'm going to go give them a stick now for going off. So I'll catch you guys later on. Thank you very much.
Take care.
Jimmy.
Thank you. And, for all the Jimmy Broadbent fans and the Jardier fans, you guys have been absolutely wild today. And that's how we like it here at RCI. We like you guys to be loud, cheering for your guys. And that's just sort of how we do it around here. And the lovely guy, Jimmy Broadbent, absolutely epic of him to be in this race with us today. Absolute privilege to have him around. What a madman he is. One thing I didn't expect, guys, he brought the shed into our box. How'd he do that?
Yeah, I have no idea how that happened. Our comms box was definitely not big enough for the shed as well. But, fair enough. Like I said, things happen at RCI. So it's just one of those things. We'll worry about that tomorrow. But what we will worry about now is Joe McCauley. He wants to have a go at the 194 Racing Line Motorsport Bentley. He's got a Ferrari in the way. But, so he needs to try and squeeze through that gap. And, I've just been told as well that Malinowski's actually dropping 201.8 at the moment. That is the fastest man on track, I believe, on track. Actually P6 behind Joe McCauley, who we're watching now. So that's some serious time, and it's only, I don't know what the gap is. It's not a great deal. It's only 8 seconds. So, he could be closing that up very quickly if he carries on that pace, because looks like Joe McCauley's last lap was at 2:03.4, so you're looking at 1.6 seconds a lap. So this could all be getting quite close now for the to round out 4th, 5th, and 6th place.
Yeah, this is sort of the thing. We didn't talk about it at the top of the show, but I know Ryan George talked about this at the top of the show, and I'm going to reiterate it. You gotta watch the entire race at RCI because these things happen. Look at this. We've got a battle for 4th place, under 2 hours to go. There'll be more battles that are coming up. This is just sort of the way these races always go. Josh, I don't know why we're special, but we're always treated as something interesting and different here. If it's docking Broadbent, if it's the leader not taking enough fuel or leaving on the final lap, which all these things have happened, all these crazy things seem to occur here at RCI. Again, please like and subscribe so you get to see all of this off-the-wall content. And I don't know exactly what to think. I think McCauley is going to catch Ivan here very soon. The problem with that is that Bentley is really wide.
Yeah, it is. Could you imagine the damage Jimmy Broadbent would have done if he had one of those? But yeah, and worryingly for the two here, fighting it out for P4, that Malinowski has also just set a personal best for the race, a 2:01.6, so he is absolutely flying at the moment in the 2:11 Mercedes. So that gap was 8 seconds flat. It's now 6.9, and that was just in 2 sectors. So this is this could hot up here. This could get quite nasty for 4th, 5th, and 6th, and obviously this late on, you definitely don't want to be giving up positions if you can avoid it. So if ever there's a time to fight for your position, it's definitely now. With only 2 stints left, really, potentially 3, depending on sort of what fuel and everything you've got left. But I'd only say 2. But and there's another.
That's
Audi,
the 115.
Audi facing the wrong way.
Yeah, the 115's been sitting there for quite some time. I figure he's sitting there to let all of those cars go by. And indeed, that was the case as he gets his 115 Audi going back the right way. That's not the first time that car has had issues today. It's a war of attrition, and you got to respect everybody who's still out here. I don't know exactly how many cars are in here. I'd have to count them, but we still have more than 3/4 of the field we started with, which is great considering we've had some mechanical issues. We've had some hardware failures today. And of course, there is the ever-present issue where you don't know, you can't plan for it, but all of a sudden the sim decides to ruin your fun. But that is sort of the thrill of it as well. I definitely recall doing iRacing back in the day and wondering if we were going to make it to the end of the race. So that is sort of part of it. But these two guys are getting really close now, down to 0.3 of a second. Nears makes no difference. I mean, you could pretty much reach out and touch the wing at this distance. Macaulay can. And these two are going to be in each other's bumpers here in a second. He's going to try and go the long way around the outside of turn 2. Can he make this stick? We haven't seen too much of this today, and he won't be able to do it. He'll have to fall back in line with this group. And there is Jardier in the background, I'm pretty sure. That is Jardier who's coming up on these guys. So, of course, they're on different laps at this point. But, my goodness, we get out of one battle, we go right to another one.
Yeah, it just seems how it's going in this race. Seems to be, like you say, once we jump in, everything starts kicking off. It's all a bit crazy, but yeah, Joe McCauley's definitely faster at the moment. But as we've seen with Dolking and Jimmy Broadbent, it's not easy to get the move done. You have to be so almost perfect through this section. Don't get too close into Forest Salvo because obviously you compromise your exit going down the Conrod straight there. But yeah, this is sorting up now. But Malinowski, he's still setting real fast lap times. He was a bit off last lap. I think he had a bit of traffic, but when I say bit off, he did a 2:02.9. I'd be happy with that lap in qualifying. So, it's still a real pace. He's still pretty much the quickest guy. The only guy faster than him is the leader at the moment. But let's see if Macaulay can get close here. He looks very, very close. Is that green and black fry going to get in the way? He's going to move to the outside into the chase. Yeah, blocked off again there by the Bentley. This is we've seen some great defending into the chase there, but is he going to have the traction on out of the chase going down towards the turn 23, I believe it is, Jesse? I think he said 23.
Yeah, it is indeed.
Yeah, you got a little bit of grass on the exit there, so traction wasn't on his side, but he's definitely hanging in there as the Bentley kicks up a little bit of gravel, bit of grass there on the exit of the final turn. But yeah, it looks like Macaulay's definitely got the pace, but he's just got to be, you've got to be able to get past. And for every time you don't get past at turn 2 and you're stuck behind for the whole mountain, you just lose time all the time. But yeah, he's nice and close now. He's got to make a move to the outside into turn 2. This is going to be a brave one if he can make this stick, but let's see if he does. He's going to try and go for the switchback, try and get the outside line for the hairpin, but I don't think he's going to get it done. Bentley seems to have good traction at the moment, but yeah, the Racing Line Motorsport guys, they're pretty experienced in especially in the long endurance stuff. I've never really seen them. I think I said earlier on in the first part of the stream we did, I've never seen them outside the top 5, so they're keeping up that record anyway. But yeah, they're having a solid race. Racing Line Motorsport, I don't think they were right up the front near the start. I think they were sort of just teetering on the sort of 7th, 8th, and they've just kept ploughing on from there, really. But yeah, Joe McCauley wants to take that P4 and get up the road before Malinowski joins this fight as well.
Yeah, I mean, Macaulay's doing exactly what he needs to do. He's in the mirrors. He's worrying Jaivan right now, and that's pretty much what he needs to be doing to try and make this move. You see him anytime the driver in the car from this camera angle reaches over and flips the switch or takes his hand off the wheel, that is actually the driver, like right there. That is actually the driver in the sim on their wheel making an adjustment. That could be brake bias, that could be traction control, could be anything. We don't actually know, but it could. They are making a physical change. So something not to his liking. Maybe he has a different setup on the mountain part of the track than he does on the straightaways, traction control wise, or could even be fuel. You never quite know.
Yeah, I know some people. It's a guy that I race with in another PCDC. He changes his brake bias depending on corner. He's one of the one of the esports drivers. I think he got through to the SRO as well, and he's, you know, he'll send you a setup and say, "I'll make sure you change brake bias this into this corner," and I'm thinking, I can't do that. But that's sort of the caliber of driver we're dealing with, and I wouldn't be surprised if that's the kind of thing Joe McCauley's doing as well. You know, just tweaking brake bias, making sure, you know, he's getting enough turn in, or making sure he's not locking that front wheel. So that's probably what it is, or like you say, engine maps, you know, to reserve a little bit of fuel. So yeah, they're always chopping and changing things on the switches on their steering wheels. So yeah, I don't know how they do it, especially at Bathurst, I'll be honest.
Yeah, that's absolutely crazy. I do good to turn the car. They're over here flipping switches and driving one-handed, and that's what you get for being a pro. Berrezzini still the leader of the race in the 126 Mercedes. James Parker giving chase in the 449 Bentley. Don't sadly have an update for you at the moment of the gap. It was as low as 34 seconds earlier, but we got enamored in a battle and we got a bit distracted. Critchley is back in the number 3 Audi, the first of the Pro-Am cars. And he is going to be way out in front of Hartkemper in the 195 Lamborghini for second in Pro-Am, third in Pro-Am, the 83 Audi of Gunnisu. And that is that. Geider is in 4th place in Pro-Am, though, and only 13 seconds. That's more than doable with the hour and 41 minutes left. Nearly 3:30 p.m. here on the mountain in sim time. No real threat of rain. The partly to mostly cloudy condition remains. Track is optimum. Still 31 degrees C, 38 degrees track temp, and the wind still about 3 or 4 Ks out of the south. Nothing really changing there too much at this point. I thought it might cool off a little bit by the end, and it still might, but either way, race started in darkness, chaos ensued. This car right here, one of the ones that got its fair share of hits out early in the race, was not penalized for any of those. Obviously, they were on the receiving end, but you may have noticed something very important here. The 39 is back in front of the number 38 Mercedes there. It was about 2 seconds a lap or so ago. So I wonder if something happened to Arnold, Josh.
Yeah, it's definitely looking that way. They did a 2:09 last lap. So it's definitely something gone on. They're obviously having some sort of issue. But the gap has come down from 3 seconds to 2.8. So whatever that issue is, it looks like they may have got that sorted out. But so Jardier's sort of been let off a little bit with that one. Obviously, he made a little mistake running into the gravel a little bit earlier on, managing to pull it away from the wall. Mind, I'm still not quite sure how that happened. But you know, Arnold's made another mistake now as well. So with 1 hour 40 to go, you know, drivers are going to be getting tired. You know, you're coming towards the end of a 12-hour race. It's not going to be easy, and especially for both these teams, both the 39 and the 38. I think they're both two driver teams as well. So obviously they've done a lot of racing today, just between the two of them. So let's, as we look, Joe McCauley, let's see if he can get anywhere near the Racing Line Motorsport Bentley 194. Let's see if he can get anywhere near him coming down into the chase. He's getting very, very close again. He's going to get very close. He needs to try and go to the inside so he can't block him. And he's forced his way through there.
Look at that defensive drive.
He's gone super defensive. He's going to sort of leave himself a little bit open now coming into the final turn. But yeah, Bentley's just got such good drive. Honestly, it's just the way it pulls out of corners.
Oh, he's thinking about it.
He's thinking about it. Is he going to put it off? He's just going to get squeezed out there. Oh, he actually left him a lot of space. A lot more space than I would have left him, put it that way. But yeah, you know, if you go around the outside, you're going to get hung out to dry. But it's super, super respectful of racing as well. You know, almost 11 hours into a race. You know, that you got to drive on your mirrors as well, haven't you? So let's wait and see how this pans out.
I can tell you that was way more Christian than I would have been. I would have given him a grain of rice and a prayer book. I would not have given him that particular space. But Geitvin, constant professional, gives him enough room. Didn't want to cut him off. Didn't want to cause an incident. You have an incident now. That's pretty much gonna ruin the ending of your race. If they had a big incident, let's say McCauley didn't pull out of that situation, Geitvin just went over there and Geitvin got spun into the barrier and turned around, he's gonna fall probably back to where Jardier is, I would assume. somewhere in that area, and that's your race over. You're not going to get back up here to third, fourth, fifth. So smart move there at the end of the race. We talked about minimizing small mistakes, making them early if you're going to make them, and here at the end, be firing on all cylinders, so to speak. And a lot of these guys are having that. Again, we heard Jimmer come in here earlier and say that don't know if he's going to be able to talk Jardier into running that Nissan anymore. Doesn't think he likes the Nissan. And then moments later, Jardier goes off into the dirt. He didn't hit anything. That's the most important thing. Lost a bit of time, but he got his spot back. So I don't know if we're done with that fight or not. Jardier's still only 2.2 seconds in front of Arnold for 9th place. Actually, it just went down. It's 1.3 seconds Jardier has over Arnold right now.
Yeah, he's really pushing now, isn't he? But just got to point out, if you look in the background, you see
that's Malinowski.
Yeah, exactly. He is closed right up on these guys. So these two fighting has definitely helped him catch a little bit quicker than even he probably thought. But yeah, this is gonna get saucy now for potentially 4th place. And Malinowski is the fastest guy at the between these three. Yeah, he's almost a lap faster than these two ahead. So if Macaulay wants to get away, he needs to get this move done now, and it looks like he's going to pull out nice and early and try and get it around the outside into turn 2.
Yeah, he sure is. He's going to go around the outside, try to make that move again. Can he quite do it? He's going to cut him off right there. There's going to be a touch. There's going to be a touch, and the 899 goes spinning. He's going to stop dead in the middle of the track. Dangerous maneuver here, trying to go around the outside. 899 gets spun and locks it up dead center in the racing line of turn 2. An almost catastrophic event. The 899 does get going around the correct way. We did not see if there was any damages that were sort of inflicted based on that, but my goodness, dangerous moment right there. That is in a blind corner. He got far enough around, Josh, that they wouldn't have been able to see him.
No, and that's the risk you sort of take, going around the outside of turn 2, and he quite literally collided with the racing line motorsport car, but can't see any visual damage on Joe Macaulay's car. I think he did manage to sort of stay out of the way, and thankfully I think it was Jardier and a V12 Aston didn't collect him on the way around as well. That was so close, but it's one of those corners. It's inevitable sometimes. But it is what it is. But he's lost out. I think he's about 14 seconds back off the guys he was just fighting with. But Malinowski's only 0.6 off the 194 now as well of Geitvin as well. So yeah, it's going to be close. But Malinowski's got one car out of the way, so he he's only got one car to worry about now in front of him, and that's the Bentley. Well,
here's the thing: the biggest winner in that is Malinowski, otherwise known as Tortellini. He was the big winner in that. And nope, that was not what that you did not see that. That scared me to death, but that did not in fact happen. But the big winner in that was Malinowski in that 211. They're driving with a random call sign as well in that car. And not only are they one of the fastest cars on the track, he got away from that scot-free. And here he is. This is Malinowski, otherwise known on the internet as Tortellini. And he is right there, right behind Geitvin now. Geitvin's now having to defend against another Mercedes all of a sudden. And earlier we talked about the Mercedes dominance in qualifying, and they spread out in the race. Look at it now. Look how many Mercedes we have in the top 10 now. They've all seemingly come back to the top of the field.
Yeah, and Jardier's got one in his mirrors as well, only 0.5 behind. So we've got two battles going on at the moment, one for P4, one for P9. But we're on board with Malinowski at the moment, who looks like he needs to get this done. He's got so much pace. He's still the fastest guy on track, I believe, at 2:02.9. Only the top two faster than him. I apologize. So, but in terms of this battle, he is almost, like I say, a second faster than the 194 here. So let's see if he can get nice and close. We've seen the Mercedes all day doing this, taking these, picking cars off down the straight. Let's see if he can get it done. Maybe be alongside before the kink. It's looking pretty likely he's going to get nice and close. He pulls out aggressively to the right hand side, Probably going to switch back to the inside, but the 194 Bentley knows better of that. But we got a little switchback potentially happening here, maybe for around the outside at turn 23. And he's already going to be alongside him. This could be the move for P4 going into the final turn on lap, I believe 299 for these guys, but it's super close. He's actually been forced out onto the grass a tiny bit, but all within the rules and literally apron stuff, literally pushing him as far out as he can go as we stay on board with the Mercedes Malinowski now. And yeah, he's going to get the run on him down to turn 2 where contact was made last lap.
That was so well done. That was set up in the chase. He had him dead heated after exiting Murray's, and now after Hell Corner, he is going to have the inside line and go ahead and count it. 4th place for Malinowski right now here with 1 hour 32 minutes to go. The 3rd fastest car on the track, now in 4th place.
Yeah, that was textbook stuff. Nice and not too much of a fight. Obviously, I know the racing line car was obviously involved in a bit of contact just now, but yeah, this one was he was a lot faster there. But he's got P5 and he's got a 12-second gap to Macaulay behind now. So he needs to just put some solid lap times in. Don't worry about looking behind him too much now. He can put his head down and put some lap times in. But Arnold's still pretty close to Jardier as well. It's still only about half a second between those guys. So, and yeah, we know the battle between the 39 and the 38 has been getting pretty personal as the race has gone on. Obviously, first started off with Jimmy Broadbent and Darren King, and the obviously other drivers in that team are carrying on that battle as well for P9 at the moment. So. But yeah, so we're just going to have a quick break. We will just leave you. We're going to go on board with Mike Noble for the FFS racing team in the old Porsche. So we'll just let that. We'll let this ring out, and we'll be back in a few minutes.
Well, welcome back from that little break. Hope you guys got up as well. Stay hydrated out there. Take a walk around. Like I said, I see a lot of you in chat right now that I saw nearly 10 and a half hours ago. Final hour and a half in this race. Got to stay loose. Stay awake. If you stayed up this long, what are you doing? Wake up. Drink some coffee. You got to be here for the end of this race. You have to be here for this battle because the battle that never ends has reignited again. Jardier had over 2 seconds of a lead on Arnold here, and it has, well, it has evaporated, hasn't it, Josh?
Yeah, you could say so, but yeah, we've got a massive train of cars now as well, so this fight has to take place amongst, you know, however many other battles are going on a bit further down the grid. Even you get to a point in endurance racing, you just start battling cars that you're not actually battling on track. So yeah, this is going to be good. But yeah, so let's wait and see how this happens. But yeah, we've just been told that Jardier is suffering some technical issues, which is occasionally losing steering input. So yeah, that's never good. But yeah, so maybe that's why Arnold closed in so quick then. But because Arnold made a mistake and dropped back about 4 seconds, and then all of a sudden it just disappeared again as we went on break. So yeah, so thankfully we haven't missed any action, but hopefully Jardier can get those issues sorted. Or well, he can't really do much about it when he's driving, but hopefully they stop.
This is dangerous,
they stop
Josh.
occurring. Oh yeah, this is waiting to end in tears, in my opinion. To be
Yep.
honest, it's just you've got probably 6 cars here that are all driving at different paces, all trying to grab the same bit of tarmac. So let's wait and see how this pans out.
Well, if you are the 39 Nissan, you're doing that please no Punterino Jardier right now is what you're trying to do. And if you're Arnold, you're thinking, good, I got another shot at this. And again, Arnold here is probably getting talked to by Dalking. Darren King's probably talking to him saying, look, I know what that car can and can't do. We're gonna try and get you around it. But that's exactly what I'm talking about. The 115, we saw him earlier, the lights furiously flashing from Arnold right there, telling that lap car, please get out of my way. I am trying to catch that guy in front of me there. 115 obliges and runs wide on purpose to let them through, but the damage is done. Look at the gap. It was nothing there, and there you have it. How would you reckon that is? About half a second? No, actually, it's more than that. It's nearly 2 seconds.
Yeah, he really did lose a lot of time, but as he tried to take the second part of the chase, he literally pretty much got blocked off. But yeah, I'm sure he'll make this time up, because obviously Jardier is just going to be stuck behind these guys going up through the mountain, because you can't really overtake there, or you know, as a back marker or a slower car, then should we say, obviously it's hard to move out the way as well. It's just so dangerous. You have to wait until you pretty much get back down the mountain, going down the Conrad straight before you can get out of the way. So I wouldn't be surprised if Arnold's already on the back of Jardier before we get to Forest Elbow, to be honest. It's sort of a concertina effect. You know, if the car in front's going slow down the mountain, I can't see who the guy is at the front of this pack, but he's definitely sort of the bottleneck for this group at the moment, even though they're not really racing each other. I don't think this is a battle on track for any of these, but apart from the 2 at the back. Okay, yes, it is. It's the Triple R Aston. Not sure who's in there. Oh, it's actually Billy Octane in there at the moment. Team Billy Octane in the Triple R V12 Aston is the guy at the front here. So, and the other V12 Aston is in that pile as well. But Arnold didn't catch up. I thought he would be already on the back of him, but it was 1.7, I think he said, Jesse. It's now 1.5, so he didn't actually he didn't sort of gain a massive amount, but it's all going to come to blows, I think, towards the end of this race, because I believe there's another pit stop left for both cars. We know Jardier staying in the car. Jimmy has confirmed that. I'm not sure on Dalking's side of the garage, but it's actually down to 1 second now as well. This is getting real close.
Yeah, Billy Octane leading this train of cars. You could actually see in the background right there, Jardier flashing the lights at these guys, letting them know, hey, man, I'm trying to get through here. There's some guy chasing me. And Jardier trying to avoid some stranger danger kind of going on here. But again, these guys are racing each other. They're side by side. It's something you have to be aware of. But the fact that Arnold did not catch these guys or catch Jardier, that leads me to believe that these guys aren't that slow. We went a whole lap around here. He lost a few tenths, but you and I both know that's not the end of the world. So that usually means that they're not holding him up too bad. He does get around Billy Octane right there. So that's one car pass made, and he's got one in between the two of them. Arnold's now stuck behind Octane. And that will do nothing but help Jardy get away ever so slightly. He's got one more V12 Aston in front of him to get around, and he'll be clear of traffic for a while, but, well, that's a fleeting feeling around here because eventually you find another pocket.
Yeah, exactly, you do. You know, Jardier will be rooting for Billy Octane now to make that Aston nice and wide, but obviously, you know, that he is under blue flags. It's not completely mandatory as it is in, you know, other FIA, you know, Formula 1 and stuff like that, but, you know, it's just there is a car behind, so just so you know, just get out of the way on the next convenient straight if you could. And obviously Jardy is going to get a nice tow as well off the other V12 Aston all the way down the Conrad straight as well. And there you go, Arnold's on the flashes nice and early, just to let him know, come on mate, let me have this position. I am trying to race for P9, and this race is so that Jimmy Broadbent fight was pretty much as we jumped on stream again, Jesse, I think. That was almost an hour and 40 minutes ago.
Well, it lasted a fortnight.
Yeah, and you know, they're literally still fighting on track now. You know, complete two different drivers. They actually swapped positions in the pit stop, then they swapped back around again, then they swapped again, and now Jardy is back in front. It's just the fight that keeps on giving. As we see an Audi kick up a little bit of dust there as well. But now the next car up ahead for Sean Arnold is Jardier, Yaroslav Honzik, who has had a stellar race. He's had a fair bit of bad luck, but I'm sure every driver on the grid can probably say they've had a little bit of bad luck somewhere. It is Bathurst after all, but I expect this V12 Aston to maybe get out of the way for Arnold, but maybe not. He may just sit there. He's got every right to as well, but if it were me, I would just get out of the way. You know, I don't want to have to be worrying about a faster car behind me if I can avoid it. But yeah, I can't wait now. Get this traffic out of the way. Open track. Let's see car 38, car 39 go at it. Gloves off for the final hour and 20 minutes.
Yeah, I was making a joke earlier about, you know, these two cars. Why don't they just get married because they've spent so much time together? That might not be too far from the truth. They have literally this whole, what do you reckon, about 3 hours now they've sort of been occupying the same space, maybe even more than that, and they've been embroiled in a battle for more than a few hours at this point. One thing I'm trying to figure out, and I don't know if Mike Jones can help me out with this, I'm trying to figure out if that's a metal flake paint job on that 38 or if that's the damage, the sun reflecting off the damage.
I think it's dirt, Jesse Lee. Like, I flipped over to the cam here, and you can kind of see that. I think it's dirt. Like, if you look at it, right?
That's dirt. Okay, so that's dirt. That's what's picking up. So whenever we go over the top of the mountain, and you'll see it next time by, I'm sure, it looks like weird metal flake, but it's not. It is, in fact, dirt. Well spotted by Mike Jones right there. That car is just dirty. So is that normal amount of dirt, or is that I've been off-roading a little dirt?
Yeah, it's probably a bit of I've been off-road, and also I've been sat behind a GTR for about 3 hours. Rubber, dirt, marbles, kind of dirt. Yeah.
We're over here talking about different kinds of dirt.
Yeah, you know, there are different kinds of dirt. But yeah, they've done their fair share of off-roading. I know Jimmy put a face full of gravel in that in Dolking's windscreen as well a couple of times. But now, I think we've got a bit of clear track for however long. There are a couple of cars just up ahead, but let's see who has got the outright pace now. So there's no cars in between the fight that's on track that's been going on for so long, and I can't wait to see how this is going to end. I hope it doesn't end in a bad way. I hope, you know, it gets one on track, it gets dealt with on track between the two, and, you know, it doesn't come to a big sort of dramatic conclusion. But, well, I want a dramatic conclusion, but not in a bad way, if you get what I mean.
You want a dramatic conclusion, not a catastrophic conclusion.
Yes, that's the word. That's the word. It's late. That's the word.
It is very late for you. I will give you that.
Yeah,
Ladies
and I had to
gentlemen,
get up at 3:30 this morning as well.
I understand. While at noon now, you told me you were curled up with a blanket watching a sports game. I get it now. But, ladies and gentlemen, if you're wondering why we haven't talked about a penalty, well, it's because there's not a whole lot of that going on, and there's nothing. There's nothing going on. I'm looking at it right now. Steven and Mr. Fabian Schmedberger are updating us. There hasn't been anything in our stint really that gives us just a couple of no further action taken. So not a whole lot of anything going on. I was talking to the stewards and part of the steward team today as well. It's been fairly quiet. I mean, there's been some rubbing, some racing. There's been some catastrophic exits, and there's certainly been some penalties handed out, but it has been a gentlemanly proceeding for the most of the day. I mean, that's good. You wouldn't typically associate that with this track. You typically expect more carnage.
No, but that's it's actually really ironic camera work as well. Not only is it a battle heating up for P12, this team is called Sensible Racing, and I'm going to tip my hat to
Mike,
that.
I love you.
I don't know if Mike meant that, but if he did, fair play.
You
that
did.
That is great work.
I can neither confirm nor deny
yeah.
needing to control the commentators today.
Yeah, so let's see. Sensible Racing, 7/10 behind P12. Let's hope he lives up to his name. And we do have some sensible racing. We've had plenty of it. We've also had some questionable racing. But that's what we love about racing. You never, ever know what to expect when two cars go into one corner. You never know what's going to happen. And that's what we love. So we will keep an eye on the Arnold and Jardier battle as well. It's only half a second there. But we are going to jump to listen to an Audi, which we haven't listened to a great deal. I know we've been in with a number 3. But there's usually a lot more Audis out there, especially whenever I've casted RCI events. I don't know whether it's because of the BOP here at Bathurst, but it's quite nice to listen to that V10. It's probably another one for a fair shout for the nicest sounding engine as well. I think Ryan Gill would. I just had in my ear vacuum cleaner, but is it a V10 vacuum cleaner? Did Dyson make this one as well?
They sure did. Our Night Owl Championship, Josh. One of the teams that was an Audi team was named the Vacuum Cleaner Boys with a spelled BOI. So, yeah, I think I know who named that team too, but they shall remain nameless. I can just tell you they're laughing in my ear right now. They think that is the funniest joke they've ever heard. But this is Ismail Gunnisu. They're called Sensible. They're called Sensible Racing, but they're called that for a reason. I mean, you don't make it to 13th place, third in your class without racing somewhat sensibly. And Hartkemper is a little distance up the track, but again, not insurmountable. Actually, it might actually be. I just saw the update. They're about 46 seconds back of Hartkemper. Hartkemper, of course, is in the 11th place, second in the Pro-Am class. But we go back on board with the Mintzilla GTR with Jardier, and if you direct your eyes to the top of the screen and that mirror, that is a very fast, very angry, very want to get by you Sean Arnold in the number 38, and this battle has reignited once again. I feel like it's Groundhog Day. Is it Groundhog Day?
It may as well be. This is just never going to end. I don't think it's just going to keep on going. It's going to keep on going and going and going. And they have got another. They got a back marker in front of them as well, and then they got a little bit more free track until they catch the next guy. So they are, these guys are traveling at some speed as well. But Sean Arnold just can't seem to get it sort of tied up towards the end of the lap, and it looks like he's having the same problems that Darren King was having with Jimmy Broadbent. So he's getting very, very close to him there through the dipper, I believe that is. This is. I had a battle like this at a Silverstone 12 hours I did. A teammate of mine was in the car for the majority of the battle. That went on for around 3 hours. They look like they're going to take this crown. They're going to take 3 hours plus for this fight.
Can we confirm something? Somebody in chat that can go to Jimmy Broadbent's stream and report back. Is Jimmy still there in the ear of Jardier? Because if so, it's going to be a massive incident coming down through. Oh my goodness, the Conrad straight in the chase. Massive Dukes of Hazzard style. Sean Arnold goes over the curb. We're going to see that again. Takes too many bites of the cherry and absolutely launches himself. Look at this, Josh.
Yeah, this is crazy. He gets really, really aggressive to the inside curb, and I don't quite know why. I guess, you know, it's all on the line, but he'll say that Charlie didn't leave him enough space, but you know, it's really, really it's really tough.
But he's still there.
And I've got to say, you know, I just mentioned the no, it didn't look like he got. I think he got a little tap off the wall, and then he sort of straightened himself back out again. And you know, I mentioned the 3-hour battle at Silverstone. My teammate from that day is actually watching the stream now, and he just messaged me. He said, "I called it. I knew you'd mentioned Silverstone," is what he just messaged me. So yeah, that was the battle. It was actually with Unleashed drivers, you know, the guys that do like the track guides and everything. That's who we had a battle with for 3 hours plus. So yeah, it's not nice having a 3-hour battle when, especially when you're the guys looking behind. It's tough. But Jardy again, another sigh of relief for him, as he's got a little bit of breathing room again. But can Arnold come back at him?
Yeah, he can and will, because you know the Terminator, Josh, right?
I do.
Arnold might as well be a Terminator, because, or the Liquid Man, I suppose. Not well. I guess the other guy was a Terminator too. Anyway, the point being, he's going to re-solidify, and he's going to come after him again. That is not the way that battle ends. And I wonder, because I think Jardier kind of went for a mid-line defensive move, and I think Arnold just didn't pull out. And when you don't pull out, catastrophic things happen. One thing I will say, applaud Sean Arnold. He could have just easily stayed straight. He turned that car right to keep from wrecking anybody but himself, did a pirouette, got it going the right way in the grass, and only lost position to a couple of lap cars, and he's right back in it. They're not done. That's not how that battle ends. I have watched Disney stories, and they all end on a happy note, and that was not a happy note. So I can't go to bed without my good bedtime story, and that's my story, and I'm going to stick to it. It was about 4 seconds, the gap right now between the two of them, and that will certainly come down. We'll monitor that. The other interesting point to mention now is anybody that comes into pit road now to get their final service can make it to the end of the race.
Yes, they can. So the 70-minute max stint time is now up. So obviously you can pit now, and like Jesse said, you can go all the way to the end. So I think we'll probably see some cars diving in around the hour mark, I think. So, you know, we'll wait and see. I think, obviously, you know, everyone has one stop left at least. Some may have more, depending on how they figured it out. But so there's a question that's come in. Oh, looking at the timing screens, it's Samir Ibrahimi in the 449 Bentley. He actually did a 2:20 last lap, so that's, you know, around about sort of 18, 17 seconds what they're off, and he's actually just under a second behind the number 3 Audi of Kevin Critchley.
Are you telling me Critchley, in earnest now, is in second place in Pro-Am?
Yes, he is. So our two class leaders are 1 and 2.
Oh my goodness.
So our pro leader is first, and our Pro-Am is second as well, but he has a very upset 449 Bentley, should we say, coming to chase him. So as long as the damage isn't too bad, we're going to have another fight here for P2. It's all kicking off. 1 hour, 8 minutes to go. Let's do it.
Don't go to bed. Don't go to bed.
No,
Especially
don't
go to bed now.
Well, I can't go to bed.
I mean, I can't. I mean, I'm invested at this point. I signed up for 12 hours, and darn it, I'm going to be here for 12. Ask the box. Hashtag ask the box. Do you think any drivers can make overtakes? They seem very tired, and they can't overtake in the race. See, what I think is going on here, and Josh, feel free to disagree with me. I think it is a bit of the tiredness setting in. 12 hours is a long time to be in a race. Even if you're not in the car for 12 hours, most of these drivers have been in the car for around 6. Some of them significantly less than that if you have a third or fourth teammate. But it's a little bit of that. It's also a little bit of now you're racing against people with similar skill, or, you know, everything has shaked out to that point. And you may be faster, you may have a better car, better tires, better strategy, but it is so hard to pass somebody on your same skill level. Can you speak to that? Do you think that's what's happening?
Yeah, so on a level, I do agree with you know, with what you're saying, and obviously I think it's Turtle Leaf 64 coming in with the questions. Some good questions today from from Turtle Leaf 64, so thanks for that. But I also think you've been racing for almost 11 hours. Do you really want to risk it all, everything, in the last couple of laps? That's the way I think you got to weigh up, P6, P5. You could throw everything at it, and then you could lose. P6 could all of a sudden become P10. And obviously that's going to be in the mind. And if it was a solo race and you were on your own, I think obviously you'd be able to make the decision. But you've got to make the decision for the other members on your team as well. You don't want to let them down. You don't want to be the one to risk it all and throw it all in the bin with 15 minutes to go. But maybe not. Maybe, like you say, there may be an element of tiredness, and maybe they don't want to throw it all away. I think a mixture of the two is kind of what we're seeing here. But Arnold's taken another second out of Jardier, so Arnold's got the pace in clear air, but he cannot get past Nissan GTR. So it's looking like a repeat of Broadbent and Dolking as well. So, but there's still another pit stop. It could all change still with 1 hour, 5 minutes to go.
I'm going to call out Ishmael Lebrecht for a second. He's sitting in our chat right here. He's one of our racers. He shows up to races I don't even know he signed up for here at RCI. He loves to sit in the chat and tell people to send it. He loves that. I can respect that attitude. I can't tell people to do that because I have to be impartial, but he can. And in this case, I am reporting that Ishmael Lebrecht is demanding that some of these drivers send it in the final hour and 5 minutes.
Yep, and that's fair enough. And we, I've casted some of Lebrecht's races as well in Night Owl in season 1. And and we need drivers like that. We need drivers to send it as well. But fair play for him to come out and say, yeah, if it was me, I'd be sending it. And you can't knock that. But what I am impressed with, damage or not, Critchley in the number 3 Audi is actually maintaining the gap to Samir Abrimi as well. So this race just keeps on giving. It really does. And Sean Arnold's also in the pits as well, number 38 Mercedes. So that's coming in for their final stop. So let's see if they do a driver's swap, because I'm not sure. I don't know if anybody's got any insight on that, but I don't know who's going to be coming out of the car for the final stint in the number 38.
I don't know. We will certainly find out. We'll take a tally of that when that happens.
Also,
yeah.
Lebrecht is said in the chat, I did crash it, but it was 100% worth it. No regrets. I do it again. Watch me. So
that is your Night Owl champion in chat. He had a bad day here at the mountain, but he had a great championship that wrapped up a few weeks ago. That man, he is borderline insane. He comes out here. He ran rings around people in Night Owl, and he has that mentality of, I'm going to go out there and I'm going to race hard. And it shows up on the track. He raced hard. He won hard. But track temperature is coming down, 31 degrees C, so it will probably continue to do that for the next hour. It's 4:05 p.m. Track temperature is sitting at 37. It was at 38. Wind still out of the south. No change in the weather. Weather is going to be partly cloudy. It doesn't appear like rain is going to be in the forecast today and this evening as we race into the 4 o'clock hour. And Samir Ibrahimi is catching up every lap, little by little, on Kevin Critchley, our Pro-Am leader and second place overall. So let's play a game, Josh. Does the Pro-Am driver just let Samir go, or does he race him hard?
See, now, for me, no disrespect to the rest of the Pro-Am guys, but this number 3 Audi has been the absolute class of the field in terms of Pro-Am. I think he's got to go for it. I'm going Lebrecht style. He's got to go for it. He's got to fight this guy, because if he does come back, if he does get a bit of damage, they've probably got enough. They've probably got a pit stop in the bank, because it looks like they're almost like 3 laps ahead of the rest. The rest of the guys in Pro-Am. So I think he's got nothing to lose. I think regardless, he's going to win his class. It all depends whether he wants the the second step or the third step on the podium at this point, I think.
Well, to quote Ishmael, he only has one pace and it's full yeet. So I gotta agree. I mean, this is the time. Josh, this is the thing. You've driven 11 hours for this moment right here. You have 1 hour to go. This is almost in 2 minutes. This is about to be a sprint race, and all of your day comes down to this. You don't want to throw it away, but you also, if you have a shot at something, you still want to fight for it. And we've seen a lot of drivers up here in the top 10 today fight for it whenever they seemed outpaced. We're going to see what Critchley's going to do right now. Critchley is not going to protest the pass. He's actually going to stay in his lane. He says, I am not going to put my car in danger, and I am not going to lose Pro-Am lead this late after leading for so long. But pretty much the whole race now.
Yeah, and you know, that's fair enough. You know, there's an argument for both sides. Yeah, he's got nothing to lose, but at the same time, they just want an easy 1 hour. You know, they just want to bring it home. And they darting into the pits as well. I think they might be. Did I see them coming into the pits? Yeah, I think they did. So that's why they didn't fight it, because they were pitting anyway. So wise move. Wise move. Yeah, that's definitely the best thing to do. So everybody, the pit lane's pretty busy now. We've actually got 5 cars in the top, 15 in the pits at the moment as well. So Jardier, Yaroslav Honzik, approaching turn 2. He stayed out there, obviously. Oh, and Darren King did change into the number 38 car. So could that affect Jardier? Obviously, he's going to be doing a double stint. Now you've got a fresh Darren King in there as well. Obviously, we know Jardier is part robot, but he did also confirm earlier on that he was slightly human.
He has enough human in him that he can pass a CAPTCHA test. Yeah. Here's a problem with Dawking getting back in that car. I'm pretty sure he's going monster hunting and he's not swapping games.
Yeah, exactly. So, just had it in my ear now that we can confirm Jardier is still smirking and smiling and having a blast on his stream, as he always does. The guy doesn't know what pressure is, I'm sure. But you know, let's see if we do get this climax we've been wanting for this fight between 38 and 39. So it's going to be Jaroslav Honzik against Darren King it's going to be P9, I believe, by the time Jardier comes into the pit. So it's going to be the battle for P9. And it looks like Sundstrom's close to Noble as well on the 123 Porsche. Looks only just around a second there as well. So the 899 has been pushing on as well. Not sure where they are on strategy, but we've got a bit of a lull at second, and it's all going to kick off once the rest of the field do their pit stops, and then it's going to be a fight to the end.
Yeah, see, that's the thing. All of these drivers from this point, and from 10 minutes ago, in fact, they all can, in fact, make it to the end. They will not be in violation of the driver swap or anything like that if they come into pit now. It's all about strategy at this point. Do they want fresher tires at the end? Stuff like that. Also, not a hashtag ask the booth question, but I'm going to answer it anyway because I want to. Will you guys ever do a 24-hour race? Yes, we are doing that indeed. That is a thing that we are working on. TBD, but it's absolutely happening. We are doing a 24-hour race, and we will not let anybody tell us otherwise. It is going to happen, and I am absolutely pumped. I am fully aware that one weekend upcoming, I am not going to sleep at all.
No, that would be awesome to do the 24 hours. And I'm sure, Mike, if we just said to the drivers, just do this for another 12 hours, I'm sure they wouldn't mind.
Well, the chat was already popping off saying we should just circle back and do a reverse grid 12 hours of Zolder tomorrow. So I think, you know, I'm here for it. I don't know how about you guys? 12 hours of Zolder tomorrow, reverse grid?
Yeah,
I thought we were at Zolder.
Upside down
Zolder. Oh, yeah, no, we're right side up Zolder this time. Yeah.
Oh, we're going to Zolder?
Yeah, like Belgium Zolder.
Shoot, I ain't got to work tomorrow. Let's do it.
All right, well, you heard it here first, folks. Tomorrow, 12 hours of normal right side up Zolder.
I
with Jesse
feel
Lee.
like I should just step in here and say that is a joke and that is not happening. The worst part is Mike Jones and Josh. We know if we said that, a lot of these guys would still do it. Like, even after doing 12 hours, they're like, yeah, it's a Sunday. Who cares? Let's do it. But, yeah, we need a bit of a break here to set up for the next one.
Yep, and here comes the number 39 for his final stop of the day. Yaroslav Honzik is going to take a pit stop. I don't think he's got any damage, but we'll wait and see where he comes out in respect to Darren King. Been looking at the times, and there's actually not been a lot in it, to be honest. I think Honzik got a little bit held up on the previous lap, but there's not a lot in it, so this is going to be pretty close. I think King would have gained a little bit, you know, because obviously he has undercut as well. So his tires will be nice and warm now as well, and he's flying along. So let's wait and see where he is. I think he's going to be coming down, probably down by near the chase now, I'd imagine, on our screen. So, oh, this is going to be so close. Dull King.
Yeah, we'd love to see where Darren King is in relation to this pit stop and see if he is going to cycle back around. Because if he did get the overcut, that would be great. I don't think that's going to happen. In fact, I think they're going to cycle.
He's getting massively held up, yeah.
Yeah, he sure is. So they're going to cycle out about where they are. So our producer is going crazy on my ear talking about Mikhail Sundstrom. Where has this guy been? He's been in the wars today, that 899 nearly on pace team. But one of the feel-good stories of this race, nearly on pace my foot. They have been absolutely on the pace today.
Yeah, they definitely have. They're not nearly on pace. They're definitely on pace. He was a bit closer to Noble a little bit earlier on, sort of 2-3 laps ago. But yeah, we're like, where the hell did that come from? But it looks like they've got at least P7 because I think the car behind's 3 laps behind. So I don't know where Jardier gained all that time on Darren King. It must have been the traffic, or maybe they had a bit of damage. I'm not sure. Then again, it would take them 25 minutes. 7 seconds faster for. Okay, all right, on the pit stop. Jardier's pit stop was 7 seconds faster. So yeah, that does sort of add up to the 4-second gap that we had beforehand. So probably cleaning the dirt off the Mercedes, Jesse. What do you think?
Well, yeah, keep in mind, Darren King's car, driven by Sean Arnold, hit the wall. It spun around, and it did hit the wall. It was light contact, which may explain the 7 seconds, because that's not a long time for damage. But he did tap the wall. He was tapped by another car. Remember that up on the mountain in Skyline as well, when it was trying to get into the S's. So that could have been the 7 seconds of damage, and that car looks clean. I was just watching as it went by. That thing looked clean. So I think they just repaired the damage. I'm pretty sure they're prepared for a fight here.
Yeah, they definitely are. And we've got another question. It's quite a nice question, this one. Hashtag Ask the Box. What's your favorite track, even if it's not on ACC? Like Donington Park. British GT fan has picked Donington Park as their favorite track. Jesse, what is your favorite track, even if it's not on this game?
Yeah, my favorite track isn't on this game. I like Road Atlanta. Road Atlanta is a great track. It's so small. It's simplistic. You can fit 45 cars on there, and about half of them finish. I love it. It's people make all sorts of superlatives about tracks, but the reason I like that place is it's got a technical section. It's got a wide open section. Basically, Le Mans.
Right. Yeah, so my favorite track, maybe biased, and I'm not going to say what my producer was saying. Particularly, I'm not going to say it. I'm not even going to say it because no, it isn't that. But the track that he said does actually take inspiration from many different tracks. My favorite track is Silverstone. I'm not being
Old or
biased.
new?
See, now Bridge Corner was epic. I used to love that as a kid. I used to love standing there and listening to them echo through. But you've got to say the new layout for racing purposes is definitely better. You know, with the Wellington Straight coming down into Brooklands, it's just that it's added that extra overtaking opportunity that with Bridge Corner that's just not possible. But like seeing the cars come through Maggots, Beckett's, Chapel, and then the move around the outside at Stowe that gets pulled off, especially in a GT car, is so impressive to watch. Like I love Silverstone, so if you want to throw a Silverstone at the 24 hours, I'd be game for that. I love watching racing around Silverstone. For me, is the best track, and obviously I went there a lot as a kid growing up in the UK. Obviously that's our biggest track, so yeah, it's awesome to get to watch the cars there. But another personal favorite is Bathurst, and it has been awesome today, and it has delivered as it always does. There's always drama, and this track probably doesn't get enough enough love. Everybody's, oh no, it's Bathurst. Oh, it's horrible. There's too many walls. And the nickname Bathtub comes to mind. But I think it's an awesome track as well. I love the margin for error. Like you said earlier on in the stream, this wouldn't get approved nowadays. It would be a straight no on the health and safety side of things.
Too dangerous. Banned. Can't do it.
But yeah, it's a great track. It's just the elevations and just the change of directions. It's just crazy.
We do have some bad news. The 38 of Darren King is losing time to Jardier here. He's lost 2.5 seconds, or actually about 2 seconds, I should say, in the past lap and a half. That's not good for their chances. Some people are asking what the Schumacher guy in the race is. That's Martin Schumacher in the 614. No relation to the F1 racing family of Schumachers. He is just a man with a common name, unfortunately, and I've talked to him previously about that. He says, I get that every day of my life. People immediately raise an eyebrow with the name M. Schumacher, and he kind of laughs it off. But that is Martin Schumacher, no relation to the F1 family. Something else happening in chat I wanted to mention. This is very heartwarming. I might actually tear up on this one. Mr. This is Rich says, my 91-year-old father has been watching this race all day with me, and he's rooting for Mintzilla now after that long battle. Well, good on you, and thank you for watching. That is incredible. It is worth mentioning that they have, I mean, it's hard for them not to be a favorite, isn't it? I mean, after everything that they've been through today, certainly we've had our fair share of watching them. So thank you guys for watching, all of you again for watching tonight. I mean, we still have over 500 people watching this race. It is really late in Europe now, and even earlier in places like Australia and Asia. But here on the East Coast of the United States, where I am, it's only 8:30 p.m. It's not too bad. I'm actually going to have a nice dinner after this. But for some of you mad lads, you've been with us all of your Saturday, and we can't thank you enough. Keeping the chat going, keep the questions coming. We got 50 minutes of this to go, and it is not done yet. Here is the aforementioned Martin Schumacher in the 614. They are pounding around here in 15th place. They've done a decent job just sort of minding their own business out there today, and good for them. They look like they're going to finish in the top 15, maybe even a bit better, as final pit stops do continue. Mikhail Sundstrom in 899. Talked about him earlier. We keep watching him. He is in 7th place. Could he potentially go up there and chase down Mike Noble in the pink car? We have not really seen that old modeled pink Porsche in a battle for quite some time now. It'd be nice to see them get into one more before the end here.
Yeah, pretty much since that battle with Jardier when we were last on stream with Andre Franke, I think was in the car at the time. But yeah, so Matthias Egger now, just pumping in the laps as they do. They've got 48 minutes to go now. That's a sprint race to them. They know now. They know they just got to keep this going. But yeah, we can see the timing screens up here now. So its interval there is 48.9 seconds between the top two. So that has grown over time. I think the lowest we did see it was 30 seconds at one point. But yeah, it's just been a great race all the way through. It's been thoroughly enjoyable to be a part of, and I'm sure I speak for everybody that's been in the stream and everyone, the RCI, the broadcasters, everybody. It's been an event probably better than we could ever have imagined as well. So, but just while the battles are just waiting for the final 45 minutes or so, here's another question, Jesse. So, yep. Hashtag Ask the Box, which has been, I gotta say, trending in the chat all day.
They've been lighting it up. I was
have.
joking when in the first 30 minutes I did a hashtag Ask the Box. I was joking, and it's turned into a thing. So that's pretty awesome.
But yeah, exactly. So this question: who is your favorite driver in IRL racing in all categories of racing? So I guess that means past or present. Who is your favorite driver of all time in any racing category?
Well, there's several racing drivers that I idolize and everything. I mean, it's hard to go against Graham Hill. Graham Hill was a ridiculous human being, wasn't he? And that man could drive anything, and he could race it well, and it didn't matter what it was. And he's sort of my inspiration in sim racing. I want to be honest with you, but other drivers I really appreciate. Dale Earnhardt, that man who grew up dirt poor in my state of North Carolina. He grew up dirt poor and sold. He worked in a mill, and he financed his own racing. He borrowed, cheated, and stole to get to the racetrack. And he won 7 NASCAR championships. Now that's a hero story too. Basically, all of my idols come from the golden days of racing, where it wasn't as commercialized as it is today. But
Yeah, of course.
that's just 2 of mine. What are some of yours that you look up to, Josh? Obviously, you have inspiration, I assume.
Yeah, so my love for racing obviously comes from more open wheel, lot of downforce. Formula One is my bread and butter, and I very, very recently fell in love with some GT racing as well. But Michael Schumacher will be my all-time favorite, all-time great. For me, it's just so sad the way he is now, but he will be my all-time favorite. And it's nice to see someone level his records. And as much as I might not agree with Lewis Hamilton outside of racing, what Lewis Hamilton does on the track is also quite special, and you have to appreciate it. But also one of my favorites, I don't want to get too emotional, but one of my favorite drivers before he was taken away was actually Jules Bianchi. Met him in Barcelona on a pit walk day, on like the Thursday before the Grand Prix, and he'd actually been to Wales, not too far away from where I was, and he remembered having fish and chips on the beach, which is obviously very British, especially at 1:36 in the morning. So yeah, I am British and I am awake still. So Giulio Bianchi will always have a special place in my racing heart, shall we say, because he was such a nice, likable guy, and I'm sure they all are. But he took the time to speak to me when there was another 150 people waiting to see him as well. So he actually took a bit of time to actually speak to us, and yeah, he was great. So yeah, I actually race with JB17 on my crash helmet when I go karting. As a bit of a tribute, and when everybody asks me what that is, it's always nice to have a chat about it, and they're like, oh, it's obviously very sad, but with his godchild at the moment, or his godson, I don't know what you'd call it, Charles Leclerc in Ferrari and Formula One, so he's sort of carrying the flame for that family now. So it's it's all very emotional.
Didn't expect
stuff.
to get emotional today, but here we go, Josh, right
look,
here in
mate,
the final hour.
Yeah, it's 1:37. It's late.
It's coming out.
It's coming out towards the end. We're all gonna get emotional, but when that checkered flag comes down today, Mike's gonna start crying. You just know it's gonna happen.
Mike's gonna fall asleep as soon as the checkered flag runs today.
Okay.
This has been an exhausting race.
We got some
But,
other.
Jesse, I pose to you, because I think you
here we
actually know
go.
the answer to this question.
Okay.
Who's my favorite driver? We've had this discussion before.
Shoot. We have had this discussion, but I have forgotten. I definitely remember having this discussion and being shocked about it.
I know,
Yeah,
on the
I have no
contrary, you
idea.
were not shocked.
Was I not?
You were not shocked.
Oh dear. Okay.
What do you think, Josh?
Because you're American, Jeff Gordon.
I actually hated Jeff Gordon when I was a kid.
Okay, fair enough. I'm out.
Though you're on the right track. It is from NASCAR.
Okay.
Who's your favorite driver? Mark
Montoya.
Martin?
But I do like Mark Martin, but no, I'm gonna hit you with the number 2 Miller Lite.
Rusty Wallace. There you go.
Rusty
That's right.
Wallace.
I'm not surprised by that, because Rusty Wallace, and for those of you in Europe and around the world that are tuning this out because we're talking about NASCAR, we do apologize, but it was inevitable eventually when you get Americans in here. Sorry about that. That makes perfect sense, because for those
I
of you
thought
that
we were, aren't we commentating the Daytona 500?
Yeah. Now
It's
the
roughly
British.
shaped
Now
that
the
way.
British viewers have gone to sleep, guys.
Now, here's the thing. Rusty Wallace, I'm going to help the Australians if we have any left. Rusty Wallace is the American Marcos Ambrose, and that's all you need to know. He's a bit of a baddie, if you will. He didn't play by the rules, and even whenever other people play by the rules, he wanted to twist the rules. To put it this way, he sometimes pretended cars didn't exist and drove through them. For any of you that have ever played Forza, you will have raced with people that race like Rusty Wallace did. but he did it with a smile on his face, and that's why people love him.
Some of when I was a kid, because I'm roughly the same age that you are, Jesse. I'm 29, so I
Yeah.
grew up watching NASCAR here in the States because it's
Sure.
what we did, right? My dad's from Texas. A little bit of a lag issue in the game there again.
Well, that scared me big time.
Yeah, me too. I thought Martin was going off every
I
time.
jumped.
But some of the best racing that we ever saw with NASCAR, at least, came from that era, right?
I wouldn't really call what we watched racing, but
well, it was more bumper
they crashed
cars.
into each other a lot. Yeah.
Yeah, it was bumper cars. But it was fantastic watching NASCAR back in the late 90s, early aughts, and it
Sure.
reminds me honestly a little bit more of GT racing than NASCAR racing today, because I think NASCAR racing gets they're not as bumping and banging anymore, and it seems like the GT guys are, and that's why I enjoy the GT racing now.
The first race of 2019, the title sponsor of this game series, in fact, they were at Brands Hatch, and in the first practice, a Lamborghini flipped over into Paddock Hill Bend, and I thought, yep, this is going to be a good season, and it was. That Lamborghini then flipped again in the race. It's like, could you stop flipping the car? It's like doing a Mark Webber there. Another hashtag ask the box question here. If you could add any car that's not an ACC to ACC, what would it be? Simple answer for me, the DTM GT500 field of cars. Very simple. I just like them. I like them. I like that style of racing. I like the homologated DTM GT500 brand. That would be my pick. If you could add that to this, think about that. With the roster of tracks that we have that would all complement those cars, that would be an excellent addition. Also, they sound great. What about you, Josh?
If I could pick, I'd probably go 190E Evolution 2 DTM car.
We
only
both picked DTMs, but just
only
different
because
generations.
that sound is just unbelievable. And maybe the M3 from the same era, so sort of 1991, I think, 92 would have been. Yeah, the 190E Evolution 2 is just an incredible car, and it sounds fantastic. I can just hear it echoing off the walls here at Bathurst now. But yeah, definitely not as fast as this current Mercedes on the screen, and that's Killian Ryan Meenan driving that in the 211 car, and they're chasing down the number 8 Mercedes, only a second between them as well, so that's going to be a battle to the end for P7 as well. Not really a massive amount going on the track at the moment. We have got Schumacher in P15, only sort of 8/10 behind there as well, but you know, the guys are sort of fizzling out now towards the end of the stints. We should see everything come, you know, start closing back up again. But Mike, if you could add a car, what would you be bringing to ACC?
Well, see, I answered this in the chat a little bit ago, and I have an instant lock decision for this, which is the LMP2 cars. Yeah, Sean Welsh in the chat actually just answered for me. LMP2 and GTE, and I would not say no to an LMP1 car, but the physics inside ACC, how amazing these physics are in an LMP1
would wear you out. Yeah.
An LMP2 would wear you, one would wear you out, but an LMP2 would be a blast to drive with how good these physics are.
I'd drive that around here in VR and cry, is what would happen at the sheer speed and velocity that you could achieve around this joint. But we had another one. Hashtag ask the box. If you had to pick one track, the 24 of Le Mans or the 24 Nürburgring, loaded question. The answer is the world's better with both. You pick the 24 of Le Mans for the prestige and the atmosphere. You pick the 24 of the Nürburgring because, well, Germans like to party and Germans have good beer.
That's true. This is true. I've just noticed on the screen as well, I haven't seen what the penalty's for just yet, but Ibrahimi has a 15-second time penalty as well in P2, and I don't know how close Clifford Roberts is.
Contact with the 777, I believe that was a lap car earlier.
So that is for contact with the 777. Okay. So is that going to cost him? What's the gap between those two at the moment? Is that going to cost them second place? Because obviously they can't serve that a pit stop now. It's going to be added at the end. So obviously we have to wait and see for the gap, but it's probably unlikely. But Yeah, so like you say, Jesse, loaded question with the whole 24 hours Nürburgring and Le Mans. Like you say, it is definitely better off with both. I think as a track to drive, personally, the Nürburgring, for me, I enjoy a bit more. There's a little bit more to it. If that, am I allowed to say that?
Of course.
Yeah, I think I just get bored on the straights at Le Mans.
So I think that so me and I believe it was Retribution in the chat were briefly talking about this earlier along with Turtle. I think that the big thing for me about Le Mans is that Le Mans is an absolute marvel in technical engineering, right? Like that is the absolute goal from a technical perspective. But then you come to a track like Nürburgring or Bathurst, and it is an absolute marvel in driver skill in comparison. And, you know, while Nords isn't necessarily the most exciting race to watch, I don't think, because there's not a lot going on for the most part. The track's too big. Le Mans, you know, there's a lot of overtaking opportunities there, but for the most part, it's, okay, who's got the speed down the straight, and they generally win or their car breaks down. Here at, say, Bathurst, for the 12-hour, or even the Bathurst 1000, which I believe is running live right now too. So I'm gonna have to tune into that here in about 45 minutes or so. This is all about driver skill. It doesn't matter what car you're in. If you smack the wall, you go round in front of 20 different cars that are approaching you on the mountain, and that's why I personally love Bathurst more than I like Le Mans or Nords.
Yeah, it's definitely unique. It's, you know, it's not many other tracks like this one, because like I say, if a car loses it at the top of the mountain, there's just nowhere for it to go, and nowhere for the other cars to go as well. As we did see, well, we didn't actually see it, but we caught wind of on the first lap here, which is it's inevitable. It's normally about how many cars are going to be involved, not was there a crash. It's normally, was it 5 cars or 25 cars involved in the in the crash on the mountain, but unfortunately it happens, and you know, it only takes one car to slightly come offline at Bathurst, and yeah, it can be not race ending, not in 12 hours, but you know, if it was an hour race, then yeah, it would be race ending. But that's why, you know, endurance races at Bathurst are a little bit better, because you can make up for lost time, can't you? So, but yeah, like you say, they're all awesome tracks in their own way. Every track is awesome as long as there's cars racing on them. I don't really mind.
Gentlemen, I have bad news. Stephen DeVost has been in our booth for the first time in a very long time, and he has handed me the slip of paper, and that can only mean one thing. We have a penalty, and it's a biggie. Lap 312, turn 21 incident involving the 777 and the 449 of Samir Ibrahimi. 15-second penalty awarded to the 449 of Samir Ibrahimi for causing a collision. That is a big penalty here for the car running second in this race.
And of course, that's the one me and Josh mentioned a little bit ago. But we think at this point it shouldn't affect anything. I don't think that Clifford Roberts is close enough to him to lose that overall position, as we're seeing Killian Ryan get dove under a little bit there from the Audi, trying to get around him. Killian lost a little bit of time there over the past little bit here, which is surprising. He was right up on the back of Spears there for a while. He's now 8 seconds back at.
Yeah, not sure what's happened there, but ironically, that Audi's is the sensible racing team as well.
That's
we're jabbering on, and that damage occurred. I've definitely that bonnet was straight on that car before we went off on a tangent.
We've been watching him for a while. I didn't see anybody hit the wall, but
no, neither did I.
If we could have either Tortellini or Random Call Sign confirm what happened to Killian here, because when we first went to him, he was around a second and a half behind Spears in that number 8 Mercedes, and now, like you said, he was 4 seconds back a few laps ago, and now he's 8 seconds back. That's massive aero damage to the front of that car. If we could get it confirmed what exactly happened there, we were in our own world there for a minute, and something massive has happened to the underdog story, one of the underdog stories of the day. Anyway, the Randy's Pasta team, as it were. I hate saying that name.
Oh, did we confirm if he actually had pasta or not?
He did. random call sign's wife, lovely woman, supports his racing habit, made the family pasta for dinner tonight so that he wouldn't have to live the meme down. It was absolutely incredible. I was around whenever that occurred, and I had it confirmed they legitimately had pasta.
Okay, that
That's next level sim racing.
it is.
We're in
It's-
3 dimensions. He's racing in a 4th dimension.
Yeah,
Josh.
we're all doing it wrong. We're doing it wrong. It's as simple as that. We need to be more like that. But Jesse, I've got to ask you this question.
Oh God,
I just have to. Hashtag
Guys,
ask
we're going
the
to a standby
box.
screen for a second.
Would you
Okay.
rather fight 100 Billy-sized Ismails or 1 Ismail-sized Billy? And I'll leave that with you.
You broke me. I don't. Can you repeat that?
Let me put it in chat for you, Jesse, so you can read it, huh?
Yeah, but we'll let you
There you
read
go.
it. I'm not. There you go. So you take a read of that. You read it
Alright.
out loud if you need to.
Hashtag ask the box.
He's getting his
Give me a
calculator
minute.
out.
Give me that calculator's not going to help me where I'm going. Hashtag
Josh,
ask
Josh,
the
do
box.
you want to go get a beer, Josh? We'll be back in a
Would
minute.
you rather
I could
fight
do with one.
100 Billy-sized Ishmaels or 1 Ishmael-sized Billy? It's 1 Ishmael-sized Billy. That makes no sense. You did that backwards in chat. Did that backwards. I would not want to. Yeah, that's absolutely true. 1 Ishmael-sized Billy, 100%. That I wouldn't want to fight any of them. I like both of them, but if I had to, I'd take the 1 versus the 100.
Oh, okay. Well, I guess it makes sense.
It took me a while to get there, but I got there.
And that's all that matters. It doesn't matter how long, as long as we get there. Like I'm still waiting for that. The strike distance on the James Parker's gonna get the leader at in the hashtag 126 car, but we never had that calculation, and it's not gonna happen. I don't think.
The reason that calculation didn't come through was at some point the 449 and the 3 both were losing times to Matthias Eggers, so
Yeah.
it started to go back out the gap, and of course now there's the penalty on the 449. It is not going to happen unless something massive happens to our leader who has led the majority of this race. That is pretty much sealed, but again, 30 more minutes right now, about 4:40 p.m. in sim time. Track temp is coming down, winds calming down, getting into the late afternoon, shadows getting long, and drivers really tired.
Yeah, I'm sure they are. You know, it's only 29 minutes to go. You just got to make sure you keep it on the grey bit now, and just bring it home. So there are some battles, obviously. Schumacher's 7/10 off. I can see the gap between King and Jardier is sort of just balancing itself out. Jardier 7/10 faster that lap. Yeah, so it doesn't look like we're going to get the climax we wanted between the 39 and the 38, the Mintzilla and the Fordzilla teams. But you know, I think where is the lead-in V12 Aston? Is it the Schumacher car? 614. Is that the lead-in V12 Aston? I think it. Oh no, is there one in front of him?
No, not in front of him because the other
There's
one is.
That's Matt Samuel.
It is, yeah.
We haven't talked about Matt Samuel all day. I got to talk about Matt
We
Samuel.
have talked about Matt Samuel a couple times today, Jesse.
I didn't talk about him. I got to talk about Matt Samuel.
All
in
right,
the
let's talk about Matt
778
Samuel. Let me
car.
go back to Matt Samuel for you. Here you go. Kunos Racing Team racing with Gergo Panker and of course Eris and Matt Samuel.
P23 as well.
You sure did. Didn't they start at the back?
Not completely, but almost.
So they've had an excellent day here for my taste. I mean, they've been in the war today, and they have been sort of smacked around. They've also survived it, and I think this is going to be the only
P40,
second.
Jesse, by the way.
They started P40, right? And they're up to 23rd. So I think this is only going to be the second endurance race that Gergo has ever finished with us.
No, Gergo finished Suzuka, didn't he?
I think that was the first race he finished.
And then
Suzuka.
they were in Barcelona.
they didn't finish that, did they? They didn't finish. Did
I
they?
am almost positive they finished. I would. have to
Okay,
verify it
so
perfectly.
here's what we're gonna say. This is the second or third endurance race that they finished for us. The reason I bring this up is because they had sort of a tendency to not finish, to put it nicely. Any problem you can think of, that team has had it, but here they are here, less than 30 minutes to the checkered flag, and they're here. Car doesn't look that bad, and being 23rd, they have been in the battle, in the mix all day, and again, they're getting hounded right now from behind here. I think, is that Sundstrom behind them there? Wants to get around.
Yeah, it looks like he doesn't want to be behind these guys any longer. I know it's not Sundstrom, it's Shermatinsky in the 11
There it is.
Mercedes, I think. Very similar colours to the 599 one. But there are, the hashtag Ask the Box questions are flying in, Jesse, I will say. As there isn't a massive amount going on apart from Matt Samuel trimming that grass. That grass has been trimmed numerous
Holy
times
moly.
today. So, you know, they're going to
You're-
save
as-
on the
Josh-
circuit bills for that one.
Josh, as my father would say, boy, you're mowing dirt now.
Yeah, literally.
By the way, Schumacher has caught up to Ripper.
Yes, he has. 3/10 behind the other, I think that's our lead V12 Aston. If are they the same team?
They are the GC Racing team.
They
number
are,
one,
yes.
number
We
two.
got GC Racing 1 and Racing 2, and number 2 are actually leading. I don't think that was meant to happen. So get on the blower, guys. Team orders, let us through. You're making us look a little bit silly here. But no, let's see if they fight it out. You know, they are teammates in a way. I know this isn't a team endurance race, but I reckon they'll fight it out towards the end. Why not? You know, fight each other. And I did see earlier on in the chat, Lebrecq posted something. If Schumacher wants to send one on Ripper, we would then be the lead V12 Aston. So,
Ooh.
so you know that's where the triple R, triple 3 guys. That's kind of where they're sitting at the moment. But you know, you want to be the lead car.
They're not saying they're gonna. They're just saying they might.
Well, yeah.
The intention's there that maybe we are, maybe we're not.
So the two questions we've got, we're gonna make this question quite quickly because we're gonna have a big debate otherwise, and it is a
We are not
loaded
going to debate
question.
this. We are going to state who it is and why, and we're going to move on because otherwise
Okay,
we'll be here all
who
day.
is the greatest of all time for Formula 1 drivers? Lewis
Michael
Hamilton,
Schumacher.
Michael Schumacher, Nelson Piquet, Ayrton Senna.
No offense, but Nelson Piquet should not even be in that conversation.
No, it's
Number
gonna be Michael
two-
Schumacher.
Oh,
for me.
what happened to just make your statement, Jesse?
Michael, that is my statement. Michael Schumacher is the best driver ever. Nobody other than Michael Schumacher could win in all the different eras that he won in. And if Ayrton Senna was still alive to fight Michael Schumacher, Ayrton Senna, we would have been like Ayrton who? And that's just the way it is. And I'm sorry. Ayrton Senna was good because he was in the best car in the field. The same reason that Lewis Hamilton's good. He's in the best equipment and he's babied and he's pampered. Yes, I know Michael Schumacher was a crybaby, but he still got 7 rings, and I still give Lewis Hamilton that credit. He's a crybaby, but he still has 7 rings, and that's all that's important. Back to you, Josh.
Yep. Okay. Yep. That's fair enough. It's going to be Michael Schumacher for me. Just sentimental thing, really. You know, you got to appreciate Lewis Hamilton. I'm not a big fan of him, but you have to appreciate what he's done. And I do agree with the Senna quote. That not Senna quote, but what you said there as well. You know, I think it would. You know, we do look at him in a different light, and it is one of those things. But we're going to move on from that one.
Oh no, we're not, because I'm gonna throw a curveball at you.
Oh, okay, go. Only if it begins with J and ends with Clark.
Oh, you got it right. Like, there you go, Josh, bringing it home.
See, now that I will agree with, because that guy would win 8 days a week, 25 hours a day.
The two people that should have been included in that conversation, if you guys weren't young whippersnappers, was Graham Hill and Jim Clark. Those guys should have been in there because
I think he just called you a whippersnapper, Retribution. Now I don't know how old you are.
Whippersnapper.
But you're a whippersnapper today.
Y'all kids today with your hybrid power plants. But I think that's it, and I believe Michael Schumacher really was great because he won in a bunch of different eras. And somebody said in chat, and I thought it was funny, it's like, but didn't he have the best car? Well, he won his first championship at Benetton and they were off the pace before he got there. So I don't think so. He won that just based on raw talent.
Yeah, and at the end of the day, the best drivers will always end up in the best cars. It's just the way it goes. But I'm going to throw this question towards you, American guys, because I'm going to be honest, I don't watch this series. Not because I dislike it, it's just because the time zone is just
Are you going to hit
awful.
me with the Indy question?
Yes.
Mario Andretti.
No. That's not the question, but okay. But yeah, that is the
Wow.
answer to
He's
that
putting it out
question.
there.
Well, I don't know. I mean, maybe would Jesse say Mario Andretti? Would he go with what?
No,
maybe the
no.
Unsers or
Yeah,
Foyt?
Al Unser or Foyt. Yeah,
Yeah, sorry, I'm a Mario Andretti
Yeah.
fan personally.
I'm a fan of the Andrettis, but I'd like them to finish an Indy 500 this decade. So we'll see.
That wasn't the question.
Oh, I'm sorry, Josh. Go ahead.
So, hashtag Ask the Box. Do you believe that Ferrari will be the third engine manufacturer to come to IndyCar? Why or why
No.
not?
No, because Ferrari does this thing, and I'm a Ferrari fan. But Ferrari does this thing every time where they sit there and they go, "Oh, we're going to do this. We're going to pack up our toys in the pram and we're going to leave." But they never do they? Because they need the money that Formula One brings. They've said multiple times, "Oh, we can't leave because our company would go bust," which sounds like a crappy business model to me. But they keep saying that. So how are they going to develop a power plant for a series that they have little to no involvement in that is across an ocean away? No, they're not going to do that. They're just posturing because, well, that's what spoiled brats do. And let's be honest, Mercedes and Ferrari are spoiled.
That is true.
Really quick, just to interrupt
manufacturers-
the rambling.
Yeah.
I want to point out, and somebody just mentioned this in the chat, which reminded me, that of course Mr. Honzik, as expected, has been slapping down his usual lap times. In fact,
Oh,
went
here
down a
we go.
2:03.0 on his last lap, and he's now 10 seconds behind Ryan Meenen, and he's got 20 minutes to go.
Yeah, he is, and he's actually. We did see. Obviously, we can see the Ryan Meenan's car is all well, what's left of it on the front end at least, is pretty damaged. So I don't know if he's struggling with pace there as well. So we'll have to wait and see what he crosses the line with. But he did a 2:04.4 last lap. Jardier 2:03.0. So you're talking over a second a lap. We got 20 minutes left, and yeah, it's pretty much going to be on the final lap if it's going to happen if this pace carries on.
Can I just say one thing? We talked a lot about the battle between the 39 Nissan and the 38 Mercedes. That gap is 30 seconds now. What happened to Darren King's 38? Is Jardier just got that much more pace, or what? Because that is incredible. In the past, what was that 40 minutes? He's gapped him 30 seconds. Oh yeah, see, that's what's happening here. Jardier is mirroring his best laps of the day here in the late running, and I'd almost assume Darren King is not doing that or is being held up massively in traffic, one of the two. Jardier pulling away, dealing with some traffic, dealing with a couple of cars that he would like to get out of the way, because that Ailing 211
and you know who that
right
car
up the
is in
way.
front of him.
But,
It's actually our fourth place man, 194 Bentley as well for
Oh, it
Racing Line
is.
Motorsport. That
Yeah,
he's trying to
unlap.
push
He's trying
out
to
of the way.
unlap. That's so good.
And then
I
that's
like
the
that.
dev team in front of him, because that's the V12 dev team there. So that's
Yeah,
Matt
it is.
Samuel.
Yeah.
And
It's-
I'd just like to point out, by the way, that a reminder to those in the chat, as Jardier picks up 1.7 seconds on the last lap, just about almost 2 seconds, in fact. He's doing this with a slightly glitching steering wheel.
That's true.
This man is just destroying this track with a glitching steering wheel. And, it's not to, take away from all the other chatter we were having. There does happen to be a race on occasionally here. But, yeah, Jardier's showing the strength here, and there he goes around Racing Line.
Yeah, he's put the hazards on there. He's let him go past. Well, no, he's not letting him go past. Just put the hazards on as if to say, "Come on, come past." But he hasn't got past yet. But Jesse, to your point on Darren King, he actually got punted by a back marker. We've been told. So yeah, that kind of sucks. Like I say,
That makes more sense to me too.
yeah, I was gonna say,
Because I was going to say, how did he gain 30 seconds in 40
it was
minute.
ruled
that
a
would
racing incident, by the way. 514.
Okay, so there was a
Okay.
steward's inquiry and it
It
was
was by
ruled a
Ripper.
racing incident. Okay, but still, that took the wind out of the sails for the 38 team. Still flying high is the 39 Nissan, by far the furthest up the field. A Nissan is here. Mintzilla still going strong, 17 minutes to go. They have an outside shot here to get to Killian Ryan Meenan in 8th place. Now, I know Random Call Sign would desperately love to be able to say that he beat Jardier and Jimmer in a 12-hour race. And I don't know if RC has went to bed at this point, but if he hasn't, he's probably rooting his driver on the same way that Jimmer is rooting up Jardier right now.
Yeah, I'm sure he is, and Ryan Meenan is, you know, is a solid driver, regular here at RCI as well. He was laying down some serious lap time earlier on, and then we noticed the damage out of nowhere, and he sort of has been a little bit off the pace there. So he's obviously nursing something, but it's going to be quicker to just be that little bit slower per lap. There's no need in pitting now, but that gap is 7.6 seconds. But Honzik's got to be careful as well, because Sundstrom's only 3.1 behind him now. So King has actually dropped down to 10th place, so Sundstrom on the charge through as well. So, oh yeah, Honzik's actually P8 now, so he's going to be going for P7. So Sundstrom must have been in the pits. Did I miss that? Or
No, Sundstrom was in the pits a few laps ago, yeah, and I'm not expecting, unless problems arise, of course, I'm not expecting Sundstrom to quite have the pace that Honzik does. He's a good driver, but not quite up to Jardier's level. Not when Jardier is this focused. I mean, it is, you know, what, a little past 2 in the morning London time at the moment, and Jardier is still just on the absolute hunt. I've been paying attention to Jardier and Jimmer's streams.
he
Their
is
chat
just
is
smashing
all
lap
over the
times
place
now.
Yeah,
He's just
their chats are
consistently
just full
in
of
the mid 202s to low 203s, and he has been all race. Like, he's just been machine-like almost. But so Sundstrom, obviously they only pitted for fuel, I think, because it was only a 45-second stop. So they must have just well, I think, is that the entire pit lane time?
A full 30-second stop is 80 seconds generally, is what we timed it out to. So he went in for a splash.
Yeah, definitely, just for fuel. So I wondered where Jardier grabbed the extra position there. So it's so Sundstrom isn't on new tyres, but he's obviously just needed a little bit of fuel. So yeah, you're probably right. Let's see what Sundstrom can do, but he's got a lot of traffic as well behind. You can see in the background there from from
Jardier, 5.5 seconds the gap to Killian Ryan. Meaning Sundstrom was closing in on Jardier, but except the fact that he is mired deep in the same traffic that the 39 came through. 15 minutes to play, nearing 5 p.m. in sim time here at the mountain, and it is about to hot up for 7th place.
Did again.
And I'm told that the 38 had another incident. There it is. Darren King has had another incident, and he is pulling into pit road to get some service. Samir Ibrahimi has also brought his car in. Remember earlier we reported 15-second penalty on that car. That will be served on this pit stop, so they have a clean slate to the end. Even if they didn't, it'd just be added on to the time. But they come into pit, and maybe that will promote Clifford Roberts back up a spot. We don't know. We'll have to find out when it all sorts back through. And look what's happening here all of a sudden for 14th place. Marco Ripper and Martin Schumacher are fighting it out. And is that for position behind them? Is that the 90? No, that is not the 93. That is a Bentley. So that's a back marker there.
I think
but
that's
these
the
two
White
cars.
Rabbit Gaming Bentley, I think, isn't it? 888.
Yes, you are indeed correct. So, by the way, one other thing I want to mention about the chat, there are a lot of you ZA folks out there who are still awake. How is that possible? How is that possible that you lot, the dedicated South African crew is here still cheering on all of the different South African teams? I touched on that earlier. We have a large amount of South African influence here. A lot of those beautiful flags. One of the most wonderful flags of any country.
Agreed.
Is the ZA flag. I love that thing. And some of you are still here this late. I have no idea.
I think I know why. I think I know why they're still here.
Yeah.
I've seen our very own George Smith post on Twitter earlier on. I think he had enough Monster Energy to basically have enough for 3 cans each for every South African viewer today, because that fridge was pretty darn full. I'm not gonna lie, that's a lot of Monster Energy.
Did you see inside George's fridge?
Well, now this is getting weird.
Anyway.
But yes. I don't
Marco
think
Ripper.
this fight between these Astons is a fight. I really don't. I think they're just following each other.
I'm gonna go opposite of you. I think Martin Schumacher would like this spot back. I think it'll go a long way for his sort of pride today to get this position back, get out of 14th, maybe get into 13th here, and hopefully avoid anybody behind him getting closer to him. I don't think he's in any immediate danger. I think Darren King's gonna sort of end up behind these guys. I don't think they will be caught at all. Meanwhile, up for 7th place, Jardier 2.6 behind. That is absolutely going to be a battle with less than 10 to go. The battle for 7th is on late in the going. And I think Martin here might actually take a shot at him here. We'll have to find out.
Go for it. I think he's nice and close, isn't he? Coming out of Forest Elbow. Let's see if they are going to fight it out. It looks like they are. He's going to pull to the outside, which will then become the inside for the second part. It looks like it's going to be a done deal. I don't think they're going to force each other too wide here as we go on board with Marco Rippo, who takes the inside line and actually squeezes back in front. I'm not quite sure how that happened, but he's basically said to his pro teammates, yeah, we're having this. This is probably going to be... you wouldn't hear the end of this one if you're the pro team, because obviously these are the same team. This is the number 2 team. They're actually beating the number 1. So and here we go. Here's Jardier coming through, and Sensible racing sensibly, getting out of the way there. That never gets old, man. That never gets old.
I feel like earlier I stole your thunder in saying that, and I think that you just wanted to say that.
Yeah, I did. Look,
it sounded good though.
I'm gonna get my coat. I'm done, boys. Thanks.
Oh man, turn out the light on your way out, Josh.
I'm not going anywhere until I've seen Jardier fight it out with Killian Ryan-Meenan.
Well, I think you're gonna get your wish here in about a lap and a half.
Yeah, I think lap and a half. I think coming into the chase next lap, I reckon it's gonna be close. Yeah, he's got so much more pace. It must be the damage that Killian Ryan-Meenan is carrying. Last lap, Jardier 202.6, Killian Ryan-Meenan at 204.9. That's 2.3 seconds a lap quicker. And yeah, so just under 10 minutes to go. 11 hours and 50 minutes have been raced so far, and we have the 2 V12 Aston Martins battling it out. Oh, and there goes the White Rabbit Gaming Bentley, the 888 there, coming down the skyline and plowing into the wall.
Significant damage to the front of that car.
Yeah,
they won't repair that. They will try to limp that car home. I mean, they can still drive it like that. It's just not going to turn so great. It's going to kill its top speed. But here we are, Jardier on the bumper of Killian Ryan-Meenan. The 211 could have been the story of the day today. They had it all going their way, top 5. The hazard lights flashing on the incredibly damaged 211 Randy's Pasta car. Jardier going by on the inside, might as well have been waved through, pretty much was. Flash of the lights from Killian Ryan-Meenan saying, hey, thanks for driving me respectfully, and go get him, son. And that was about as respectful as you could have possibly imagined. And very quickly, I love this in-car cam of the V12 Aston Martin. This is Martin Schumacher for the GC Racing #1 Pro Team. They are, of course, as Josh alluded to, they are behind their Pro-Am team. So you would never hear the end of this. Martin Schumacher salvaging his day, salvaging some pride, nearly goes in the back of him, has to let off the throttle there a little bit as their teammate Marco Ripper was occupying the middle of the track. So at this point, you got to get around them at some point, Josh, because if you lose to the Pro-Am team, I got to feel like that's the easiest way to get relegated to the Pro-Am team.
Yeah, exactly that. Yeah, like I said, you wouldn't want to be in this pro team right now. I imagine Martin Schumacher is probably thinking, you can already see the posts in Discord, getting getting the mick taken out of them for losing to the Pro-Am team. But you know, the Pro-Am in this race isn't really Pro-Am. It's just a way of distinguishing the esports from the from the pros in a way, because these guys, this isn't the Pro-Am. In any other league, this is not Pro-Am. These guys are super fast. Pro-Am is just a way for us to sort of distinguish them. They're all pro in my eyes. This is some of the best racing.
There's nobody here that's not a pro.
Yeah, exactly that. It's just some teams. Obviously we class, but as you can see, look, the Pro-Am, they're in amongst the top 20 as well as the pros. Obviously I know we do have a big clump between sort of first down to ninth. We've only got one Pro-Am in there, and that Pro-Am car is going to be, they're going to get car of the day or team of the day from me. Definitely, they've just driven, they've outdriven their class, so to speak. To be getting a podium overall when you're a Pro-Am team is I bet they probably didn't think that was going to happen this morning, but who knows. But Martin Schumacher has 6 minutes to go to try and get past his fellow teammate Ripper here in the 514. He does go slightly defensive. That's going to compromise his run up the hill. Let's see if he can get close enough. And there's a Lamborghini behind as well. Is that Pfeffer, is it? Yeah, he wants to get past as well. So let's see if they let off and let him go.
Yeah, it looks like he's going to be, he's just going to let him slot back in. Martin Schumacher not taking any chances here. I would also assume that the 514 of Marco Ripper at some point will just let him through. He doesn't hear, though, because it's a very tight part of the track. You don't want to get yourself taken out maybe on the straightaway, because look at the speed of the 915 of Pfeffer in comparison. He is just gobbling him up. But while I have a moment here, I just want to say thank you all for watching RCI's presentation of the 12 hours of Bathurst here at Mount Panorama. Thank you to our sponsor, Next Level Racing, for providing sponsorship and a prize for this event. Thank you for all 800 plus of you that participated in the raffle today. It's been absolutely fantastic. We got 5 minutes left of this race. And we also want to thank all of our partners here at RCI, Race Department, AK Informatica, and Raceface for partnering up with Racing Club International to help bring you this fantastic content and fantastic racing. And one last time, I would like to invite all nearly 600 of you that are still here to like and subscribe for more RCI TV content. We love to have you. We love to have you active in chat. And why not even join our Discord, !Discord, and get in there and get on into some of these races yourself. You can do it if you want to. In addition to that, before you leave tonight, please download the commemorative program and spotter's guide made by Ryan Gill and Mr. Fabian Schmedberger. Absolute legends. They not only stewarded and commented and everything else today, they also make fantastic graphics for these races. So go ahead and take full advantage of that. And it has been an absolutely incredible day. And I'm not tired, which is weird. I'm not tired. It's been incredibly hype the whole way through. And we still have some of these battles here going on. But this man right here has been the story of the show today. Matthias Egger and the 126 Orion Racing Team, him and his teammate Berrezzini, they have dominated this race, Josh.
Yeah, they have. They haven't really put a foot wrong. I think they had a close battle, obviously, with the 1000 Honda. Obviously, they had a bit of a technical issue quite early on. I say early on. I think it was around the halfway mark of the race, maybe. And obviously, the 449. James Parker and Samir Ibrahimi as well. Obviously, they pushed them. They got to 30 seconds of them. I'm sure they probably weren't too worried about it at the time, but it's definitely something to think about if you're the guys in the lead. But yeah, they haven't put a foot wrong. It's as simple as that. And that is the recipe for endurance racing. If you keep it on the track for the majority of the time you're on, you're supposed to be on there, you will get podiums and victories. And the same could be said for the number 3 Pro-Am car as well. I don't think they've put a foot wrong either, really. They've done their bit. They're only 25 seconds behind second overall, So they're going to get a podium overall, a class win. They'll be happy. And yeah, these two Astons are just roaring through Bathurst. 2 hours? No, another 2 hours. 2 minutes left. Say, I would be lying if I said I'm not tired, but it's not the racing that's making me tired.
Yeah, to be fair, your day started quite a bit earlier than the rest of ours. Of course, big shout out to Josh LeSean. He was not meant to be here today for this race. He was supposed to be taking it easy on his day off and kicking back. And circumstances being what they are, he ended up in the booth with me. God only knows why you heard you were going to be coming with me today, and you showed up. I would have played sick, but absolute pleasure to be with you. And is Martin Schumacher trying to go around the outside? He kind of is, but it will not come off there, as he's going to have to continue here. He's going to have to do this on the last lap. I think he's going to make this pass, but you listen, you don't want to wreck anybody, but you really, really don't want to wreck your teammate.
Yeah, exactly, because I think that would be even more awkward than losing to your Pro-Am teammate if you both wipe each other out, because Arnold isn't too far behind, and you want to try and round off the the top 15. You've got to be happy as a team to come home 13th and 14th with literally half a second separating you. You did well as a team, to only be separated by such a small part of tarmac, and they have been like this for probably about an hour now. It only seemed like 5 minutes ago that Lebrecq was asking for Schumacher to send one so they could be the number 1 B12 Aston, but where the hell does the time go? Like, honestly, I remember coming out of the box earlier on and then jumping straight back in, and it didn't feel like 3 hours had gone past. But we're approaching the final lap, and I'm gonna pass you to Jesse Lee to go through this, and he can do a roundup of the race. And yeah, so let's see it. He's coming around the last turn now, Jesse. So the number 126.
Yeah, what a day it has been for the 126 Orion Racing Team Mercedes. Matthias Egger has done a lot of driving today with his teammate Berrezzini, and they look to be 1 lap away from being rewarded. They've been up and down the order. They've had battles with several cars up front, but they have asserted themselves by the halfway point in this race as the dominant car and the dominant team. They had a lap lead. They lost a lap lead. Drama mid-race. Got put in a box they had to box themselves out of. They did that. Rebuilt their lead. Got back out there. Ended up being one of the fastest cars still after taking on some damage. They have outlasted their competition, and Matthias Egger is going to get the honors of being the driver to bring their car around for the final time and across the line. And what could have been is the story of Samir Ibrahimi and the 449 Bentley team. Such a fantastic drive and a fantastic challenge with a few mistakes in the way. The biggest one, of course, the shot in the arm that they could have used was not having a penalty. Of course, they did get that. They'll finish in second place, and of course, in fourth place, Akos Yaitvin in the 194. Could have been a worse day for this team. They got up into the top 5 and made sure that they were going to stay here, and they're going to take third in their class because of it. And what a day it's been. And of course, Archie Clifford Roberts, this man in the Pro-Am split, he's going to come third overall on the podium and also win Pro-Am here today. What a fantastic sort of a day it's been for him. And he will have to complete another lap, by the way. And coming to finish their final lap, Matthias Egger comes to collect the checkered flag in the Bathurst 12-hour at RCI. The 126 Orion Racing Team wins the 12-hour of Bathurst. What a fantastic race. Excellently executed strategy and excellent response to drama mid-race. Fantastic stuff by all of those guys. Big pat on the back. I'm sure Berrezzini is absolutely thrilled with them, and we hope that we can have a word with them here in a minute as the cars continue to come across the line. Fifth place coming across the line is going to be Mike Noble. Mike Noble ran a more of a quiet race, it must be said, in the 1, 2, 3 car with Jarko Torvin and Andre Franca, but they do get 5th place. Spears brings home the number 8 Mercedes, who looked like they were going to be troubled at one point. They would not be. And Spears, Gallen, Vandervelde, and Burrows come home 6th. And the feel-good story of the day, Mint Zilla in the 39 Nissan, the People's Champion, they call him. Jardier and Jimmy Broadbent come home 7th place after starting as low as 45th place. They finish inside the top 10, 8th place. Mikhail Sundstrom, Googlia, and McCauley take home 8th. Killian Ryan Meenan, Malinowski, and Ricardo Claro going to take home 9th in the little 211 Mercedes that could. Unbelievable stuff. And of course, 2nd place in AM, Pfeffer as well. So what a race as everybody continues to pile across the line and begin their celebrations or their commiserations. Wow. Josh, thoughts on what you witnessed today?
Yeah, that was thoroughly enjoyable. Considering I was, 12 hours ago I was just a spectator, and it was awesome to cast a race. I haven't casted a race in RCI for a long time, and I've well and truly got the bug more than I ever have now. And it's awesome to cast with Jesse, and obviously Mike doing the cameras and popping in with the commentary as well. It's awesome. But yeah, it was a fantastic race, and you said about commiserations. I don't think anyone will be unhappy unless they didn't finish. If you finish the race, I think you've got to be over the moon. You did it 12. You stuck at it for 12 hours. I think you'd be, you might be disappointed, but you'd be deep down. You'd be like, yeah, we did it. We did it. So, but yeah, what a race. Obviously, who'd have thought when we spoke to Jardy earlier, he said, a top 10 would, he'd be shocked. And he's actually got a P7 with Jimmy Broadbent there. So yeah, that's, was it 44th? I think they started, something like that. 45th, 44th. Yeah, 45th on the grid to P7. It's just unbelievable stuff. But yeah, what a race, and I can't wait to do it all again at another venue in the near future, I'm sure.
Yeah,
Well-
but that said, for now, guys, we do have our final winners here, as it has taken them quite a few races to bring that win home. But Jesse Lee, Matthias Egger, and Fulvio Berrezzini joining us in the box. And guys, congratulations.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
We can barely speak, honestly.
Yeah,
Too tired.
we are
Yeah.
very tired.
Well, guys, tell us about that. You led for a combined 10 hours today, but that will not tell the story of your race. You had to fight for that lead against various opponents early. You had drama in the middle of the race,
Yeah.
collisions with cars, repairs, strategy decisions to be made. And through it all, you persevered and you outlasted a strong Ibrahimi and Parker team, among others. Talk about that. Like, where was your head after that incident?
I'm not sure we can tell. Well, it was really, really hard to decide what to do in the immediate seconds after the accident. But after a couple of seconds, we just kept our head down and decided to hold on just for another lap, check the car, and then okay, we decided to repair. Luckily, it was towards the end of the stint, and it wasn't too much penalizing to us.
Well, you guys led for 10 laps, about 10 hours. But again, look at the timing and scoring right here. There were 3 cars on the lead lap at the end of that race. Any falling off the road would have been absolutely disastrous. Edgar, you came across the line or in the car. You had the end stint there. Was your focus just not falling off the road?
Yeah, that's for sure. Especially in the middle part of the race when the track were very hot. I think our car was not very, very good. We suffer a lot of pace, and it recovered only in the last 3 hours actually. So yeah, was very hard.
Well, long time coming for Fulvio Berrezzini and Matthias Egger, but the Orion Racing team finally win an RCI, and why not? One of the biggest races, if not the biggest race we've ever done. On behalf of RCI, guys, congratulations to you and your team. You guys deserve this.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well,
Thank you very
about
much.
time, I think. It was
Yeah,
about
yeah.
time. Yeah.
Can't wait to see you guys
Absolutely.
in the next one. Again, congratulations, guys. I'll let you guys head to bed. It's very late.
Yeah.
go
It's
have
very
some
late.
well-deserved shower and sleep.
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah, sure.
And you too.
Thanks
thank you.
for the
Yeah,
for
for
the
your
race.
job. Yeah.
Was very very good.
Thank you, guys. All right.
Bye
Well,
bye.
we do have one more person to pull in here. We've got Critchley from the number 3 team here, Jesse Lee. I don't know if Clifford Roberts will be joining us here, Critch, but same as the 126 guys, you guys dominated this entire race. Like, congratulations. Excellent drive.
Thank you very much. That was tough going. 12 hours. I think that was our first RCI race. So yeah, really enjoyed it.
This is the tale of two different races, Critchley, because your wife was in the chat some today cheering you on. She had some words to say about you. She mentioned, oh, he's all right, but I don't think she quite grasped a pro-am team fighting for podium spots in the fight all day. And you and Clifford Roberts, you guys were able to hang with them. You guys were able to produce. Not only did you win your class, you were able to park it on the podium as well. Major win in your first race. Is it safe to say it's not your last race?
Oh no, definitely. We'll definitely be looking to do more. I think Archie did some mega stints. And we didn't get a single second of damage. We kept it clean for the whole race, which I'm really proud of. I mean, credit to the winners, and especially second place, James and Samir. Did a great job. Drove the way back into second. Excellent.
Well, I got to say, BD Racing, for their first race ever, it's the tale of two different things. Egger and Berrezzini tried for a very long time for Orion Racing to win. BD Racing wins in their first appearance, the first of many. Anybody you want to say hi to? Anybody you want to thank?
Yeah, I'll say hi to my missus, my wife. She'll be pleased with this. I'll show her tomorrow because I think she's asleep now. So yeah.
We'll give our best to Clifford Roberts as well. You guys did the unthinkable today, and well-deserved win for BD Racing. Fought all day up near the front. Frankly, Pro-Am drivers, there was nobody a contest for you guys, so congratulations.
Cheers, guys. Thank you.
Well, all right, guys. So I believe that is finally going to wrap up this race. It doesn't feel like it has been 12 hours. I don't know about you, Jesse and Josh. Josh, I know you mentioned, we got out of the comms booth and it felt like an hour later we were here. Felt like this day has just flown by. Anybody who is still left here in the chat, I know there's still a few of us here. We really appreciate all your guys' support today, especially those of you who came in from Jim Jardier's stream and came in and helped populate the chat out. Absolutely fantastic. We do stream multiple days during the week. We have Mondays and Friday championships pretty much every week, as well as a Saturday Night Owl championship that starts at 2300 London time as well. Jesse will be on board for that one, and we are just here streaming all the time. This is not an unusual experience to see here on RCI TV, so we hope you guys come on back. And absolutely fantastic run. Congratulations to the Orion Racing team again. I mean, they the last two endurance races, a couple, they just couldn't finish in that first position. So I'm really happy for them that they came through, and it's a long day for them. But I'm sure that they will be back probably next month at the Spa race. I would not be surprised. Of course, 3 hours of Spa, multi-class GT3, GT4 next month, as well as a December 4-hour at Silverstone, GT3, GT4, and Porsche Cup. So we hope you guys will all tune in and possibly race for that. Of course, exclamation Discord in chat. You guys can come join us for any and all of these races. And I think that's going to about wrap it up for me. My name has been Mike Jones, bringing you the cameras for part of the stream here. Of course, Stewie was doing so for the first part of the stream. Ryan Gill, George Smith, big shout out to them for covering the other comms teams. Josh, awesome for you filling in, for Nick having the technical issues. And Jesse Lee, of course, bringing us all of the commentary all race long. Do you guys have any final thoughts before we set out?
Yeah, I mean, good job to Egger and Berrezzini. Good job to everybody in this race. But, Clifford Robertson Critchley, I think we saw something fantastic here. The relationship between Jardy and Broadbent, unbroken today. They conquered the mountain in Godzilla 25 or so years from the first time that happened IRL. And they have nothing to anybody that finished this race. Nobody here has anything to hang their head on. This was a fantastic race, and I can't wait to do it again. Let's do this every weekend, but just congratulations to everybody that participated in this event. This was a long one, and for it to come off like it did, it was pretty darn special and made a lot of memories here tonight, Josh.
Yeah, just to echo what you said, everyone can be proud of what they've done tonight, whether it's race, steward, commentate, camera work, the spotter guide, everything to do with this event has just been awesome. And to not be a big part of it, because life happens, and I've sort of been away from ACC, to literally be sort of just thrown in, and just I've had honestly one of the best days I've ever had. And yeah, it was awesome. Thanks, Mike, for messaging me. Thanks for the opportunity, as always. And well, I'll definitely be doing more of this a bit more regularly. So Jesse, let me know, and we'll get the band back together.
Yeah, hopefully we will have that back soon. And of course, guys, just tune in. Monday will be our next stream. It will actually wrap up the Monday McLaren Masters Championship, which has been just an amazing spectacle to watch as well. So I hope you guys will tune in then. In the meantime, it is getting close to 3 a.m. British time. I hope everybody has an excellent rest of your evening, and appreciate you guys sticking around to wrap up this race.